could be huge, but it looks like could be another kill.
Yeah, Razor's wrapped onto Marcuti, ends his hopes.
Killing spree for Fall, and they're going to keep this up. I'm in trouble as well. Basic, not unable to get the final hit, but he moves on to Black instead. Able to take him down 3 for 0, and Fall continues the fight, moves on to final, gets the triple kill. Hold on to Khan, the decimation, the Maniac, is it the Savage? Yes, easy peasy with the first one in NACT. Best player on a killing spree now. Marcuti plays the lead in the backside. Drillsky there as well with that Shadow Stampede, but the hook comes in. A double kill for best player. Can we make it a triple? Yes. Turtle pulls, wait a second, a lot of damage. Comes in onto Kai, takes him out. Next is going to be Powerless. The hook just falls away from Pow, and luckily Zero is able to find Joybog there. And now Zero in trouble, taken out from Mobile Zane.
Super Shark very low. Zia is going to find Boca Rosso. Blazing duet from Sleep Spoon finds Dino. Zio finds easy peasy. Coppola takes down Super Shark for a double kill. And Zia with the triple is going to find Sleep. Third Shaker goes down. Fried Chicken finds Team. And Yato finds Fallen. 3 members dropping. Mobazane drops down Tokeneck. Arvo very low. Falling the engagement as well. A full wipeout as ISO takes down Arvo. It's reactivated. 2 members falling to 1. Make that another falling, and Bloodhounds is just fighting it out. Coppola is going to find Fallen. Basic falls, Sleeps falls, Dino, and Boca Roscoe. Oh, look at the high. He plays with the pathing. Thorn Rose, not enough. With the full team of BTK stampeding around him. They reverse him down. Oh my goodness! Zia steals the Lord from Mova Zane.
Is down, traded for Coppola, and down goes CPR. They are trading kills. I don't even know what is going on anymore. Defend with 3 players left. Secures the kill onto Toinks, and you can see right now Fallen in a little bit of trouble. Appraiser's round takes down Powerless. Kai in trouble as well. Avalon cleaning up shop. Zero is not long for this world. Down goes Avery. They aren't able to find a kill onto Magic. Oh, there it is. As I say that, here comes the burst. Uneven with the electrifying beats. Out comes the deadly catch. And down goes Zia. ISO finds a kill onto Cone. Matty for you in trouble. Is he going to be able to get away? Coming in with that Mortal Coil. Myth looking for the red tree. Mobazane finds the Lord and the kill onto Myth from ISO.
Once again, moving on to Coppola here, looking for the finish. Gets the final shot. That's a godlike kill over the side of best player. Zia's gonna flicker in, double kill. Dino goes down, and best player continues the torment. Make it a triple, looking for the Maniac. Can he lock on? He's under the tower, he doesn't care. Boca Roscoe trying to get the outplay, but Zia takes the kill from his hands.
How is Novaria getting caught so close to Naruto?
Oh, wait a second, but they do get the catch. ISO able to take the tower. Fly Chicken a little bit of trouble. Possible Black Dragon, but wait, everyone's getting melted down. Yato picking up a kill. It's 4 taken away from Avalon, all for the price of none. Zia into the backside with the Blazing Duet, able to find Mobazane. ISO getting brought low as well. Fly Chicken trying to get out of here. Can he do it once again? Dodge the but Meal flickers in and gets him. It's a trade. ISO picking up another kill though. Shark getting low as well. Yato flickers in and finds Shark, but taken out from Zia.
Blazing Duet dropping down. Merciless joining the party there low. DPR hits the decimation. Finds Avery. Gets a double. As he gets uneven. Gets DPR to a triple. As he finds Magic. A Maniac takes down Black. The co-alter to save him in the midst of the battle. Matthew finds Mikasa, a punish, a counterplay. Regrets is gonna take down Myth. Kai's gonna take down Khan. Tyrant very low. Kai finds Matt for you. Another body drops. Regrets picks up a double. Finds Tyrant. Knights of Fate. They have the numbers. trying to get into the backline, does not find Demon though. He's able to get out of that range. Marcuti, a slight mistake and Basic will punish. Takes him out. That is a 3-for-none trade. Make that a 4-for-none trade. As Gauss falls, Basic wraps around, picks up the kill for a double. Merciless, nowhere to go. He does have Zero wrapping around. A good rotation from the Knights of Fates to punish. The mobilization, Crystal Flood, regrets it's going to take down Sleeps. They get another. Copeland's going to find Zero. Boca Roscoe taking down Regrets.
Meanwhile, in the back, trying to go ahead and hold him off. Kai, big penalty zone with the flicker there, activates the Cold Altar. Is that going to be enough? Down goes Zero. And you can see Basic putting out the damage there. Yato with the cleanup there. Regrets in a bad way. T comes in, puts the damage on. Regrets. Mobazane out to the back line. Takes him out, finds himself almost the double there. No, he does find the double as ISO takes the tower. Does go wide. Joybot gets taken out by best player. Now set his sights onto ISO and another kill. A double for best player. Ooh, Zane trying to make them pay for it. Look at the taunting by best player. Recalls are out. Immortality for Super Shark has been activated. That's a complete wipe for BTK.
Cutie trying to find Basic, take out Basic, that is huge. Basic flickers through, they're not able to finish. No one's Fury knocks him up. Mark Cutie finds Basic into the backside though. Demon able to find Mark Cutie. It's 1-for-1, make it 3-for-1. Area 77, finding the moment of strike. Franco, he's already taken a death. Bloodhounds looking for control over the pit as Kai and Zero waited out. The wall comes out, Mikasa dives in with the bravest fighter. Looking to target onto Boca Roscoe there. Out comes the falling star moon, but Easy Peasy still takes Turtle. And Dino is cleaning up. Oh, just what I'm talking about. He flickers in, gets the knock up. ISO picks up Black, and Mobazane shredding through under the tower. Able to find two before he falls down. Magic gets the shutdown though.
A 2-man flicker set coming out from Chicken.
Here comes Shark with the cutthroat onto the backside. Reckless tries to get the big push, brings everyone under the crystal. Zed comes in with that last insanity, finds best player. It's a little bit of response, 2-for-1 currently, but all their base is cracked open and Milo doesn't stop, neither does Mooney.
Zia is gonna take down Sarbazi and are gonna claim the turn in the mid lane. Picks up a double, finds Powerless a triple. If Mikasa's not careful, he's going in for the dive. Gets the triple. Mikasa responds from taking him down. Decimation from Kai is gonna find who. Last sanity from Milo. You are going to see the hard guard on the Tarzan, but Ice with torn apart memories for the denial will shut him down. Can't outheal this damage. T is going to claim a turret. Mobazane is going to find Basic. ISO takes down Demon. That is going to be a 3-for-none trade in favor for BTK. The huge save to keep their marksman alive. Zia picks up a kill off the assist, takes out T. Milo finds Chicken. Best player finds ISO. 4 members falling for BTK. Mobazane trying to fight out against the full team of TOB, but Zia, yet again, trumples over, takes the kill. A full wipeout as TOB now will push up the map.
Juice Cuties next on the top. Oh. They're putting on the damage, going with the Mortal Coil. The
Harness Black.
Not enough to save her. And Black still chasing. He's not done yet. Now Cutie finds an end to himself. Now we're seeing the damage from that Melissa. Sleep's doing a great job. Boca Roscoe finds a kill onto Myth. Real world manipulation from Boca Roscoe is set down to off the escape of the Night Horde. And we're trading some kills there, but Easy Peasy finds, is that a triple kill for him? DPR finds the kill and the turtle. Mark Cutie finds a Sir Bossy as well. Mikasa in trouble. Is going to use that penalty zone to get away. He's just a narrow sliver of health. Jules Cutie lining up a shot, finds a kill onto Powerless. And Sleeps on the other side. Wild charge from Toys. Down comes the Appraiser's Wrath. Puts Sleeps to sleep. And on the other side, Tarzan trying to chase down Boca Roscoe. Toinks on the other side trying to put some damage. Basic with an ultimate from the front. And that's going to clean the clock for Boca Roscoe and Copla. big wild charge lands on the Merciless. He's trying to get himself to safety from the bottom. In comes DPR with a decimation. And now Tarzan might be following as well. That's a double for DPR. And Victor gonna have to get himself away. Jules Cutie hot on the pursuit. The damage, another set from Chicken, stuns them against the wall. He's gonna be able, he's trying to get away, juking and jiving.
Oh my.
And that is gonna be a clean escape for Fly Chicken, while 4 members down for Area 77. T down very low from the back end. ISO with that blazing duet. Yato finds a kill onto best player, and now finally might have a little bit of a problem. ISO does get killed by Zia, but Fly Chicken finally able to bring down Yellow.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3 for 1 plus a Lord. BTK definitely coming out on top.
What is up, everyone? It's Liz here with the NACT Stage 3 recap. With the regular season all wrapped up and playoffs right around the corner, let's get up to speed with all the action. The top 4 teams for the playoffs are locked in, and it wasn't done without the biggest upset. Just when you thought Night of Fate or Bloodhound had it in their pocket for the last coveted spot, Area 77, the Sleeping Lions, roared back in just one epic weekend. And like Night of Fate in Stage 2, Area 77 landed that top 3 finish playing like real champs. And because knocking out Night of Fate on day 1 for the lower bracket is how they got to face off and destroy Avalon for day 2, their win-loss record against Night of Fate pushed them one step further, taking that victory home. But the story doesn't end yet for Night of Fate fans out there, as the latest roster adjustment just revealed Zero will be joining Area 77, playing at the Grand Finals live, proving the saying, it can't beat them, join them. As for Avalon, Hardy took that loss a little personal, where despite his team still making it to LA, he returns home to BTK playing as a sub. Now with Hardy back in the picture, is BTK one step closer to remaking history like M3? I guess we'll only know in the future. As of now, BTK finally pulled off a comeback against the undefeated OhioBrothers, reminiscent of last NACT. Mobazane, who faced relentless roast all season, finally had his redemption moment against the OhioBrothers with a dominating series win. To be fair, standings were pretty sealed for the two teams, and the OhioBrothers played at a man disadvantage where manager Rat had to sub in for Shark due to his Ohio connection. Still, the series left a stain onto the OhioBrothers, where I got Hoon himself to take us on an inside scoop.
I heard you had a little nightmare where Chicken lived rent-free in your head. Tell us about it.
Oh my god! Bro, I woke up, I had a nightmare.
About what? Getting hooked by Chicken?
I saw Franco with Chicken's face on it.
Yeah.
Flicker hooked me in my dream. You know, I told you that, right? In game, I don't even know where he came from.
I know he flickered.
I'm pretty sure I didn't see Franco in the map, and then suddenly I got hooked. I was like, oh, my bad, I guess.
Because, I mean, the gourd game, when he was on Franco, that game I thought we won, but Franco came out of nowhere and they hooked me. I mean, even the last NACT matches, the second phase, we knew his Franco was pretty good, but didn't come as much of a threat because we had a lead the whole game, I feel like. But yeah, considering that we only played support heroes in the tank section, last NACT just gave more room for him to hook a lot. So I think that was the difference.
Now, looks like Hoon got a little PTSD from Chicken's hooks, but who can blame him? Fried Chicken proves himself a legend this season, getting BC on that roam in just 2 weeks, definitely earning Employee of the Month. Now, being the jack of all trades, if BTK do end up going to M5, Rome will be the 3rd position Chicken conquered on the world stage. And that concludes our Stage 3 recap. As a reminder, Grand Finals is happening in less than a week, so book your tickets now if you haven't done so already. And if you don't know yet, Gosu General, the OG of NA, will be your special guest joining us at the offline event, so it's going to be a show you do not want to miss.
My fight. My moment. The battle for the trophy continues. find something in life that speaks to you, then you win that thing. 8 teams, the dream for each team, take their place on this trophy. Who's gonna win this baby and go on to M5? If you want to hoist this holy grail, then know this: you will never be forgotten. Now it's your moment. Come and get it. It lasts a lifetime. Welcome to Long Beach, California for the North America Challenger Tournament 2023 Fall Season Finals.
And we are live in Thunder Studio, Long Beach, California with some incredible fans from all over the world. Let me hear some excitement from the crowd. Woo! Let's go. And obviously, another person from other side of the world is our wonderful, beautiful, stunning Liz. How you doing, Liz?
I'm doing great, Dave. 36-hour transit from Asia to North America, but every moment is worth it with the best fans that anyone can ask for and this incredible community in North America. I am thrilled, surreal to be here right now.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the biggest, the greatest event in North America, Mobile Legend Bang Bang esports history yet. 4 teams in this venue this weekend battling it out. Only one team can make it out to Asia. Who would that be? Now, Liz, first of all, how are you enjoying United States so far?
Walking out, there is a sign of freedom. It is a very long journey, but not as long of a journey as our teams in North America have come so far.
Absolutely. Liz have gone through a very interesting journey all the way here, but NACT Fall Season also went through an interesting journey. Liz, why don't you go ahead and take us through the history?
You are right, Dave. So, 1 month ago, 96 teams came in through the open qualifiers, and 4 of NA's best rosters made it here with us today at the playoffs. At our final stop of the NACT journey, the 4 teams start fresh in the standard double elimination format, finding our ultimate champions to join the World Series. But there's more, Dave. A total of $19,000 and 250,000 diamonds await our players. So you are right. Definitely the biggest and greatest NACT so far.
Hey, don't forget the champion get to go to Asia for MPLI and M5 World Championship. I think that's a combined of $1 million prize pool that they're going to be fighting for. Not to mention a trip experience of the lifetime. We're going to be excited. And guys, you're here to watch the show this weekend, and Liz got the bracket for you, so you can pay attention to what match is coming up next.
All right, guys, so arriving at the pinnacle moment of NACT Fall, get ready for some thrilling actions matches tonight. First half of the show will be TOB versus Area 77, followed by BTK versus Avalon. The losers of the series will find themselves in the lower bracket, while the winners' semifinals will determine our first grand finalists for tomorrow's matches.
Ooh, that are a lot of exciting matches. Now, I want to watch every single one of them because every single team is here to win. Now, if you're here watching, we got something special for the audience. Take out your phone because it's giveaway time. That is right on the screen right now. It's going to be 40 codes that you can use to redeem your favorite skin. It's going to run out really fast. Usually it's take about 2 to 3 minutes, right, Liz?
You're right, Dave. I've been doing this all season. So as always, we have 40 giveaway codes listed on the screen. So pull out your phones and type in that code to be one of the 40 lucky winners. I mean, if you follow this show diligently by now, you should have gotten at least one of these amazing skins by now.
That's right. Use the code in the description right now to redeem your lucky skin. But hey, we also got some special guests from the Land of Dawn, Liz. Who is walking up to the stage right now?
Absolutely. From the Land of Dawn, these amazing heroes teleported into the arena, bringing the magic of Mobile Legends to life. First up, we have on the right side, Lolita with her hammer magic in the Halloween skin. Then, guess which hero this is?
It's Daroth's KOF skin, that's right.
Oh, the KOF skin walking into the arena.
He got the fire.
Then we have Ling's favorite therapist Angela joining us with her amazing costume.
Oh, look at the dolls in her hand. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
How many hours did it take to make that costume, Liz? I think it was like 4 months.
I believe it took her 48 hours to make that costume. So definitely our NA community are one of some talented bunch who mastered their craft. Last but not least, we have Matilda in that amazing skin. Her wand even glows.
That's right. There is glowing on her wand, guys. You know, I don't know how that works, but it looks cool. I want to hold that one after this. Yeah, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, you now see, we're going to welcome our cosplayers off the stage. You guys are awesome. Let's give them a round of applause. Woo! Now, with that being said, you've seen the community. How about let's hear a word from our players, because they're going to bring you some exciting matches today.
I think we definitely have what it takes. We've prepared a lot for this upcoming NACT playoffs, and as long as we don't underestimate our opponents and we play smart, I think we could.
The regular season was pretty great, but yeah, we don't really like get ahead of ourselves because what happened last time. We try our best and then never underestimate anyone.
I'm pretty confident. I know it. Even though we kind of had to like switch out people with Mar, me, Jules, Mercy, and all them, I want to win it. Want to go to Worlds. Want to go to MPL. All that type of stuff.
To win NACT this season, I believe we just gotta play our game, communicate better, be confident, and just have fun.
Ta-da! It's a magic trick. It's Dave Copperfield. That's right, in LA. And I'm all of a sudden on the caster's desk with two of the favorites, community favorites, Trex and Private. How you guys doing today, gentlemen?
I'm super hyped. You know, last couple NACTs, it was 2 teams, 1 day. Now we got 4 teams, 2 days from LA to Long Beach. I mean, what more can we ask for right now?
Yeah, that's right. The triple threat at it again here tonight. 4 teams, 2 days, $22,000 on the line, and a spot for MPLI, a spot for M5. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, because this ride is about to begin.
That is right. Now, you got a sneak peek from the team captains, right? The players from each team. But how about the entire roster coming at you hot from the elevator, from the spaceship, because they're ready for NACT.
Oh, yeah. I'm ready. And up front, we have the undefeated 2-time champions right here, BTK, and they're looking ready. They always have this look of seriousness on them. They're not scared to look you dead in the eye when they're facing you, and I'm hype about them. Right now, they are the defending champions of NACT Spring Finals, and this is their 3rd time qualifying for NACT playoffs.
Yeah, regardless of how the season goes, when it comes to the live stage, it is the house that BTK built, and they are basically the defending champions.
Now, when you look at a defending champion, they have the face of intensity, right? But what about their challengers, the Ohio Brothers, right? The team that didn't lose a single game in the regular season. Oh, they lost a small match.
They lost their last game. They lost their last game. But this is TOB, and as always, smiles, love. They just seem like a couple fun guys. Milo, the newest addition to this team. A lot of us have our eyes on them, and they are the 2nd time qualifying for NACT playoffs, previously known as Outplay. And right now, they have the fastest average match finish for NACT fall season in under 10 minutes, 9 minutes and 53 seconds against none other than BTK.
Yeah, not just with the addition of Mielo and Azia, but a completely different mindset for this team. Talking with them in the back, these guys are ready and focused. They know what it's like to come all the way to the top and just narrowly find a finish short.
Yeah, TOB is ready. I think BTK is ready, but what about the challengers, huh? What about the teams that you came here that's gonna bring us a show? Avalon is about to show you what it takes to take on the intensity as well as some clean games.
All right, now it looks like we're going to be taking a look at the one, the only, the 3rd place finishers for regular season. This is Avalon. Basic smiling, not something you see every day, but they also, you know, we've been seeing them. They look ready, they look hungry, and a couple of these players do have some stage experience. Right now, they have the fastest match win in fall season phase 1 with a 9 minute and 59 finish. Their team start basic got the only Savage during current NACT season. Not only that, but using Leslie?
Yeah, I mean, Basics has great reason to smile because while this is a brand new team here up into the top 4, these are not brand new faces. Many of them already have that live stage experience, have that confidence that you're gonna need to compete here at the top.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you've seen them in the previous NACTs, but what about the last challenger of the night, the Aliens, Area 77?
All right, beam me up, Dave, because the Aliens are definitely here. Area 77, some new faces, had one of the craziest lower bracket runs we have seen in NACT in a very, very long time. They beat the odds and secured the top 4, eliminating Knights of Fate. It was a sad day for a lot of us, but I am now a fan again, and this is their first time appearance in NACT playoffs.
Yeah, beat and then maybe kind of absorbed a little bit because Zero's going to be on their team as well. It's hard not to be a fan of the extraterrestrials after that last the online matchup they went against. Knights of Fate down, Avalon down, even taking a win over BTK, and hopefully trying to mimic that here tonight.
Definitely, Area 77 has brought us some exciting, exhilarating matches, but hey, we actually snatched our caster to ask about their predictions for this entire weekend. Not just match 1, but the entire weekend. Who's going to take it home all the way to Asia? Let's take a look.
All right, there it is. There it is. The world now knows. They've been asking all of us what it's going to be, and the predictions are out. These are what the 5 of us think we got. Private, give me some intel.
Well, I mean, I know last season I went with BTK, and this is still the house that BTK made, but it's going to be hard to make the same mistake again for the Ohio Brothers, so I have to narrowly give it to them.
I mean, it's definitely 50-50 in my eyes, but in my standing point, it's BTK just hasn't lost the Grand Finals in NA yet, and until someone dethrones them, they will continue to have my vote. As a lot of people like to say, Zane's just got that dog in him.
Yeah, you know what? I was looking at all the players. BTK still got the intensity, right? They got the focus. But at the same time, when I look at TOB, they're calm, they're collected. You see how they play in the last stages of the season. Really, really clean, fast games. But ladies and gentlemen, the first match of the day, TOB versus Area 77. Let's take a look at those stats.
Yeah, we're going to be taking a look at the stats. TOB versus Area 77. I think this is going to be an interesting game overall. And taking a look at it, there's a few things to point out. Yes, it does look like Area 77 stats are a little bit higher here. But the reality is they have a lot more longer games. TOB being very efficient, being very quick, whereas Area 77 had to fight for what they got here at playoffs. And you can definitely see that in their damage and gold.
Yeah, and when it comes to the rating, sometimes that can kind of fluctuate when you get into those longer games. And something to note there is that the rating still able to hang on to it is Area 77 to kind of get a little over on the Ohio Brothers. But, I mean, there's a big and vast difference between the play styles here.
Now, I just want to say, if you didn't notice the gold, Area 77 has about 20,000 extra gold. That just means they play longer games, right? We talk about TOB like to play clean games, short, fast, efficient, get it over with. They have the fastest game time, right, in the entire series so far. And Area 77, can their long, dragged-out late game strategy beat TOB? Let's find out.
So it's efficiency versus stamina right here. You know, who can last it out? Who can try to finish fast? TOB, the quick finishers. I like it. They're going to be able to pull this one off. And I mean, they do. They get it done, man. They do the job and they do it well. But Area 77 knows how to take it to the late game, like you said. And we've seen them do it. And we've seen them in those clutch situations, you know, as I like to say, put their big boy pants on. And they've showed up. They're here. So if they can, I'm definitely hyped to see how it's going to go.
Yeah, and the big news here is going to be the addition of Zero. What we saw from them at the last online was that Area 77 pulled out just this monster and surprise to a lot of teams. Are they going to be able to duplicate that here tonight, especially with a new patch on the horizon and so many different things that they can pull out?
All right, without further ado, guys, we're going to get into the first game draft between TOB and Area 77.
Yeah, first draft, Area 77 versus TOB. We got Martis and Paquito from TOB and Fanny from Area 77. I'm interested in how some of these bands, if they're going to change up, how things are going to go.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here is, especially when it comes to the fluctuation of how this meta has been, one of the players that comes out, Zero, who is able to play a fantastic amount of roles, heroes in those roles, and even ones that don't have to necessarily be boxed in by the meta. Ohio Brothers, I mean, everybody's got their eyes on them. Area 77, definitely the underdogs here, but definitely not meant to be underestimated here.
Definitely not underestimated at all, and taking a look at things, the Valentina now comes off. Area 77 knows, right? We don't want to give best player the Fanny. We don't want to have to do that, but I'm wondering what we're going to see for picks, right? There's so many meta changes. The Matilda is still open right now. It's been very hot. I'm talking to some of the players. Raph is a possibility. A lot of things, you know, just a lot of things out there overall. With TOB on the blue side, though, getting first pick, I feel like this is something they do very well on, especially against teams like BTK where they have a strategy, and I'm wondering how planned they are to go against Area 77. Are they going to try to steal anything? And also, you know, how is that going to affect the dynamic? Are we going to see some flex picks up front, or is game one just going to kind of be very simple?
I do like the focus on the Ohio brothers here, really trying to nail down DPR, try to see if maybe he has expanded that hero pool. We do know that Martis, he was able to get that Savage on it, and now Boxia taken off there. Right now, the meta is kind of favoring those really tanky and sustain type of heroes. We're still waiting on that last ban from Area 77. Like you said, Matilda's still out there, and I'm actually kind of curious because we have a lot of support roams out there that are still open.
All right, yeah, I mean, honestly, you have Matilda. We also have the Chang. So many support roams. The Assassin, it looks like they're just hard hitting into Hoon and Best Player right now, but I almost kind of like it because there's a lot still open. I'm wondering, are we going to see a first pick Matilda here? And the next question is it going to be Hoon or is it going to be Shark? Because that's also the question a lot of runs. Is it mid? Is it roam? There's the Matilda, so we are going to get to figure that out. Shark does get swapped up to us, so they kind of leaked that information a little bit early, but still, it could still get moved around. We know how flexible the Ohio brothers can be, and we know if they want to do something different, they can.
Yeah, and that's the intense part, especially with the Matilda pickup, and especially with some of the new items, that Flask of the Oasis. Matilda can just close the distance so much and just hone in on the back line without having to go through it, especially with that Circling Eagle and being able to take the team along with the Guiding Wind.
There goes the Fredrin pick, so a solid pick for DPR, and we've seen Poggy, aka DPR, all over the place, right? Like, I still feel like he hasn't really found his niche this season. In the past, we knew him as more of an assassin jungle. He's had to really kind of adapt. We even saw him pick out some picks like X-Borg, even the Roger here and there. He's not scared to test the waters, but this is playoffs, and they have to come with something up front and ready. And the Fredrin right now, with the recent revamps, utilities are kind of back. It feels solid.
Yeah, and really interesting about this is that Area 77 has a very heavy CC lineup. So that means that when Matilda goes into the back line, when she uses that Circling Eagle, I mean, you're going to be pretty much put into a coma with the amount of CC they already have with the first two picks. I mean, you're just talking about 4 abilities already being able to nail down the Ohio brothers. And then now picking up the Irithel for Area 77.
The Aerithel for sure. I mean, the Charizla, the Lancelot for TOB. Looking like, and then not to mention with the Matilda, a lot of movement on the side of TOB right now. Heavy rotations, heavy engage, heavy dive. They already kind of have an answer to this Aerithel. So now Area 77, I feel like we need something to slow them down. We need something to kind of maybe stun them up, stop them from getting to our back lines, because Aerithel is definitely going to be their major damage dealer here. So a lot of things comes down to how Area 77 is going to be able to stop them. Last phase of bans coming in. We have the Navario ban from the side of Area 77. We have the Angela ban from the side of TOB, and now the Yi from Area 77. So the mages and supports are getting taken off the table.
Yeah, and the big thing here is that we have a great setup on Area 77, where we have the tanky CC front line, which will allow the Irithel, especially with Marcuti, arguably one of the best marksmen here in North America. You give him time, you give him space, he is going to hurt your team, and that is what Area 77 is trying to set up here. However, what we're going to be looking for in the early game, where the Ohio brothers seem to shine, is with those rotations, able to get to the side lanes, able to get those picks onto him, to give Zia that time to create that gold lead that he needs to kind of finish them off in the mid.
Yeah, I mean, Marcuti has definitely been a monster, and it seems like Aerithel is slowly making its way up the ranks of like almost being S tier and things like that. Some might even debate it is S tier. It's definitely still on the table, and we're going to see some things like that now, because they first picked that. There's still tons of marksmen on the field, and I kind of like it against the Lancelot in a sense of because it can kite. There's some possibility there to dodge some of those punctures, to maybe even dodge the Thorn Rose or dodge the Phantom Execution, or get out of the way and just make it a little bit harder for TOB to keep up with it. To whereas any other marksman, you're pretty much a sitting duck when they want to try to dive onto you. Now Area 77, though, merciless. bringing in the Esmeralda.
And we've actually seen this triple fighter type of composition from Knights of Fate, who were eliminated by Area 77. Maybe a little bit of Zero play style leaking onto the rest of Area 77 with that very tanky composition that they have, but it looks like the OhioBrothers kind of exchanging that. They want mobility. They want that ability to kind of close the distance very quickly, and especially because the cohesion between a Matilda and a Lancelot, because that guiding wind acts like another dash, which gives Lancelot a free stack as long as he goes along with her.
All right, so TOB just like fully embracing the patch notes right now. We got the Ixia, we got Faramis back on the field, we got the Matilda, and whoa. Gushin. Gushin.
I don't think
that's a vibe.
Yeah, I was about to say there's no question on who's going to be picking up that Gushin. Zero always liking the flex that outside the box pool in that mid lane.
Literally, I was just talking to Hoonan. He's like, one of my worries about going up against Zero is he thinks very outside of the box, and it's either going to make it very easy or a huge problem. So let's see if Zero's outside of the box thinking with this Gushin can pull it off, right? So with his skills, he can get a lot of spread burst damage, a lot of AoE damage onto the onto the Netherrealm. Almost said Cult Altar. Onto the Netherrealm there. So I mean, there are some possibilities. He also has nice movement to maybe get away, or even chase down the Matilda, or chase down someone trying to get away. So in theory, on paper, the Gushin looks like it could be a possible clutch pick. It's just, can they pull it off?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to find out exactly that here. Game 1, here to set the tone for this NACT playoffs. It is going to be the OhioBrothers taking on Area 77.
All right, so let's set the storyline, everybody, because this is Area 77, the number 4 slot coming in, and they just got it, going up against the number 1 slot here. It's definitely a mountain to climb, but Area 77 does seem prepared. Let's take a look at some of these emblems. A whole lot of tenacity on the side of Area 77, from the Airthil, the Esmeralda, and the Edith, right? On the side of the OhioBrothers, a little bit of speed, a lot of quantum charges, plus the movement speed, and Zero already taking some damage.
Yeah, they are ready for those early rotations from Zero. They saw that pick, and they know exactly what he wants to execute in this early game, and they are trying to punish him for it.
Yeah, I mean, so that's going to send Zero back, right? We're already a little bit behind, and the OhioBrothers, as we know, like to be efficient. They like to push the envelope, and with a movement speed composition like this, with the Matilda, Area 77's going to have to be careful. You have the Lancelot, who's going to scale insanely if they're able to get that. So Area 77, I feel like the win condition is drag this out a little bit. Try not to die too much. We need to get Marcuti online. We need to be able to pull that off. Same thing with Zero. We haven't seen the Gushin a whole lot, but when we do see it and it scales, the damage is definitely insane. And with the magic burst plus the physical burst from Marcuti, it makes it hard for TOB to choose those items when that mid-game spike comes.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. The long game Area 77 feels most comfortable. Those tenacities are everything about this composition. The emblems, their play style is geared towards the late game, and that's what OhioBrothers are looking to kind of punish in the early. Still not much, a big respect for both of them. A little bit of the skirmish up at top in yellow. Between 3 members, might not be making it out of that. Zero gets the kill.
First blood in playoffs, going over to Area 77. I don't know if it's going to mean anything huge, but still not something a lot of us expected. Turtle now getting worked on.
Yeah, and that kind of sets the tone, especially when it comes. You're a man down for the Turtle. DPR gets the Turtle. Now we are in a skirmish. Area 77 pressing the gas to the OhioBrothers. Big Netherrealm there, and a penalty zone lands on the 2 members. Merciless able to kind of help the team escape there. No worse for wear. Still 1 death on the OhioBrothers.
Yeah, so 1-1 right now. Or no, DPR didn't take a death there? No, he got the turtle. DPR got the turtle. I thought that was the death symbol. No, so DPR takes turtle, plus they get the kill. The OhioBrothers falling a little bit behind. It's not a whole lot of gold. They have the Lancelot, like I said, they have the movement speed, so they're able to kind of keep up with this farm rate, even though Area 77 should, in a sense, maybe have more gold, but no. The OhioBrothers, always known for rotations, able to keep up. But Zero, the pressure is definitely there.
On the Hoon, and Hoon back backing off very smartly, trying to create that distance for best player to get in there. Zero in trouble, comes in, and that's going to be a wrap. 1-1 for the Ohio Brothers in Area 77.
Now that's something you sacrifice with the Gushin, right? You sacrifice a little bit of that escapability, a little bit of a fight over the litho, nothing too major. Don't think Area 77 is going to push it, but Zero's going to have to be careful. If he needs to engage, I think he needs to have somebody with him, or he has to know where every enemy is, because if best player continues to catch him like that, it's going to become a problem. Because what you want with this Gushin is to scale. You want the burst damage. You want to be able to blast through those Nether Realms and to blast through everyone else.
Well, what we've seen from, especially when it comes to a team like the Ohio Brothers, they're not going to be making the mistakes of kind of putting themselves out. Or actually, as we talked about that, DPR and Mark Uden, this is just what I was talking about. The spacing with it, they're always on alert for some of those ganks, especially in the early game. Zia does a masterful job, even when he's behind. And we can see that here in this first opening 4 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, so far, things are at a standstill, man. Area 77 holds the ever so slightest lead, but we're creeping into that 5-minute mark, right? We're creeping into a couple more items are getting locked in. And this second and third turtle are definitely going to be crucial. I think this could be where the action happens.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and start good positioning for Area 77. DPR lonely working on it. They don't have vision on this mid bush. Jules Cootie coming in, Zero. They do have a lock in. A big stun onto Hoon. Is there going to be a DPR? Gets a turtle. Hoon is down as well. That's one down for the Ohio Brothers and a turtle for Area 77. They're continuing on. Yellow gets to the safety of his tower.
Listen, I thought Area 77 was a little worried about how DPR was going to perform with those red trees, but right now he's on point. I know it's only the first two turtles, but still, Mark Cute in trouble.
Yeah, that's two members there doing a great job of jumping. Super Shark narrowly able to get those last hits off to get a kill. 2-2 tied up.
A little more action though. Zero in a bad spot.
Yeah, Zero comes in between three members. That's not where you want to be. Zia getting the kill there. Now they're trying to go on to Jules Cutie, who is going to go ahead, try to defend and clear out these minions. Still not a lot of macro for both players. Basically, a few jabs out there to set the tone for this 5 minutes.
All right, so 3-2. Area 77 leading still by a very small gold lead. But honestly, in my book, man, I'm still a little rough with the Ixia, right? Like, how is she going to really scale? We still don't have that much information on her just because she hasn't been picked all that much, but we know how Aerithal scales. We know the damage, plus you bounce it up with the heavy crossbow, you get the splash damage, and that helps deal with the Nether Realm as well. So if Area 77 can keep this pace, I want to almost give late game to them.
Yeah, and as we're talking about that, you can already see Zia doing a great job kind of chipping down that tower. A little bit of the cutting, a lane up at the top, and you can see that Merciless already, both XP laners doing a great job in each other's jungle and cutting up those lanes. Big respect for both of these teams, I want to say, because you're being very patient and pacing when it comes to a lot of these engagements.
Most definitely. Now things have kind of come back to stillness. Neither team's forcing everything, but the Ohio Brothers still always trying to claim this river, right? They're always hanging out on the mid side and Shark.
Ooh, circling Eagle, and he gives up on it, and Jules Cutie comes in. Definitely not able to get anything just yet, and unfortunately we have our first pause.
Can we talk about that Matilda revamp? The fact he can just do the full-on drive-by, man. He's just like, woo, I'm out of here. I mean, no problems at all, can bounce around everybody and then escape. So it's not only an engagement, it's one of the perfect escape mechanisms you could ask for, while being able to kite and do damage. So I mean, this is something that I think is going to be huge throughout the rest of these playoffs, this Matilda pick, right? And how is it going to scale too? If someone wants to put it in the mid lane, things like that, I'm excited for it.
Yeah, and not just that, but like we have some item revamps as well, and then the addition of the new item, the Flask of the Oasis, which just gives her way more, I was going to say lethality, but defense for her team. She's just so much that she can do, especially with those guiding winds, to get her team out of harm's way or put them into it with a very fast engagement.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be interesting, right? I think right now, though, taking a look, as I said, Area 77, the only problem is Zero. I think that could be an issue because Hoon, like the Fermis, you never expect it, but the damage does start to get there, right? Like the burst damage, the spread, and it can be huge. Plus you get those pulls. So if Zero continues to fall behind, it could be the saving grace for the Ohio Brothers right here because like I said, that mid lane, it can start to pack a punch even in the late. So as long as he plays well, which we know Hoon always does, if he can get a crazy Shadow Stampede, if he can get a crazy grab, you pair it up with Super Shark, you pair it up with Milo, I definitely think some things could happen for the Ohio brothers. But at only 6.5 minutes in, 5 deaths over the whole board, it's definitely hard to tell right now.
Well, the interesting thing here is at the engagement, you can see a great job by Area 77, great positioning on the map. They're able to look out, they catch Hoon rotating in and are able to take him down. So you take out that Nether Realm very early in the fight, and it's just no longer an option for them. Not only that, but then DPR doing such a great job. I mean, some interviews with him before, he knew that he had to diff best player if he wanted to succeed in this NACT.
Not only that, I mean, so we have that comment. He's got a diff best player. That's his only option, right? And he knew the games today. So he's like, listen, like he knows best player is going to be one of his hardest challengers, but it's like, that means I got to beat him, right? That means I got to do it. And then Hoon, on the other hand, thinks that Zero is going to be his biggest challenge, but also it could be his easiest. So right now, those both, I mean, just two major storylines going through both of these teams. And just, I feel like a lot of line, even though it's only game 1, like TOB, if they lose this, it's huge. Area 77, if they win this, it is huge, right? But either way, for a game 1, there's definitely a lot on the line.
Ooh, narrowly getting out of harm's way there as we are jumping back into the action here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, now jumping back in Area 77, Turtle back up. 6 minutes, 40 seconds. DPR going to try to claim this again. Will he go 3 for 3?
Yeah, you can see best player definitely not wanting to be hesitant again. A big penalty zone lands onto the side. Yellow takes out Zero. That is 1 down for Area 77. Setting up. The Ohio brothers do not want to give up this last turtle. Down to grab. DPR captures himself within the fray of the Ohio brothers. It doesn't matter. He says, this turtle is mine.
Ooh, is he able to find Marcuti, though? 1v1 in the bot lane. That can be huge. But someone's starting to catch my eyes, Private, and that's Merciless.
Yeah,
we just saw him in the face of 3 people. And yes, the Esmeralda, its laning phase is a little rough, but he's getting to a point where it could become a problem.
Yeah, and he is trying to defend this tower. Not going to be any work there. Zia actually started to get up. Oh, yeah, very right, but Super Shark always in a great position. It's no wonder he is the #1 roam in North America. Always there and always ready to support the team.
I mean, but with the Esmeralda, it's exactly what they need, right? Whereas Milo, on the other hand, you have these big engages, you have some CC there, and you have damage. The Esmeralda, it's going to create space, and if Merciless can do that correctly, it can open up space for Zero and for Marcuti, because Zero's having a heck of a time right now. They are just targeting him down. They literally left Turtle just to go grab him real fast, then came back to Turtle. Luckily, DPR able to still get it, and that is probably one of the things that's really keeping Area 77 in the groove of things. They haven't gone behind like 2-3K gold yet. They're able to stay in there getting some of those neutral objectives. So now, with no more turtles, Lord's going to be coming 45 seconds. Can Area 77 try to turn the tide?
This is just amazing because Super Shark definitely didn't see them go into there, but just his presence on the map already knew that there was something waiting for him in the name of 2 members of Area 77. He just does such a great job of getting that distance without putting himself into harm's way. Speaking of which, best player, a little bit of tippy tap there with the Thorned Rose, catches 3 members, but no worse for wear as both teams reset on the map.
Yeah, I feel like they need to try to get a kill on Zia soon, man, because Zia's 2-0-1, and now with Marcuti down to 0 kills, that win condition that Area 77 had is starting not to look as good, to whereas Zia on this Ixia, which a lot of us still are questioning, I mean, it looks good right now. The damage is there. You saw the damage it was putting on to Merciless earlier on the Esmeralda, who's a bulky hero. Definitely going to be interesting.
Ooh, we do have a little bit of engagement. Out comes the guiding win, but it doesn't look like the rest of the team are ready just yet. Good positioning by Area 77. As soon as they saw it, they didn't take the bait. They backed up into their tower and got to a safe position.
Most definitely Lord up. DPR going to come in quickly. Area 77 not going to waste any time, and I think it might not be a bad play, but wait a second, in the backside.
Into the deep line, Zero in a little bit of trouble. Best player has locked his sights on, takes him out. But here at the mid, Merciless, we were just talking about it. Oh, we do have the Nether Realm is out, and the Circling Eagle is out as well. Zia finds a tower on the other side. Marcuti in trouble, taking some damage, but now in a bad way between 3 members. Mielo, is he going to be able to find and escape? It doesn't look like it. You can see Marcuti with the heavy crossbow putting on the deeps to Mielo, and that's going to be all she wrote. 5-6 in favor of the Ohio brothers.
Marcuti the Magician pulls off another one, able to make a couple members of TOB disappear right there. coming up, even with 2 deaths. He knew the moment, they waited for it, they had it, and this is gonna be a first Lord over to the side of Area 77.
Yeah, who would have thought this was the way the first game was gonna go? Ohio Brothers, a little bit of a struggle against Area 77, but we were talking about this. This is like kind of a new team. They have the new blood in their systems. They are ready to perform here, and especially with their first visit to the live stage.
I like it, man. I mean, Area 77 showing up right now. It's game number 1. We just started today. TOB on the back foot, but we can't cut them out, right? They definitely have play potential. They have 5-man fight potential. They have macro potential. They have a lot of opportunities. Area 77, just like they always do, coming up clutch in certain team fights. And when they tip these scales, they normally do get some good things out of it. So can they take a few towers here? Can they make this count?
Yeah, we're going to find out. This is the first Lord, non-luminous, not usually a huge threat. You can see TOB, great job. They're going to go ahead and stop it before it's even able to put hands on the mid tower. But Area 77, great positioning, going to go ahead and clean up a top tower for their efforts.
Along with the bottom, so Merciless going to also try to bully down on this bot side another tower. Don't think they're going to be able to get it. TOB onto him a little bit too fast, but I don't think anyone can really kill Merciless right now unless they get a huge stun. Zia definitely a threat, but Merciless feels comfortable about it. Oh!
Yeah, big knockup lands on the 3 members, and they are in trouble the entirety. Area 77 comes in, 0, gets a kill onto Zia. There, Super Shark finds a kill onto Jules, Cutie, and down goes the Ohio Brothers. Only 2 left. It's Yellow and Best Player trying to fend off this assault from Area 77. Down comes the Appraiser's Wrath. Hoon still up at the front line. They are trying to punish Area 77. Best Player in trouble, and he goes down to Cutie. What a fight for Area 77.
Ding, ding, ladies and gentlemen. Beam me up, because the aliens have landed. It's 9-8 right now, and Area 77 leading at 4,000 gold. 12 minutes in, they're cracking the towers. They're coming for the inhibitors. This is just game 1, and they look good. Cutie able to kite around right now and just continuously output damage, and it feels like the Ohio Brothers just can't get to him right now. They just can't get the finishing hit. Yes, there's a lot of damage from Milo, but Best Player also just having trouble bobbing and weaving through. And not to mention Jules Cutie switching to the roam position right before playoffs. Definitely getting some solid sets in right now. He's 1-1 and 6 assists, over half of all the kills he is involved in.
Yeah, and it's almost kind of like a different DPR that we've seen. Usually he tries to be in there, be the playmaker, get those kills, but he is very satisfied just getting that tankiness, getting that CC in there for the team. And this has been providing them with enough sustain to allow Cutie to do that damage, to allow Merciless to get in there. And it is punishing the Ohio Brothers.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, Area 77, with the lead they have, they feel confident, they look good in the fights. Even when the Ohio Brothers try to turn the tables, it just feels like Area 77's composition is winning out right now. Like when it just comes to raw output versus raw output, they are winning out in these team fights. And with this gold lead now, as long as they take this slow, they could do better. But Jules.
Yeah, Zia actually gets a quick kill there, and then we do have the Netherrealm is out. You can see Zero get taken out by Best Player. Things moving forward for TOB. Merciless actually finds a kill onto Zia in the back of the Appraiser's Wrath, plus some damage is going to be able to finish off Mielo. That is 2-2 deaths there, and that's going to be possibly a Lord for Area 77.
Mercy, mercy, mercy. 2-1 and 7 right now. But let's talk about DPR2. 0 deaths, and on a Fredrin, that can be a problem. The damage is just not messing with him. He's sitting in the middle of 5 members, exorbitant, tanking it, eating it up right now, and Area 77 are ready to dish it back. They take another Lord. How many inhibitors can they crack here?
Yeah, we're taking a look. Right now, we're at the 14-minute mark. A lot of items coming on for a lot of these players right now.
I mean, definitely a lot. With the items on the board, let's take a look at Cutie, because he has definitely been a star. He's got that Wind of Nature, and we talked about the kiting, right? We talked about the ability to reposition yourself and move around while shooting, and you add the Wind of Nature on top of that, it just becomes a killing machine, because even when Milo tries to jump on him, even when Best Player tries to puncture in on him, he's able to pop the Wind of Nature, move around, keep on dropping bombs, and that right there is the condition that's winning them this game for sure. Merciless as well, able to continuously buy time along with DPR.
Yeah, big damage coming onto that bottom turret as they are chunking down the Lord. Meanwhile, at top, you can see Area 77 trying to push their agenda. Mark Cutie in trouble, getting bursted down. Yellow finds the killing blow. There are still 5 members on the board for the Ohio Brothers, looking to clear out the lanes.
That is huge for the TOB, able to finally find Mark Cutie there. I think he needs to slow down a bit, because if he gets caught off like that at an important point, like when a Lord is coming or a little bit later in the game when that death counter turns to 40 seconds, it's GG's for Area 77. They have to keep Mark Cutie alive.
Yeah, and that's what happens in a lot of these games is where, Yellow does use that penalty zone. They're not going to have that for a few seconds. In comes an engagement, big pop. Zia goes down. That's a lot of damage taken off the board. NetherRealm is out, and they are chasing down the Ohio Brothers. They don't want to take away this advantage. You can see Zero comes in there. Big sword rose, lands on the Zero, takes him out. Best player doing a great job of even getting the kills on the back foot.
They don't have Mar. I will say trading Zero for Zia, a decent trade there, but they could have taken the Zero kill and backed off. I mean, they could have taken the Zia kill and backed off. Without Mar, that chase, not really worth it. So, yes, it was a good play by Area 77, but I think they went a little overboard there. And I think, once again, slow it down. TOB, on the other hand, like, what do they do here, right? They're having trouble. I think they need to, like, maybe set some more traps, be a bit more prepared. They need to use Super Shark and use Milo to get to that back line. And I think Best Player needs to not get involved in these fights and make sure he's there when the Retry matters.
Yeah, I mean, this just kind of proves, especially with a team that is as experienced as the Ohio Brothers, they are just so dangerous no matter what angle you are coming from. Even if you are chasing them down the lane with a kill in your pocket, you're still going to have to be watching out for somebody like Best Player who could turn it around and get that damage. And, actually, we're going to go ahead and check a bush. Big pop-up lands onto him. Best Player in a little bit of trouble. Circling Eagle is out. Shark, look at all that shield onto him. Zia finds the kill onto Zero. Now that a little bit still on the back foot. It comes out. Zero chunking down the rest of Area 77. Gandhi win comes out to bring the Ohio Brothers to within spitting distance, and they are handling it. 3 down for Area 77. Mark Cutie and Merciless alone to try to defend it. Big, a falling Star Moon comes in for Merciless. Doesn't do a lot of damage there, but look at this 5-man monster of the Ohio Brothers waiting here. Circling Eagle comes onto Merciless, and Shark gives up on it. Mark Cutie, they're going to go ahead and try to put some damage on into this mid tower. Look at them chunking it down. This might be it. Death timers are a little low, though, so they're going to go ahead and reset.
Minions on base right there. TLB has to reset, right? But Area 77 just take a huge loss, and I know what Zero was trying to do, right? We're trying to pop that Cult Altar a little bit earlier, but in the end, it bites them in the butt, and they might just lose. They're definitely going to lose this Lord here. DPR not even in there. Best Player going to be able to secure it, and now Area 77 on the back foot. They lost their gold lead. Everything's been equalized. We're 18 minutes in. Can Area 77 defend this? I got a feeling that they can, as long as they don't make any huge mistakes.
Yeah, and that is kind of the question here when it starts coming as when all the pressure that we've seen the Ohio Brothers under, all they need is a mistake. Area 77, you said it. They need to slow down. They need to get their wits about them. Oh, Mielo coming in here to a rapid push between 3 members of Area 77. Hoon on the outside. A big flicker play comes in, pops up DPR. You can see him taking a lot of damage there. On the side there, Super Shark comes in with that guiding win. Another immortality has been popped for Jules Cutie. Zia with the kill on under his belt. In comes Best Player with that fast executor. You can see Zia with that ultimate chunking down the rest of Area 77. Lord has been taken down, but there is only 2 members left for Area 77. Big penalty zone lands on the Mark Cutie, and that's going to be a wrap. Game 1 goes to the Ohio Brothers.
So it looks like the efficiency and the stamina goes to the side of TOB in game number 1. Just able to really hold that out. Even at a 3-4K deficit, they keep their cool, they keep their calm, they wait for the moment to strike, and they take it.
Yeah, I mean, an exciting game by them. I mean, I'm going to say probably a big collective sigh by the team there. A little rocky there in the beginning, but as we've seen in the regular season, the Ohio Brothers, just this machine. If you make a mistake, if you make a misstep, they are going to be there to close the distance and close the game.
Yeah, I mean, Area 77, though, there's still a spark of hope there. I think there was just some mistakes in the end game. They had a huge lead. They had 3-4K gold lead. They needed to take it slow, but they continued to try to push those fights. Zero continued to try to take something. I want more. I want more. I want more. And in the end, that's what kind of caused them the loss there. Dave, what do you think?
Dude, I was watching the game from the backstage. Dude, the combo of Mathilda and Exia, you know, atop of the Faramis. I think it was a triple pull on the bottom side when it saved Azia. That entire game, it just shows the craftsmanship, the details TOB brings to the table. But here, we got some stats.
Yeah, taking a look at the stats, the Ohio Brothers win out 18 to 12 kills, 18 minutes and 59 seconds. Let's take a look at Shark here. 3, 2, and 12. Only took 2 deaths, tied up with Hoon, both of them the dynamic duo in the mid lane, right? I mean, they've been a monster. They work together, but Super Shark, you mentioned it, Dave, the mechanics behind Matilda right now, and the way that TOB were using it so well. And Area 77 tried to clear out that Lord kind of earlier in the mid lane, and I think that was a bad mistake because as we mentioned from the very beginning, the speed and the mobility of TOB, there's no kiting, like there's no getting away. You either need to have the Wind of Nature, you need to have a way to go through the fight, or they're going to dog you down.
Right, absolutely. As you see, you didn't hear private there, but he was pretty enthusiastic, actually, with his explanations about how Zia played Axia. Again, I think that's a highlight of the match. Initially, it seemed like they were struggling, because Esmeralda was giving a lot of trouble. You guys mentioned Merciless was definitely a force to be reckoned with. But ladies and gentlemen, I think the second game draft is about to start. Now, obviously, with the first game, you see the creativity coming out with the Mathilda, Axia, you know, the repositioning for the ultimate, and obviously Axia been doing so much damage now. It's like a Layla, but on steroids.
There was like a point where Zia flickered, also caught Matilda, and like it was just the barrage literally just like goes all the way across the map from like orange buff jungle into mid lane. Yeah. Definitely something. And once the damage got there, the Ixia was definitely a problem private.
Yeah, and just the mobility of it. I do want to say it does seem like it kind of got caught. I mean, we had the great support games when it comes to Hoon on the Faramis, what he was doing there, Matilda, Super Shark, well, how he played there. But ultimately, I feel like it was just that pressure. And when it came to that late game, I feel like Area 77, a few missteps that really kind of cost them. But are they going to go ahead and be able to kind of make up for that here in the second game?
Yeah, right off the bat, you can see Marta's being banned out once again. Are we going to see the Boxia ban, right? Obviously, the Marta's ban is respect ban. We all know what DPR can do with that character in this specific match. Even the last game with the Fredrin, I think he really upped the Fredrin game with the retries.
Bro, his Fredrin was on point, and I think it's if Area 77 wants to pick that again, I think it's very solid up front. I think they need to get rid of that Matilda. Or they need to take it for themselves, but then does best player take Fredrin? Because honestly, the Lance on best player didn't feel too crazy. There was some pressure in the early game, but still it wasn't like the deciding factor of the game in my book. Honestly, the one who turned that game around for me was Zia. Zia and Shark, essentially. Milo also with some insane plays on the Trizla. So I'm wondering if all these targets from Area 77 going towards best player may be a little wasted? Like maybe try to ban the Trizla, try to ban the Matilda, kind of switch things up a little bit, especially because this is match point, essentially.
Yeah, match point for them, but like I said, I want to say a lot of that early game, it wasn't just the matchup between best player and DPR, it's that the team was giving him the distance he needed to be able to get those retries, to be able to get those Appraiser's Wrath combinations, to get those turtles. So it wasn't just him versus best player, it was him versus the whole of Area 77 as they were kind of creating that zonage.
Private, I think you hit a nail on the head right there. Because when we see the entire TOB this season, I mentioned craftsmanship details, right? I mean, we saw the combos they pulled off in the last game. And now when you're banning best player, because you know the entire team kind of try to circle around that, you don't want to give him the fan, you don't want to give him the Ling. You know what they can do with Angela. We saw the cosplayers on the stage. You know, it's kind of crazy out there. So obviously going to ban that away. And obviously our last ban, Valentina.
Yeah, I mean, so again, it's literally the same bans as last time. We're banning out Best Player, we're banning out Hoon, but they are going to pick up the Basha this time instead. And I like it, especially because TLB banded out the Matilda, right? Because they don't want to give that to Area 77. And we're starting to see their prio over it. So I think for TLB throughout the rest of this playoffs, it is either first pick, first ban for them, depending on whether they're on blue side or red side, right? And Area 77, fine, you want to ban that. All right, we're going to pick up the Basha now, and this is something we also haven't gotten to see a lot. And it's strong, man. You have movement speed. It deals with a lot of other utility tank jungles very well as well. It melts down through that. So I think it's very solid. I'm excited to see how DPR handles this, because it's not something we see him on all the time.
Yeah, and it's obviously something they scouted out, because in the first draft, they banned it out immediately within the first ban. So they definitely have it on their minds. They know there's something up about it. With that Tortoise Puissance, you can be able to burst down a lot of those objectives so quickly. And so if you get that positioning fast, if you get that positioning first, there's not going to be a lot of time for the Ohio Brothers to close the distance to try to counter it.
Oh, the Angela.
Yeah, that's...
Oh man, that comes out early. You know? What are you gonna combo with Angela on? Are we gonna see a hyper
Whatever you want.
Yeah, whatever you want.
Whatever you want.
We might even see a double roam. This might be an Angela mid, right? With a double support. You get a hyper carry somewhere there in the marksman or in the jungle position.
I mean, we've been seeing TLB do it nonstop, right? Like we just saw it. We just saw double support mid essentially. We saw the Fermis and we saw the Matilda. So I wouldn't be surprised if Hoon played this or if Shark played it. Either way they want to do it, TLB does have that flexibility to pull it off. Area 77, other than the Basha, keeping things similar. Merciless had a great game on the Esmeralda right now. They do, though, need to worry about Zia, because yes, the Esmeralda's tough, but right now I think with the marksman that Zia likes to pick, he can shred through that.
Yeah, and the thing about Angela is it really doesn't matter. And then that was kind of the point you guys were hitting. I mean, Angeling, Angelance, there's reasons that those things are usually uttered out there. It doesn't matter what you put her onto. It can be lethal because she can be effective from anywhere. And that's what you see in a lot of these supports is when they can, even with Florin, who's able to use that bloom from anywhere on the map as well. Best Player did play a decent game, maybe not as effective as we've seen him in the past during the regular season, but I have a feeling that when you have that Hearts guard, nowhere is going to be safe for you.
See, the thing about having Angela on your team, it creates a psychological pressure for your opponents, right? They have to think, oh, I'm going to gank this Mielo on the Teresa on the side lane. He's already kind of tanky, but what about the hard guard? What about the shield on top of it? You know, that can just pop up anytime. Now, we also interviewed the team for Team TOB. They were talking about how they use the hard guard. They're pretty methodical on, oh, we want to get the best out of this ultimate. We don't want to ult random people. And somehow you want to just give that, you want to just see the little arrow on your head. Be like, oh, is this guy going to ult? Is he not going to ult? And you just like all confused and they just destroy you on the side.
Most definitely, and I mean I feel like they could give it to just about anybody. Especially knowing Hoon, knowing Shark, they're gonna know who to give it to at the right time. And Milo could use it, especially on a Charizla. Best Player can use it on the Lance, and whatever Zia ends up picking, it's also viable there. So it's definitely just a solid pick for the team, especially because of how cohesive TOB is as a whole unit, and any single one of them could make the play at any time. So it just feels like a hero that works with TOB so well. But Area 77 with the Tortoise, right? With the Aerithal, they do have the burst damage, they do have the chip damage, they do have some answers to possibly get through that. So excited to see what they pick next. The Ohio Brothers banding out more supports with the Kaja and the Raph. Area 77 this time, we're going to lock in on Zia.
Yeah, very interesting. Just a very support-centric round of bans from the Ohio Brothers. Definitely not looking to add any more sustain to Area 77's repertoire of big, tanky, sustainy fighters. And especially with how it was working so well for them last game, in the early game. I love that Mark Cutie is confident. He didn't see anything wrong with his pick. A few missteps cost them that game, but he's still confident in his pick, and he's going to go ahead with it in the second round.
I like the draft coming out from TOB right now. Yes, you got an Irothel, but look how tanky TOB is. Now, finishing up to polish the entire draft, they got carry. If your front line comes in, if we get to the late game, you would like to play the late game, sure, let's do it, right? Let's see who has the stronger late game. And there's no better carry than carry in the late game. The Boxia jumps in, he stuns somebody, he's like, oh, 1.5 second stun with a recent buff, but then, next thing you know, he's the one going back to the black and white screen. He's the one that's, waiting for 20 seconds if it comes up again. Right, so carry is just a great pick, like TOB's draft.
Not only that, and it pairs up, again, it's another one that pairs up well with the Heart Guard. Heart Guard goes really good against up close and personal heroes, and Carrie doesn't have the best range. She's got a very close range for a marksman. She wants to get in your face, and you had that with the stun coming from the Angela. Imagine a Carrie just firing off shots and then stunning the next person as well. But Area 77 fires back with, I personally like these picks, man. You have the Franco. You're going to stop that lance in its tracks. If Carrie wants to get close, it better be careful. And then we get someone to stay in the backside to really just continue to poke away. And I like this on Zero because last time the Gushin just felt too aggressive.
Yeah, and this is going to give him a lot of that distance. We already know the mechanical ability of a Zero. Mix that with a Navaria, with the sniping ability they have. That's going to mean a lot of trouble before you even start a lot of these fights. The only problem is she doesn't do great into assassins. Best player might be able to zoom through the entire team, close that distance on her, but I assume you're going to have that Franco there waiting for it.
Ooh, as we finish the both sides draft, ladies and gentlemen, this is match point for the Ohio Brothers before it goes to the winners grand finals. Are we going to see a full 3 match, or is it going to be a 2-0 stomp from the defending, should I say defending champion for the regular season? Because they're #1, right? The defending crown, we will find out. Let's get into game 2.
It's debatable. Debatable, Dave. It's debatable.
Yeah, game 2 here right now, all on the line for Area 77. I mean, the first game, it wasn't exactly like a steamroll. There was a lot of fight in Area 77. A few changes here right now with this composition to see if they can better execute their plan. And already a lot of pressure onto Zia early in the game.
You know, something we didn't talk about very much, Minotaur. And when I take a look at TOB's draft, right? Everything looks very solid, and then best player is kind of the wild card here, right? Like we have Zia, who's up close and personal. You have this Minotaur who wants to set up for that. You have Hoon on the Angela, who also wants to jump into Zia, jump into Milo, or jump into best player. Then you have Milo, who's also up close. We're kind of divey here. We kind of want to bring things together, get these knockups, get these stuns, and let Zia do the damage. But then best player, picking that up early, gives some flexibility into I can get to the back line. I don't really need to stick with my team here if I don't want to. I have the way to move around, try to get to Zero, try to get to Marcuti. So I definitely like the composition that the Ohio Brothers have brought.
Yeah, and you can see a little bit more focus this time onto that gold lane. They know what they were up against last time, especially when it came into the mid-game. DPR dives under tower. That is Zia in a little bit of trouble right now. DPR cutting off his assist. That's going to be a clean kill onto Zia. Supershark still in trouble here. DPR maybe linked. Zero with the snipe.
Oh my God, they came into this game planning that. They had to. You don't go for a 4 or 5 man Goldman gank without thinking, hey, we're going with plan B today, all right? This is game number 2. You guys know the plan, right? Everyone goes down, gets the kill on a Zia, and then Zero. This is what I want to see. Yes, I love the Gushin, it's spicy, but you got aim, and he just took him out.
Yeah, just when he thought it was safe. I was talking about, you know, perhaps Lance, best player with that Angela combination, with them not being safe under the tower. But Area 77, right from the get-go, already proving they have a plan of attack under towers as well. DPR starting off on this turtle. It's just Supershark giving them a vision. Great positioning by Merciless in the back. Comes in, doesn't land with that falling Star Moon. And a flicker by Jules Cutie is going to get him out of there, but more than enough time for DPR to claim that turtle.
Yeah, I mean, it works so well, right? You get the hook, you stall them, you make everyone go for Jules Cutie, but while this is happening, DPR's doing his job. He's getting the turtle. They've already got 2 kills, and this time we're 2.5 minutes in, and it's a 1,000 gold lead for Area 77. This is insane. The Ohio Brothers normally have one of the best laning phases than any other team.
Oh, yeah, as we're talking about that, Marcuti in a little bit of trouble. In comes a beautiful suppress, and that is going to be able to secure an escape for Area 77.
That was clutch. That was so much more clutch than anyone can really think of. Like, because if Marcuti went down there, it starts to even out the pace. TOB starts to get a little bit of a comeback for Zia, but now he just has to go back to base. He doesn't take a death. Let's take a look at some of the items. On the side of Zia, he does pick up boots. Marcuti only picks up the first pair, picks up the leg plates to get a little bit of defense, and it looks like we're going straight into... I forget.
I mean, I want to say a little bit of a lead right now. DPR definitely having a better time when it comes to kind of chunking down that to get that farming done right. A little bit of a struggle for the Ohio Brothers right now. Big hook lance for Jules Cutie. In comes DPR from the flank. Not too much caught there. Ooh, nice little vision. Shark in a great position to protect Zia.
You know, I didn't even think about this. With a lineup that Area 77 has, that Astral Echo, that vision that they're going to get every so often is going to be so crucial because you have Jules on this Franco who's going to get the hooks. You have Zero as these long hits. You have Merciless who wants to get flanks. And you have Marcuti who just wants to stay safe, right? So having that vision on a team that's like TOB, that likes to move, that likes to try to throw out baits, that likes to try to flank, it is going to be so huge for Area 77 in these upcoming fights as we creep into the mid, as we creep into the late. Area 77 still leading about 800 gold right now. We're 4 minutes in. It's 2-0, and it's a match point for TOB. Can Area 77 even the playing field?
I mean, when it comes to this early game, actually great positioning by Niello here. DPR doesn't realize it. In comes best player. A few dashes in. Down comes the penalty zone. Best player captures the turtle. A little bit of a skirmish here right now. Best player finds the kill onto DPR. A big pop-up lands onto Niello. Down goes Merciless. That is 2 down for Area 77. Heartsguard is out, and the TheOhioBrothers getting away like thieves in the night.
They reverse the tides, flip the table. The TheOhioBrothers take the gold lead now, 800 to their side. Second turtle goes to them, and now feels like they've gotten their groove. They had a little trouble with that early game gold lane gank, but now it's like, okay, yeah, you got over on us. You pulled a fast one, but we're still here to play. And as you know from last game, we know how to come up even at a gold deficit.
Yeah, and a lot of pressure now right now. TOB starting to lay claim. Some flags planted in enemy jungle. DPR chunked very low, 10%. Best player has him on the sights. Oh, Thorn Rose misses. DPR's gonna be able to get Tortoise Boosters activated. But on the back, Zero finds a kill onto best player. That sniping of fingers are not done yet. Marcuti finds a kill onto Super Shark, and just like that, Area 77 turns the tables.
Zero's coming in clutch, man. Zero is coming in clutch. The snipe shots are on point, and DPR, he almost got taken out there, was able to jump over, get past best player. Hoon tries to get the final shot on him, even flickers in, but by then it's too late. Best player's in too deep of territory because he doesn't get DPR. He has to stay too long, and the snipe shot finds him. Let's take a look at some of this gold. Oh, I missed it.
Missed the opportunity, but I mean, both teams, being very patient here. A little bit of a lead right now. Oh, we have a second chance.
Thank you so much. Now, taking a look at Zia, taking a look at Marcuti. Zia does have a slight lead here, right? And those are the heroes we really want to keep an eye on. As we know, Zia and Marcuti, they both can be the game changers for their team, so those are the people we want to watch. It does look like Marcuti went into the Haas Claws, going to have a little bit more sustainability. That means going to have some crit damage, going to have a bit more speed. So that's why I didn't recognize that, because the build changed when they revamped the Haas Claws. So I was like, wait, what are they going into? Is that Scarlet Phantom? The Scarlet Phantom's not a thing anymore.
Yeah, and right now, best player captures another turtle. Now DPR in a little bit of trouble. In a bad way between 3 members. Heartsguard is out onto best player. Down goes a DPR. Yellow finding the last hit there. But you can see on the other side, Marcuti not trying to waste time, still able to find a tower for Area 77.
Yeah, but it looks like Zia might be able to respond and take one themselves. Not only that, the TheOhioBrothers closing in onto the mid side. Merciless being as nuisance as always, has only taken 1 death, but the damage from Zero is getting out of control. DPR's been having a lot of trouble though, Private. Like, it feels like for as tanky as Basha should be, he's getting chipped down kind of quickly. He's getting burst down. I don't know if it's because his team's just not there and he keeps getting caught off alone, or what the deal is.
Well, Boxia does have a lot of tankiness. When it comes to the early game, a lot of the tankiness is geared. We have a little pop-up on the DPR. Now, the TheOhioBrothers have stated claim. They want this purple buff and they want to refuse it. I'm actually not even sure. They actually were able to steal it from DPR. He's not letting it go though, still trying to protect this mid tower. The rest of TOB, 4 strong here at mid, and that's going to cost Area 77 a tower here. Oh, big hook lands, but best player with the Heartsguard. Shark always ready from the side. You can see DPR gets taken down, and 2 kills now for the TheOhioBrothers.
Bro, they got it. They can't let Milo keep having this Terizla. Terizla's such a menace right now. The damage is insane. The setup is insane. You just get this full package right now with that, from being able to by that small split second, group everyone up, and then also just the insane amount of damage output it puts onto heroes like Marcutie, puts onto heroes like Zero. It even puts onto heroes like Jules Cutie here. So it's something they need to think about. How are they going to deal with Milo? Because right now he's 2-0-3. He's stacked. He's a level 11. He's far ahead of several players in Area 77. That is going to be huge as we creep into this next objective.
A much different game from the first game. TOB definitely a lot more confident, a lot more presence in Area 77 aside of the jungle. And look at here, a great zonage too. They cannot break the walls to get in to even contest this first Lord. So TOB gonna have a lot of wiggle room in the 9-minute mark.
Yeah, we haven't even seen like a huge Minoan's Fury yet from Shark, right? We haven't even seen the full final form of TOB's composition right here. There's still a lot more possibilities.
Ooh, big hook lands from the side, followed up by the Falling Star Moon, and Zero gets that final kill there onto Mielo. A great hook there for Jules Cutie.
They just dogpiled Mielo right there. Like everybody jumped in. We see DPR hop in. We see the Fallen Star Moon hop in. Everyone gets them. They gotta secure that kill, and they do get it. But this could be rough.
Yeah, we were talking about that big pop-up on the 3 members. Down goes DPR, especially right before the Lord is coming. It's not a Luminous Lord, but the TheOhioBrothers. Oh, big hook lands onto best player. He takes damage and the snipe there from Zero, just shy of being able to take down the TheOhioBrothers jungler.
But that could stop the TheOhioBrothers from taking down a base turret, which is huge right now, especially with the wall that Area 77 is backed up onto. Zero doing a great job of just waiting for those moments. DPR, though, still going a little bit too deep there. Getting caught off a little bit too much. I think they need to start responding. Oh.
DPR checks the wrong bush with 4 members of the TheOhioBrothers. Zia already starting to take off with that speedy light wheel. Look at him chunking down. We are down to only high ground towers for Area 77, and they only have 1 tower to their side.
They got to slow it down. They got to slow it down. They need to let Jules check the bushes with the hook. They need to let Mercy go in. Someone other than DPR, because he's just so far behind right now. He's level 11. He's got 5 deaths. Best player is level 15 already. He's outscaling DPR 4 whole levels, which means there's really, if we're just calling it a 50-50 retry battle, DPR can't keep up. They have to think outside the box when it comes to this next Lord fight. When it comes to some of these next fights, they got to try to approach it differently.
Yeah, we already see that Goldie. Look at Zia, 14K right now. 4K over the highest member in Area 77 right now. We were talking about that focus on the gold lane, how well he does from behind. They're not even behind right now, so it's just a matter of time. As I say that, big penalty zone lands onto Area 77, followed by a pop-up from Shark. Zia finds the kill onto DPR, and still more damage on the Merciless as he runs for the hills. Heartsguard there to support Zia.
Heartguard Zia is a big problem. Heartguard Zia, I mean, it just feels like there's nothing they can do about it. And then you top that off with Shark, who can get them Minoan's Fury when he needs to, like, who can just stop their engage dead on. When Area 77 tries to push in, Shark is there to be like, nope. So, I mean, Hoon's there to be like, nope. Milo's there to be like, nope. And there's just no way in, really, unless they can find a good angle. And normally the person to get that good angle would be DPR, using the wheel, right? Being able to get around, hop over walls. But he's just too far behind. So now it comes down to, like, Merciless, really, or Zero getting a crazy snipe shot, or Jules Cutie getting the hook of his lifetime. But other than that, it doesn't, I mean, that's 3 answers, and that's about it.
Yeah, just a lot of boxes that need to be checked for Area 77 before they can be successful. And one of those boxes being that TheOhioBrothers need to make a pretty big mistake for them to actually be able to capitalize on it. I mean, you do have some of those lucky hooks, but I mean, we've seen how the TheOhioBrothers rotate. You're not going to have somebody outside of Mielo or Super Shark checking bushes or being in front. They're going to make sure that if a hook lands, it's going to be something that's going to be detrimental to Area 77. We've slowed down a little bit right now. Unfortunately, Area 77 forced to turtle into base right now.
Yeah, I mean that's all you can do, right? And as you mentioned, pray for a hook, right? I mean, if they get something big here, maybe they don't lose here, but it's a 10,000 gold lead for TOB, and at that point, you know, maybe a game wouldn't get finished with this second Lord, but when a lead is like that, the possibilities are definitely high, maybe even above 50% right now. Marcutie and Zero got to show up. Someone's got to get taken out quick.
Yeah, big charge on to the high ground tower. Minions crashing up at top too. Out comes the Astral Echo to widen those little hit boxes for them as well. From the side, a lot of damage comes in. Penalty zone, pops them up. Hoon finds a kill. That's 3 down for area, 4 down. It's just 0 left. That's gonna be game 2, a full sweep for the Ohio Brothers.
TOB shows them who's boss. Shows them why they're slotted #1 in the seed and why they're coming to take the throne. Area 77 thrown down to the lower bracket, and TOB will move forward.
Yeah, and you can see the collective responses. No huge celebrations for TOB. They are here for the long haul. They got the win, but they know this is not the only fight of the night.
They kept it chill, and I respect that. It's like, all right, yeah, we got another one coming later tonight. We can't expect too much energy. Area 77, a good show, man. Game 1, it was close. Game 2, they caught us all off guard with that early gold lane gank. I think a lot of people felt like it could have gone worse, and I'm excited to see how they do in the lower bracket.
You know what? I'm excited to see what TOB is going to do in the winner bracket, right? You saw what they did with the efficient one-punch playstyle in the second game, right? They just showed up. You saw the engage with the Minotaur, the hard guard with the Angela. It was all on point. Let's take a look at the stats, Private.
Yeah, you can see here, I mean, you were talking about it a lot, Trex. DPR just never able to take off. They allowed that boxing up picks. Even though when they banned it in the first round, they allowed it this time, but then honed in on him, making sure that he was never able to fulfill his role, which is to be that tanky front line, which is to get a lot of that sustain, and they were just able to shut him down with efficiency.
And Jules Cutie also having a little bit of trouble getting some of those hooks in, even in that last fight. I don't know how it happened, but his hook literally went between like 5 people. They were all in the bottleneck there. So, I mean, having a little bit of difficulties there, and that might just be the overall adjustment of having to fit into this roam spot. Zero did a great job, but still, one player doing the best isn't enough. Let's take a look at this replay from game #1, and this is when we kind of had some hopes, right? But Area 77 starts to win out. They get some nice hooks. They get some nice plays. Coming into game #2, though, Jules on this Franco having trouble, and by that point, it just closes in.
I know, I think it's the draft. But if you really look at it, TOB just won from beginning since the draft started, right? We talk about how they have a balanced draft with the carries in the late game, but this guy was 5-1. He was popping off since the beginning. You don't even know how that happened, but it really is thanks to the double support, the Minotaur, plus the Angela, plus the Lancelot giving so much space for carry to do that damage. You saw the replay. It's done. The knockup after knockup after another knockup plus Mielo, right? It was just non-stop qual control for the entire side of Area 77. They couldn't handle it.
Yeah, and I just want to say that it's kind of like the game that Area 77 played in the first game. A lot of CC, Fredrin and Edith, able to kind of shut down a lot of those engages. And then in the second game, it was just a lot coming on to the Ohio Brothers.
Yeah, now taking a look at some of these stats, the carry will be best player. Zia as the rich guy. Sandbag going to be DPR. He definitely took a lot of damage, but Hoon coming in with a total assist of 10. Let's take a look at some of the damage. Best player actually surprisingly, and I don't know if I just didn't notice it, but game 2, he definitely was online. 38%. I don't know if the build was different. I don't know what exactly happened there, but I mean, even when he was going up against DPR, he was doing so much more damage than what he was doing against the Fredrin previously in game 1.
Right, now we're talking about Zia. Guys, we have some special guests on stage with our wonderful host to talk about the last game. Let's quickly send it over to the stage.
All right, thank you, Dave. Congratulations, first of all, to TOB for taking that series. And we have Zia as the MVP of the first series. So, Zia, how are you feeling after that game?
I still feel nervous because I haven't been playing on the stage for a while. And the first game it's not that bad, but the nerves kind of got to us. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah, because second game, you guys obviously got the momentum back. It was quite a definitive win. But the first game, I was that close to feeling like Area 77 might have got that for their favor. But you guys turned the tides in 10 seconds. What happened there?
I think maybe we got the Lord, then we just do everything, objectives, then, yeah. That's about it.
And for you, because you're the marksman, you're farming for first half of the game, but did you keep your comms and collected? You know that you can take it if you just have one advantage, right?
Yeah, I always gonna have to be calm, and even if we're behind, because I kind of have to. Yep.
And Zia, now this is your how many, like 6th MVP this season so far. How do you feel about being the goated marksman of NA?
Still not enough until we win. I'm still not satisfied until we win. Yep.
All right, then you better prove to all the fans with the last series today. So best of luck in that, and thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. With the first series taken away, we now have a special interview, and I'm going to invite my friends Angela and Matilda on the stage to do the first in-house giveaway to all our lovely fans in the stadium today. Now, Matilda and Angela. So how this is going to work is that Angela or Matilda is going to pick a number between 1 to 58, her favorite number, and whoever's number gets called will come on stage and take away this amazing mystery box with all the lovely merch that the MLBB community has presented us. So, Matilda, how are you feeling? What's your favorite number out of 1 to 58?
Ooh, I think I'm feeling 23.
23, so give me a hands up. Number 23 in the stadium. Who is the lucky winner? Number 23. Do you see it on your wristbands? Number 23. 23. Oh, we have the names on this card here. George D. George D. Do we have a George D in the house? A George D. Ooh, it looks like this big guy in the front row. George D, how you feeling?
I'm doing good.
Are you excited? Are you excited for what's coming at you in this box?
I mean, if it's something good, yeah.
Well, it's going to be all the best merch for this NACT, so thank you. Congratulations for your win. And now, to thank all our lovely fans, take a short break as the next series will be on your way. BTK versus Avalon, everybody. We're gonna take 5.
Could be huge, but it looks like could be another kill.
Yeah, Praiser's wrapped onto Marcuti, ends his hopes.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment. Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. BloodThirstyKings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its growth, evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history.
The upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara, wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT Fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%, good luck to all of you guys, and especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Hi everyone, I'm Eterna. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene. And I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LLBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Tefel, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT Falls, all of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up, guys? I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors. BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
We're just getting started today. Hey guys, we have some new talents on the desk, so let's take a look at the bracket before I introduce you to the beautiful, handsome faces. The next match coming up is BDK taking on Avalon. That is right, the number 3rd in the entire regular season. Do they have what it takes to take games away from BTK? Or are we gonna see a similar 2-0 stomp? Only time can tell. when we actually see this match. But now, coming to the desk, I'll introduce you to some beautiful, handsome faces as I promised. It's gonna be Steph Weezy and Yue. Where's the sunglasses, by the way?
The sunglasses aren't here. We gotta keep it clean here.
That's right, gotta keep it clean, gotta keep it fresh, and what better to do it with the best? Hey, that's a bar. But we are here, NACT Fall Season Day 1, and already some explosiveness on the beginning, right? You got to see Area 77 fight it out, but not able to push through, and TOB pushing forward. And now, you know, we get the pleasure of casting another game together, fresh on the desk with Yue. This is the first time in the entire NACT Fall season that we get to cast together.
Yue, how are you feeling on the desk right now?
I'm super excited. You know, this is my first time here. I get to see all these lovely faces, but before that, we have an exciting match coming out. It's the Wolves versus the King, Dave, and honestly, this is going to be a very, very big match.
That's right, BTK versus Avalon. Now, before we jump to the game, we're gonna take a look at the stats to compare the teams. Steph Weezy, what's going on?
That's right, looking at the KDA, Avalon just sitting a little bit higher over kills, deaths, and also the assists. But BTK, we know they're a team that closes things out nice and early, so that may be why they are a little short on that. Just a little bit faster games is what I'm anticipating. Overall damage, Avalon is still topped over there by about 50K, and the team rating, 6.95. So it's looking promising on the scoreboard, but again, it's because we see BTK just a little bit quicker games.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, these stats, it doesn't really tell the full story. The gold, you know, like you said earlier, these games are much, much shorter. The KDAs are a little bit lower, but it could just be much more objective focused. They're not really going for kills. They're just being extremely disciplined now. Dave, take us in.
You know what? I see a similar story of this stats compared to the previous game, right? With TOB versus Area 77. You see that Avalon has somehow higher stats in almost every category. I think the reason for that is when you look at the challengers, they usually turn to take the game a little bit longer, right? They try to get some comebacks, and that's what we see from Avalon Area 77. Now, obviously, Avalon has a roster change coming into the playoff. What do you think about their current team roster with Cold World? I think the X-Simpsons pro player, right, in the NACT Fall 2022, on their team as a tank right now.
Well, you know, Cold World definitely has the experience, not his first event offline. We got to see him in the first NACT that, you know, we had the pleasure of seeing you guys cast, and he did okay, right? It was back in the day against the Valley. So this time around, it is a little bit of a different type of scenario, but it's against BTK. So actually some similar players that they're going against, and it will be a challenge, right? BTK, they're sitting at that number 2 position. Avalon right behind them at the number 3. This may be one of their biggest challenges yet.
And honestly, with roster changes that come through, it adds the element of like the wild surprise. And we don't really know how Cold World plays because this is his first time on the room. He's been playing marksman, assassins. Yeah. So we really, really don't know, Dave.
Yeah, and by the way, they're going against BTK, like you saying, Steph Weezy. And who represents BTK? It's going to be the MOBA Zane, right? The Jungle King of North America. And we got some stats for you for this very player.
That's right. Looking at the King of the Jungle in North America, MOBA Zane. Hometown New York, favorite character, Yi Sun Shin. His favorite skin, the Collector, as well. And his hobby, outside of gaming, chess.
And chess, honestly, is a very good thing, you know? Mobile Legends is all about chess, but Magic chess at the same time. That's a different sport, but...
That is right. I think maybe we need to get a chess game and a Magic chess game between Yue and Zane, just to see who actually wins. Because you actually has been spamming those Magic chess games, right?
Of course.
And like, what level are you now? Are you like Mythical Glory?
I'm 1500 2 weeks in.
Okay, I don't know what that means. But, Weezy.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm not a Magic chess player myself, but it seems intense. Maybe one day we'll sit on the desk together and cast it out. But talking about BTK, talking about Avalon, if we do a little bit of a trip down memory lane, right? Avalon hasn't had the easiest road. It's been nothing but sweeps, 2-0 up against BTK. So this is their 3rd time fighting so far in the NACT Fall season. Is the 3rd time the charm.
But hey, I got some inside information, right? Before we get on stage, I'll talk to some of the players about their scrims. You know, they wouldn't talk to me, but I'm just like sitting there pretending I didn't hear anything. I actually heard they're talking about their scrims. Avalon being pretty confident about their scrim results. And to be honest, we see the players in Long Beach, and they're having a lot of fun. You know, they're in the zone, not only playing, but also the camaraderie, right? The team's ready to take on a big challenge, the big fish to Friday night, and the big fish is BTK.
Yeah, BTK, they're the reigning champs, right? I mean, everybody's looking to knock them down. They took the world by surprise in that last grand finals that we had in Vegas in that best of 7 all the way to a Game 7, mind you, and we're able to close it out. So if anything's possible with any team, we know it's them. Avalon, though, they have some interesting players on their roster who can definitely go that extra mile, such as Basic being over there can definitely give them a challenge. We know he has international experience and a high IQ.
Yeah, Yue, talk to us about Basic. I think you're pretty close with him.
Yeah, honestly, I've seen Basic grow throughout the years, and honestly, all of the players from Avalon come from my server, from the west side. So I've seen these players throughout, the Simpsons, the Cole world, but Demon right here, this is a different player, man. I actually got to play with him on one of the professional teams before. He is a multi-role player from Assassin going into the mage position, and his favorite hero is Valentina. So, that's definitely taking care of just all the ultimates, learning every single way of attacking players. You could take like the Lapu Lapu ults, you could take the Eve ultimate, this Demon guy, he is going to be a menace.
Absolutely, and when you see Demon in real life, this player is actually really quiet. He's always thinking, right? He doesn't really talk to you. But then somehow on the bio, his hobby is hanging out with friends. Now, run me through that. Like, how does that work psychologically?
I think it's just being cool, calm, and collective, right? Those are the ones you got to watch out for.
Right, true.
Speaking of Demon, he's just been such an impactful force in the mid lane, right? He's one of the few mages that I feel like stands out with his play style. You always know he's there. He knows when to punish and capitalize on the objectives, and he has such a deep hero pool.
And also silent and deadly. This man, a man with not too many words, but again, one of those things, you have to be careful of Demon. His hero pool is big. He could pull out the Gord, he could pull out the Farsa, but the Valentina, I feel like, is definitely going to be a priority target because we saw it getting banned out the first game already, Dave.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we're already starting the first game draft between BTK and Avalon. Let's take a look. Rafaela being the first ban. I think Rafaela being banned away is mostly the combo with Boxia, right? A lot of roaming characters, even Akai, which some OG combos coming back, which is really, really fun to watch. Rafaela speeding up the ball, right? Heavy spin, speeding up Boxia's charging. I don't know what even that is, but it's a speedy vehicle. Might be a 60 mile per hour turning to 120, which is illegal actually in the States. But then it's still pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to stop that ball once it starts rolling, right? And we're talking about Rafaela. We're in a new meta. It's the time of the support heroes again. I know new patch just came out, and Rafaela got a little bit of a buff.
She definitely got a little bit of a buff. She had that 1.5 second added, the CC immune, the slow immune. But here's the thing. We saw the Matilda getting picked up first, and Raph is actually a traditional counter to that support versus support matchup. So I think BTK, they might be looking to add a little bit of protection once they try and get that Matilda first pick.
Right, absolutely. They have the first pick, and a lot of teams want the first pick right now when they have the upper seed. You see TOB doing it, you see BTK doing it, because you can pick those crucial combo characters, right? Because right now we're talking about the meta, it's all about synergy. What do you have that can combo really well? And then we just mentioned Rafaela as one of those key pieces that make the entire draft flow. And the second one is Angela, the support bans tonight.
Yeah, the battle of the supports, just taking them off the table nice and early. A little bit different than the first series we've seen today. We saw Matilda walk through, we saw Angela, but we don't have an Angela this time around, and I'm expecting maybe a Matilda to be the third ban, or maybe BTK is looking to pick it up, right? Speaking of BTK, you've got Chicken now in the roam position, a recent roster adjustment, and he did phenomenal in the end of Phase 3.
Yue, you are a roam player. Let us talk to us about Chicken this roam. What do you think that he's doing right? What do you think he need to improve on?
Well, here's the thing about Chicken, right? We all know he's a very good EXP laner. So he can play the Kaja, he can play the Edith really well. But here's the thing, when you go with supports, it's a little bit of a different story. It might be easier mechanically, but at the same time, you play a complete different style. Supports, technically, you're trying to make the opponents pretty much miscalculate. And Chicken has to have the calculations he needs to make sure his team can push forward. And honestly, there's a lot of heroes still open. The Edith got picked up, so he may not even go for the support route, Dave.
Yeah, that's right. And by the way, Fredrin, we know a certain player on certain teams like to play the character, right, a lot. In fact, there are a lot of memes online about it. Good memes, right, about how deadly certain players can be on certain characters. Now, we're not going to mention names, but I think most of the people watching at home or in the live audience know who we're talking about. Fredrin is still out. That might be first pick because this character can also be flex. They also have a lot of combo that go with it. You mentioned Matilda. Okay, Matilda's banned, never mind. Now, we're just talking about how Matilda can be an option, but banning Matilda away, really limiting the choices to Avalon, right? And if they take some Fredrin, the first pick, they really have the upper hand here.
Yeah, and looking at BTK so far, you know, it's interesting. You would think they go for more of a Ube strat, especially with Mobizane's playstyle being a tankier fighter jungle and running the support to kind of help adjust that inside of the neutral objectives. But no, they're going to ban them out, which means I think they have a calculated plan on a specific roam they're looking for. Something to get chicken nice and comfortable. You already see the players getting ready to fight it out. I mean, just look at that show spirit right there. And the Boxia being taken off the table. We just know how much of a deadly force Zane has been on it.
Yeah, it's a very big respect ban right there. You know, Boxia's been banned out throughout the regular season, especially when Mobizane's been on it. So honestly, this Boxia ban is very warranted, but the Kaja coming out, that's definitely something Chicken likes to play here.
Whoa, I thought I was going to be, I was about to say something like Fredrin with Zane, but then Valentina got picked up, which is also a really good character. Right now, with all the support being available, Valentina has become more viable because they're more ultimate, more great ultimates you can copy, you know, and also Valentina is an all-around character that's good throughout the game. Late game, you have ultimate you can copy that can be impactful, and early game, you have the mobility. Also, most important thing about this mage is the mobility. It's hard to catch, especially on top of the flicker with double dash. I mean, if he wants to get away, if he's careful with the positioning, it's really hard to catch this character. And let's see what team Avalon has in store for us to counter this Valentina.
You know, with the Valentina too, it provides that draft pressure, giving you a little bit of a struggle deciding who you're going to pick, because you can use any ultimate against the team. Speaking of picks, 2 fighters front line for Avalon, fresh off the board. The Fredrin that we just spoke about, and also the Paquito.
No, I like those 2 picks coming out from Avalon. It doesn't really give Valentina the good ultimates, the IMU that comes out. The pack got the knockout strike. It doesn't really do too much. And the Fredrin, you know, you get that little walking petrify, but it doesn't ring too much. Now, BTK now comes through with the Terizla and the Akai. That's a lot of CC and frontline, Dave.
I like the Terizla pick. We've seen how deadly this character is in the previous game, played by Mielo, right? But obviously T is a monster on this character as well. Both of the players are really, really good with some tanky frontline characters on the side lane. Now, the thing about Avalon's draft so far that I like, both characters are flex. Fredrin, Paquito, I mean, who's going to jungle? Who knows, right? It all depends on what they want to do. They have a lot of options right now. Keep your enemies on your toes. Keep them guessing. And that's our strategy. I like the Akai coming out though. We don't see Akai that much. Recently with the changes, Akai being slowly surfacing again, especially with Mathilda. We know the combo, heavy spin into Mathilda's dancing ego.
Yeah, it could definitely be a problem and some great synergy. Now, I will say something interesting here is I like the Akai put against the Fredrin, right? The Fredrin tries to go in. He's usually a bully, very sustainable to be able to take those neutral objectives, but the Akai provides that heavy spin to pretty much push him out, and if it's ran in the jungle, it's an easy retribution. Maybe that's the game plan for Zane, but you spoke about flexibility, and I think the Akai's flexibility as well. It could still be slotted in the roam position if needed, and they could run another jungler.
I think Akai, honestly, is a very objective, focused type of jungler. And like I said, I like the matchup between the Akai and the Fredrin. The Akai can use that heavy spin to push him out. But here's the thing, the Avalon's response coming out with the carry. The carry shreds all the frontliners, and it's going to completely disorientate BloodThirstyKings frontline. The Akai, the Terizla, now they're going to be a little bit much more scared. Second phase bans?
Oh, I like the Brody ban, right? They were trying to ban away some of the early game bullies away from Carry. Carry is a late game character that doesn't really do much at all in the early game, right? You can try to auto attack once or twice, but try to trade those 1 or 2 auto attacks against someone like Brody. You're looking at probably shred 1/10 of Brody's health, and while you're losing 50, you know? So obviously a really good ban, and taking away Bruno, the deadliest character, should I say, in the marksman lane, in the gold lane right now. So taking that away, really smart bans coming out from Avalon. And Team BTK is going to take away Franco as well as Valir. What do y'all think about those bans?
Yeah, the Valir's interesting, right? Taking that off the board, we'll be able to, looks like they're a little bit worried about the CC. You know, they would still need to figure out who the roam is for Avalon, but I will say the carry is good, right? It can soak in to the Akai, it can soak into Terizla, and then speaking of picks, there goes the Minotaur to be able to go in there and get those sets as well. But I'm wondering how this is going to go for BTK. I'm willing to bet they wait until the end to pick their roam, and they could pull out something like a Lolita. You know, it will work against the carry. It just got a massive buff. That could be a possible game plan.
Well, BTK is definitely going to be picking up the roam in this phase right here, but I want to talk about the Minotaur. Minotaur has been kind of changed and reworked recently, but with the Flask of Oasis, it's going to give his whole entire team that shield when they're underneath 35% health. So Minotaur has been a great pick, especially with the healing meta. It brings a lot of element, but BTK, Chicken, you know, that Edith I talked about earlier, it's coming through.
Yep, Chicken has been very deadly its entire season, or in late stage of the season with the Flicker knockup. But I gotta say, BTK seems like they're missing some damage in the early game. Look at Avalon, you got Gord, you got Paquito, right? You got a Wombo combo with the Minotaur, with the Fredrin to help with the late game carry. Oh man, I gotta say Avalon's draft seems a little bit more balanced in this specific game.
Yeah, but we gotta keep in mind, this is BTK, right? The reigning champs in North America, and they didn't have the hardest run in the NACT regular season, so if anybody can pull it off, it's definitely them. Chicken getting a little bit more comfortable, running on that Edith again, stepping into that roam position. We gotta see how this goes.
Yeah, and honestly, with the Edith going in, I feel like BTK actually has a very good draft right here. They have 3 of the biggest CCs in the game, and the back line, they have the Beatrix and the Valentina to add in that extra magic and physical damage. I feel like the front to back for BTK is just a little bit too much to handle.
And that's right, guys. The only way to find out is getting you the game. And this is the first match between BTK and Avalon. Casters, take it away.
That's right, as we are embarking in the land of Dawn, BTK and Avalon, third time facing each other in the NACT fall season. It didn't end well for Avalon. Both of them were sweeps, but is the third time the charm.
It's a red to red start, so both of these junglers are going to be going opposite into their rotation. So honestly, they're not trying to meet each other so early on in the match, but a little bit of a 2-1-1 situation. They put the mage onto the XP lane, making sure that everyone gets level 2 on this first wave.
Yeah, we got to kind of talk about that, right? Recent patch updates. You can get that level 4 a little bit earlier. Muton trying to kind of balance it out and get everybody to that level 4 before that first neutral objective. So it's going to be a little bit different than what we kind of seen through the regular season. Now, you mentioned the junglers starting at opposite sides of the map, so they're possibly not really going to be clashing before the first turtle.
But talk about clash here.
Yeah, you are going to see Coldworld taking some serious damage. It's going to get out, but Chicken on the chase, uses the flicker and draws the kill.
A small advantage going to BTK's side. They did end up getting that first kill on the flicker cooldown from Chicken, and they also grabbed up that cabbage in the middle. So hey, BTK already having a run for their money. Basic.
Ooh, is going to be hit by Chicken and the knockup as well, taking him to about half HP. Chicken already just showing the world he's ready to step into that roam position. He's only been on it for a few weeks, and it's been so impactful for BTK.
Yeah, and honestly, they're putting a lot of pressure onto Basic's lane, but the Minotaur actually is a little bit slow. So Cold World, he's got to play a little bit of a catch-up, but Minotaur, again, he has the sustain ability, and with the new Flask of Oasis, the Minotaur might be pretty huge here.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of Brave Smites on the board as well. You see T, you see Chicken, you see Tarzan across the board with it. A lot of sustainability for both teams. But right now, as we are bowling into the first neutral objective, right, we're looking at Zane running on the Sakai and Tarzan going and trying to get the denial. But can he get it with the Fredrin? You mentioned the heavy spin, a possible game plan for Mobile Zane.
And possible Mobile Zane. All the members are coming through, but Chicken is not. Ooh, penalty zone.
Is going to drop down. Mobile Zane going to rush in with the headbutt. Heavy spin on the wall. Tarzan pinned. Not going to be able to get out of there. Zane gets the kill, gets the turtle. Big play for BTK.
Yeah, 2-2-0 is going to be the game score. BTK picks up this turtle, so they're kind of walking away with the lead right here, but we've seen games from that earlier series. Even with a small lead, it doesn't really mean that they're going to be winning. So BTK, they still have to make sure they're playing King, but Cold World, a little bit in the enemy side.
Yeah, Cold World taking some massive hits. ISO just chasing him around, chipping him to about half HP. And, you know, looking at the playstyle from these two teams, BTK, more known to be a team that takes advantage in the early game, makes very few mistakes and closes it out nice and fast. Avalon, we kind of see them go more mid to late. So BTK already 2-0 lead and the first neutral objective. We need to see Avalon have some response.
Yeah, and a lot of tough boots are being built up by BTK's side. Pretty much every single player besides ISO has already picked up the tough boots. But on the side of Avalon, they have only a few, and they definitely have a little bit of defense. Flicker.
Chicken going in again. Penalty's gonna drop down. Yato finds Demon. Promise on the run. Able to get out of there with a quarter of HP.
Ooh, Chicken is just really, really sharp when it comes down to these roamers that, you know, that can be flexed into the XP side, and Chicken's just so good at picking off with that flicker. But Tarzan.
Ooh, going in, 2v1 situation. 50% HP is going to pull out of there, but Basic already chipping some of the gold off that turret.
Yeah, he gets a little bit of the gold, but it just does not mean so much when there's already a 3-0 lead for BTK. It's about a 2K gold lead at 4 minutes, and that smells a little bit of trouble, but Avalon looking to set up something right here at the mid side. It is only 4 minutes in, and the turtle spawning in just a couple seconds. So they want to make sure they're not using their ultimates. They're all full health, so they can have a decent fight at the next neutral objective.
And right now, BTK is kind of cruising, right? They got the first neutral objective. They were able to pretty much defend Avalon from pushing into their turrets, and they're slowly trying to scale this in their favor. We need to see Avalon either take an objective or put some pressure possibly in the gold lane for an answer, but Tarzan already pulling the aggro is going to start on this turtle again. The first time we've seen Mobazane pin him on the wall with the heavy spin. Can he get it on the second try?
Yeah, but Avalon, they're actually sending their tank. Oh, actually, the tank is on the mid side, but if you look at BTK, Chicken is rotating a little bit late, so it almost seems like Avalon should have the priority, but they choose to just give it up. Mobazane taking control over all the objectives. But bot side, you can already see Cold World pretty close, making sure that Basic can just get that scaling into the late game.
Yeah, 3 kills so far and 2 turtles for the Bloodthirsty Kings. Mobazane now at level 8. Tarzan falling a little bit behind, just hit level 7. Basic taking some damage on the bottom side. You are seeing a little bit of protection though. Cold World trying to get Basic online. Looks like that's their game plan. If we can't get the turtles, then we can prioritize the gold lane.
Yeah, and this Minotaur pick, he has the healing ability to kind of sustain into that lane, but a quick switch coming out from Avalon, I think this is smart. I don't feel like Basic was doing that well onto the bot side because it just seems like BTK with that Chicken, he was just picking him over and over, using that flicker off the cooldown, but Tarzan, Chicken?
A little bit of a skirmish over there. Chicken showcasing his skills. The knock-up on the Tarzan. Assist maybe on the way. 50% HP Promise joining the battle as well, but BTK standing strong behind Chicken. Now the siege for the turret on the bottom side. Promise very low. 50% HP. Heavy spin from Zane. Pinning him on the wall. Mystic Ghost going out from Demon. Tarzan wrapping around. Hitting Zane. They need to get out of there. Do they pull their punches or do they continue to take this fight? Tarzan gets knocked up to Terrify from the Valentina. You are going to see the Praises Wrap drop down as well, but nobody will fall.
Yeah, just not enough damage count from ISO. He kind of got hit by the tower quite a bit, but you can already see Avalon, they have kind of like a hip by hip, making sure that they're together. Basic and Cold World kind of going around, making sure that Basic can scale, because honestly, if they get Basic to start going, the gears are well, you know, honestly, he's going to be able to push into that late game, and that is going to be the win condition coming out from Avalon here.
Yeah, Basic definitely comfortable on the carry, and he just switched lanes, so he went to the top side, and I wonder if BTK is going to match it. Yes, they do. You're going to see T go to the bottom side as well. They're not going to give him any advantage, no breathing room to be able to turn this back around in their favor.
Yeah, but here's the difference that BTK has for their strategy. It feels like they want ISO to go into that ISO position versus they always want Basic with Cold World. Now, it could be good, it could be bad, it depends on how these teams run, but it just seems like the neutral objectives are just all going in BTK's favor here.
Yeah, and Zane already on the turtle. Yet again, third one in his hand so far. Avalon having a little bit of trouble getting to these neutral objectives. Still hasn't found a turret as well. The later this goes, BTK will scale in the mid game, right? They have more farms, so they are going to have additional XP.
Yeah, but we did see the game before from A77, even with the advantage on the neutral objective. Didn't mean too much, but Promise?
Yeah, 2v1 situation. Penalty zone dropping down. Here comes Mobazane. Headbutt onto Tarzan. He is taken down by a quarter of HP. Promise rushing in is going to do some damage on a T. Not going to really take him down. You're looking at both sides. It's not a high kill game. It's definitely objective focus. But speaking of objectives, battle on the way in the jungle. Basic very low. Big Minoan Fury for the knockup on a Cold World on the Basic. Both of them needing to get out of there. They do use their purifiers and they do escape. But you are going to still see Tarzan rushing in. Does see ISO low, unable to get to the back line. Mobazane blocking them from taking down his teammates with the heavy spin.
Yeah, but a lot of the spells have been popped. Basic popped that Purify, Cold World popped the Flicker, and honestly, that could be an advantage that BTK can take advantage, right? You see T, he still has the Flicker. Chicken can also set onto the back line, and Carry is one of those immobile marksmen. She doesn't have a long-range dash, just kind of like a tumble, so it's going to be a little bit hard for Avalon to even try and contest this next objective here.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting? We're almost 9 minutes in, and not a single turret has fallen. We're just looking at turtle engagements pretty much so far, but it's looking like BTK is now possibly going to find an answer on the top side, as that turret up there is hanging on by a hair.
Yeah, top side, but Basic can definitely clear the waves. They have the Minotaur up there, so even if BTK chooses to siege that tower, they're going to be faced into a wall. And right here, BTK, Chicken stealing a little bit of food right there, making sure that Avalon is sitting low here.
You can definitely tell Chicken is very comfortable in the roam position, especially on this Edith. Just opened up the game so well for his team, but now Basic, Cold World on the top side, putting some pressure on the T. You know, the carry was picked for a reason to kind of soak into the tankier compositions, and that may be a way for them to turn this in their favor.
And honestly, a 0-0-0 on carry, this speaks good news because it means that Avalon's looking to push onto that late game. They're even confident enough to not put too much resources onto this neutral objective, getting that top push, but ISO, they're able to grab a 3-man mid side.
Oh yeah, that mid lane is gonna hurt them the later this game goes, but a big Minoan Fury for the knock-up T, hit with some chain CC. We'll be able to get out of there. Chicken, Zane, ISO, and Yato, full pressure on that top side as the Lord spawns in. ISO very low, Promise on the chase, trying to take him down. He is gonna go ahead and drop that Bennett's Rage. He's gonna try and go with the Nibiru's Bastion, but Promise takes him down. Chicken finds Promise, avenging his teammate. His marksman has fallen though, all while the Lord is spawned in.
It is a 1-for-1 trade, marksman for XP. So this is advantage towards Avalon in the late game, but it doesn't mean that any of these teams are able to get any of the neutrals objectives. You see right here, Mobazane, he's trying to get a little bit of vision, grabs up that cabbage, and he's starting on this Lord, but 10 minutes in and only a 2.5k difference, that's not going to be enough for BTK to get this uncontested like the previous couple.
Yeah, but they're definitely leading in terms of levels, but Avalon trying to get their Demon Hunter Sword was just picked up from Basic to be able to soak into the beefier composition. Mobazane, T, Yato pulling the aggro of this Lord. Looks like they're trying to force Avalon to engage.
Yeah, typically we kind of have a little bit of a Lord dance coming out, and BTK definitely doing the little tango here.
Oh, there goes the tango. Both teams trying to fight it out. Basic takes down T. Mystic goes from Demon from afar. Fried Chicken is going to find the backline, takes down the marksman. Basic has fallen for Avalon. You're looking at Tarzan take some serious damage. He needs to stay in there. He's the one with the retribution, but Lord is still fully intact with full HP. They are going to go in for the jungler, though. Chicken rushing in, trying to get the knock-up, but Tarzan able to skate out of there.
Hey, Weezy, I got to give props to Chicken. 3, 0, and 2, 5 out of 5 kill participation. This man's doing all the work here.
He's about to get another assist. The knock-up on the Promise, and Yato doing some chip damage. Looking at the Lord, about 50% HP. And Avalon, they want this objective. They're still fighting it out, but it's slowly going into BTK's favor.
Yeah, honestly, the members are piling back, and this might be a 50-50, and this is not something BTK wants.
Whoa, Chicken does fall. You're going to see that Mystic Ghost from Demon take him down. Mobazane at about 50% HP, trying to hug the wall. Heavy spins out. Yato takes the Lord. BTK taking the objective. Tarzan finds Yato to respond. ISO takes down Promise. Huge battle in the jungle.
That's still a little bit of a trade. The gold is coming back into both sides' favor, although BTK was able to pick up that Lord. It looks like mid is going to get pushed here.
Yeah, Bennett's Rage as well. ISO is going to take down Cold World. They were trying to open up the map, right? BTK, not only did they get the Lord, but they were able to take that mid lane turret, which means not only do they have map advantage, but they also have the advantage with the objectives.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. We talked about Chicken. Chicken got his shutdown. He got killed off in that fight, so that's a lot of gold going into the side of Avalon. And with this Lord marching down, if the members of BTK are not ready with the Gord at mid side, he does percentage of HP damage. That Lord is gonna be gone.
Yeah, and speaking of things, when we looked at the items, looking at the gold, ISO is scaling a lot better than Basic. He's already up by 1,000 gold. He has the Wind of Nature as well to negate the physical damage. ISO able to take that mid lane turret. Lord still intact, pushing through to the inhibitor at the 13-minute mark.
Yeah, negating some of the damage is good, but you have to think about carry. But Mystic Gush
is going to go out. Heavy spin from Mobazane. Pushes him out of that Bennett's Rage. ISO takes down Tarzan. Minoan Fury does drop down. You are looking at a huge play from BTK, trying to seize the opportunity. Yato finds Promise, forcing Avalon back into the base, and down goes the tier 2 turret for the top side.
The death ball strategy coming out from BTK, just kind of making sure the front's back.
Whoa, front to back indeed with that Minoan Fury knockup. Demon and Coworld trying to hold off the top side, but BTK applying that pressure now has total map control.
Their group pressure coming out from the Kings, you know, are just a little bit unmatched right now. You see a 4 to 5K gold lead 13 minutes in. It's honestly, you know, it's a negatable gold lead, but the longer the game goes, BTK is going to suffer a little bit. But at the same time, BTK took all the outer turrets, including that very bottom inner turret. So BTK is looking quite well in this position, but Avalon, they need to make sure they can get the team fight that they're looking for. Try to get onto that backside, get onto ISO, get onto Yato, make sure that they cannot be free hitting, and let Basic completely destroy all the front lines, because Avalon, they still have the carry. It's a late game hero. They should have the works to be able to win this game, but right now, BTK, they're just looking too good.
Yeah, and Basic, he didn't go for the Wind of Nature, but he went in for those core items, right? The Corrosion Sight, the Golden Staff, the Demon Hunter Sword, all built up so far. So he will start having a little bit of an easier time in these engagements. The problem is they have to keep him alive. He has to be able to fight it out. So I'm expecting him to kind of stay far in the back line. You're looking at Chicken, heavy focus on him, tries to rush in with the flicker, get the knockup. If he can stay alive, the later this game goes, it will be a possible problem for BTK.
Well, the flicker knockup is quite great, but Mobazane
is going to get some damage taken. Manoa Fury not going to hit anybody on BTK. Heavy spin, though, from BTK was baited out, which means that is a couple of utility not available for this Lord play. They are going to go in for the engagement, though. You are looking at Avalon having more of the numbers for this fight. Apprentice Wrap dropping down. Yato does get hit by it very low. Mystic Gush trying to seal the final hits. Demon almost able to do it. Yato will have to recall back to the base.
Yato has to go back. Mobazane does not have the heavy spin, so Avalon kind of has a clear avenue to make sure they get this turtle here, or to get this Lord here. But T getting knocked up a little bit, soaking up some of the damage, but I don't think Avalon has what it takes. They're not really trying to focus on the Lord. They're doing that little Lord dance, and they're making sure they could get a pick before the 50-50 comes, because heavy spin is just way too hard to deal with.
We've seen all the neutral objectives so far go to BTK, but this may be the first one Avalon can take, but Zane is still in position. He used that heavy spin, but he's not even worried about it. Just using that sustainability that Akai provides, right? The frontline composition. Look at ISO from afar, trying to hit a snipe. Lord at about 25% HP. Will Mobazane or will Tarzan be able to get it? You are going to see the finish rates drop down. Amir's Passion from ISO, the flicker back. Manoa Fury dropping down for the set. Coworld trying to provide that frontline presence. Knock up triple on Avalon. Airborne. Yato takes down Promise. Chicken takes down Basic. Avalon now retreating out of the Lord pit, and Mobazane secures the Lord for BTK. But Tarzan, left alone with the full team, will be taking down a double kill for Fried Chicken.
Yeah, Chicken had that 3-man knockup to go into, and along with the Minoan Fury from Yato, they're able to kind of clean out the backline here, and Demon already chunked really low with 2 of these members. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to defend here.
That's right, you're not seeing anybody spawn in for at least the next 14 seconds, and that's going to be another member down. Immortality popped on Coworld. ISO drawing the kill. They need the minions, though, to be able to close this out. Demon needs to hold it off 6 seconds until Basic gets in there. Does BTK close this out? Here they go. Look at the damage, 25%. That is all she wrote. BTK takes game 1 against Avalon.
Oh man, BTK sweeping away. The Kings are regained in this series. They took most of the neutral objectives, and they're just making so much work. They're making Avalon work for it, and each one of those mistakes, Dave, BTK are just punishing over and over and over. But Wheezy, that game, man, we talked about Chicken. It was kind of a hard thing to see him doing the roam position, but man, he had all the kill participations early. He was the most impactful player, in my opinion.
Chicken not playing games, coming around and having such an impactful performance, especially in the early game, flickering in, getting that first kill, and then it was just set after set after set, able to take game 1 and giving Avalon a challenge.
Wow, you know, I thought Avalon's gonna bring more of a show tonight. I mean, they are, but we need more, right? More of that. So are we gonna see a game 3? I think BTK is not gonna give them a chance. Chicken is on point with all those engages throughout the entire game. I mean, what do y'all think? What does Avalon need to do right now at this point?
They gotta ban out that Edith. We talked about Chicken being good on the Kaja and the Edith, and I think that's a very, very hard-fought strategy. The post-game stats coming up, 13-5 is the overall score. 16 minutes in, BTK was able to take this victory, and take a look at the KDAs. Mobazane, 107, playing such a crispy game, Wheezy.
Yeah, and it's funny that you said ban the Edith. We're talking about Chicken. I mean, He's an XP main in the roam position. You got to ban his roams now. That just shows you how much of a flex player he is and a problem so far for Avalon.
That's right. I mean, let's take a look at some of the stats from Team Avalon. One thing I gotta point out is Carry is 1-1. He's not able to get any luck at all on farm this entire game. So, you know, before the game started, I expected that Avalon's gonna have a better early game, but it started off with 3-0, and it's keep on ramping up to the BTK's favor. Let's take a look at some of the replays right here.
Yeah, you did see Demon get the shutdown on the Chicken. 5-3 right there. Both teams fighting it out on the neutral objectives, and that was the thing. It was the neutral objectives going to BTK. Yato even stole that one. No retribution needed, and was able to secure that for the BloodThirstyKings, and also dominate and clear out that mid lane. Speaking of domination, another glimpse of that brilliant performance from BTK trying to close it out. I will say, it wasn't really the highest kill game. It was definitely objective focused, but it was the neutral objectives that worked in the favor for BTK that helped them close it out.
Yeah, honestly, BTK, they just kind of group up and they understand what they need to do at what situation. They played that game well, even though some of the objectives were very 50-50, but I felt like BTK just had the overall pressure to deal with it. And all the stats coming in, it is all blue right here. Turret damage, Lord taken, BTK pushing ahead.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the tweets on the bottom. Somebody said Chicken already looking like Joy Baj out there with his performance so far. You know, post-game stats, right? 16 minutes, 42 seconds of chaos. That's what it was. We got to look at how does Avalon turn this around. First off, I believe it starts with the neutral objectives. It was what, like 3 turtles taken from BTK, and then they're able to take all of the Lords as well. So maybe having a little bit more pressure in the early is a good start to turn this around.
But it's really hard, right? BTK, they found themselves comfortable with the new heavy dive playstyle. Here's how tanky the column is. You have Terizla, you have Kai just jumping in. Like, what are you gonna do about it? I was talking about how BTK is not gonna have enough damage, but then you get to the late game, everybody's so tanky. Even though you have the carry being basic, trying to do as much damage as you could, but with how BTK was juggling the aggro, you saw one of the team fights when they're able to spread out, could dodge the Minoni and Fury. It just seemed like this is a different kind of BTK. I feel like they're ready for tonight. They find their groove in the entire meta, and they're running with it.
And honestly, we kind of have to talk about BTK's draft here. They banned out 3 of the main supports coming out, and I feel like that's something that maybe Avalon should consider of even routing. The Estes was available, and also the Florin, which has been changed recently, and I feel like those 2 are still really powerhouse picks. The Minnow, it kind of worked out early, but it just didn't do so well. The 0-3, especially against Chicken's Edith, having all kill participation, Dave, they need to make sure they grab Cold World a good roam to deal with the pressure coming out from Chicken.
Yeah, I think you're on point with how they ban all the support there. I mean, if you think about it, they had a little clumsy character, right? I mean, Kai's not really clumsy, but like, end of the day, he's still a tank in a sense, right? He's still kind of clumsy. He's on the clumsy side. If I'm a 0 to 5, I would give him like a 1, 5 being the most clumsy. He's still kind of clumsy. So they're banning away all the support just to make sure, yeah, you know, we're kind of clumsy, but we're going to dive in and there's no way you can get out. Rafaela was banned, so you can't speed up, right? Mathilda was banned, so you can't take everybody away. Like, it's just a really thought out strategy. It's been working out. And guys, we're coming to the second game draft. Wheezy, what do you think Avalon need to change? I think last game they had a good draft that didn't work out for them.
Yeah, it was definitely the neutral objectives that kind of costed them nice and early. We mentioned Zane picking up the Akai, able to hit that heavy spin and getting Tarzan out of the neutral objectives almost every single time. And they weren't able to trade for any objectives on top of that. We didn't see any turrets falling. We just seen a lot of turtles going to BTK and also Lords. So if Zane didn't get it, you had Yato right behind him. No retribution needed for the objective.
Now, here's the thing about these neutral objectives. It started off with a snowball coming out from BTK, getting the first, second, and the third. So I feel like Avalon, they got to change and shift their draft from a late game oriented where they had the carry and the minnow into the early game. They need to make sure that they can get they could get basic on fire, maybe get the Brody or the Clint, or maybe grab an early game support or even a tank to deal with the pressure coming out from BTK.
But it's gonna be hard though, because BTK is full tank comp kind of, right? The only damage that we saw last game was Beatrix. And then you don't even expect Beatrix to do that much damage until late game. So that's why I was saying that with a comp that I expected them to do no damage at all in the early game, somehow they're pulling off with Chickens Engage over and over again. It just shows you a decisive coordination, decisive execution can pull off wonders in this game. And we are seeing that perfectly from BTK. I think they're ready for the entire tournament this weekend. Let's take a look. Rafaela once again being banned, and Boxer being banned from Avalon.
Yeah, and then speaking of bans and Navaria, on top of that, now the box is no secret. We've seen Mobazane on it. He definitely knows how to play it well. Provides mobility, sustainability, two things that you don't want Mobazane to have, especially being the king of the farm in the jungle. Now, I think you were right on the money, Yue. You mentioned banning out the Edith for Chicken, right? I was expecting a calculated strategy right there in the draft. They took out 3 supports and then went in for that Edith in the roam position. So it was really looking like BTK was trying to make sure Chicken got a comfort pick. So maybe trying to find a way to make him uncomfortable is the plan, or it could be a mind game. Maybe he runs the supports as well, and he just wants them to kind of ban those out so that he can open up the opportunity in other places for his team.
Well, here's the thing. I feel like if both teams are running textbook-style drafts, and with the bans that are on the table right now, Valentina, Edith, Fredrin, those are going to be the 3 priority picks for both of these teams. You could even add a Terizla, but I feel like those 3 picks, it depends on what Avalon wants. They get the Valentina, Fredrin, Edith comes out, making sure they have the best jungler and Chicken on that impact role. But if they grab the Fredrin first, you got to give up the Valentina and the Edith.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, look at just now on the screen. I see Tarzan still feeling pretty good-spirited. It seems like he's ready for the second game, taking us game 3. BTK, no surprises, banning away 3 support characters they did in game 1, right? Again, just like you were pointing out, they're probably going to run the Edith if Fredrin not take it, you know? But obviously, I think Fredrin is a hot pick right now. Is it going to be taken out, or is it going to be Valentina again?
Oh, that's a really good question, right? They can take the Fredrin because they banned out the Akai, and it could give them a little bit of an easier time taking those neutral objectives. But then again, you leave open that Valentina to be picked up from Yato, and that's something that he thrives on. He's had such a great game. Even the last game got it, but looks like they are going to go in for that Valentina. But this means Mobazane, he can get it. The Fredrin's still available.
Well, the Fredrin's still available. We've seen the Erythal being played over and over. I feel like when you go onto that second phase, on the second picks, you kind of want to go 1 light, 1 heavy. So I think the perfect way for them to close out this draft would be Erythal Edith. But no, Mobazane takes up his signature pick. At least throughout the NACT here, his Fredrin has been on point. People have been scared about it. And especially, if I go into a trio game and I see Mobazane on Fredrin, I'm running here.
Yeah, they call him Moba Fred for a reason. Is that a good thing? I think it's a good thing sometimes, right? Depending on how you use it. If you say Moba Fred after Zane lose, then it's a bad thing. But usually he wins. We've seen those bunks, you know, on his live stream, also in the tournament stages. And here we go, X-Spork being taken out along with Moba Fred. It's gonna be pretty powerful. This is, again, full dive so far with the 2 characters. And by the way, when Zane on Fred, the way how he plays, this feels a little bit different. Sometimes when you see some other Fredrin, you know, it doesn't matter which region it is, this is a regular Fredrin player, they will, when you see danger, they will try to go away, run away. Oh, I'm in danger, I need help. But with Zane, all right, it's danger, I'm jumping in. And my entire team better follow me up. If you don't follow me up, I'm gonna yell at my team until they follow me up, and their team always follow him up.
He's definitely confident in his ability. I always like to say, if you watch Fredrin walk across the land of Dawn, he always has his hand in his pocket, and I'm willing to bet it's a picture of Mobazane. But looking at this so far, Avalon is going to go ahead and pick up that Kaja, right? They went in for the support route, and they have the Valentina, and now Basic getting a little bit more damage, and also being able to sustain himself in that gold lane. The Brody has been slotted in.
The early game comes out for Avalon. I like this strategy. I like this adjustment. Kaja, one of the best roams even till nowadays, has that divine judgment, can just single out a target and make sure they have the pick. And Brody, we kind of talked about the early game on the carry. It didn't do so well on these neutral objectives. So I think Avalon has a much better strategy coming in. But is that Yato or Chicken on the Kadita? I don't know, but that scares me quite a bit.
Hey, it's a flex, right? I mean, just like we're thinking Fredrin X-Spork, obviously it can be a flex, but in BTK's hand, there's a 99% chance of staying on the Fredrin. I mean, there's no reason for somebody who's almost the best in NA who play Fredrin not play it. Kadita, I suspect is going to be played by Chicken though. This guy has been a menace, right? You saw how he roams around to cut the back line. He was an EXP laner, remember that. He's really, really good at flanking your backline when you least expect it, especially this is a roam character, you know, as a roam player. You're like, oh, you know, it's a roam Kadita, nobody cares. But then Chicken will always find the angle, find the right bush, and to cut your backline in one shot. when you least expect it.
And we actually seen the Kadita be picked up from Chicken in phase 3 in the battle up against TOB. And he was able to have a great performance. He led the way in the kills for the team. He plays very aggressive on it. He's not afraid to take that fight, and his positioning is what's really inspiring on it, right? He's able to get into that bush, get that knock up, and sometimes lead toward the kill with the damage build that he kind of goes for. So it is going to have to be something that Avalon is going to need to watch out for. Now, I will say, though, Basic has the Brody. Brody does have a little bit of survivability, right? He has that corrosive strike to be able to get that stun and maybe a flicker on top of that to be able to get out of those trickier situations. So it's not going to be the easiest time for BTK to put some pressure in the gold lane, but I'm really keeping my eyes on the Kaja.
Now, I really have to talk about the bans. Right, the first phase from Avalon, they banned out 2 of the tanky junglers that even Tarzan plays himself. And BTK, they pick up the Fredrin and chooses to ban out the Martis, which does so well against all the CC coming out from BTK. So with all 3 of these picks being banned out, I feel like Tarzan doesn't really have too many good options. Maybe the Lancelot to deal with some of the retribution.
Whoa!
Spicy.
Whoa, the heat is on. You know, this is Guinevere. I think it's a Guinevere jungle, right? There's no better position now in this draft. I mean, this is quite interesting to have Guinevere. There are a lot of mobility, obviously, right? You have 2 dashes with skill 2, and it works really well with the combo, especially considering there's a Terizla on top. So you can knock the entire team up, and with Guinevere jumping in, you can suck everybody in with the ultimate. Now, I want to mention it's going to be Yato on the Kadita. We were talking about, oh, well, it might be Chicken on it, but it seems like I was wrong. Franco is going to be the choice of Rome for Chicken, and we're going to finish up with Carry. What do you think about the last choice?
Well, I like the Carry, right? I mean, it can definitely deal the damage in the late game, but it's not the frontline position that Avalon really has this time around, so I don't know how effective it'll be. Maybe when Promise tries to rush in, it can burst him down, but against the Brody, it will be a little bit of a disadvantage. Now, I will say, I like what Chicken did, right? Pick up the Franco and flex that Kadita into that mid position, and that's what we talked about. Picking these flex picks nice and early just makes such a versatile draft.
Yeah, but the late game of Carry, it may not be good enough to deal with the Brody on the early game side. The Brody's definitely going to be able to bully into BTK, so I kind of feel like Avalon has the advantage early on, but once that Carry and X-Borg scales into that mid to late game, and if BTK picks up 1 or maybe 2 of the turtles, it's going to be really hard.
All right, the draft is set. It's match point for Bloodthirsty King. Who is going to take it home? Let's find out.
That's right, Avalon revving up. They need to claim this game. BTK 1 win away from pushing forward and knocking down Avalon into the loser's bracket. Can they do it, or will we see Avalon turn this around?
Now, a little bit of the special picks. The Guinevere coming out. He has the Impure Rage, so he's going to be doing a little bit of damage early on. It gets a little bit of life steal back off of every spell. T also has that Impure Rage. You see Chicken using the focusing mark, making sure that when he does land a skill, Carry is going to be able to shred them down. Lots of defense coming through. You see 3 tenacities and 3 armors actually on both the Brody, the Kaja, the Guinevere, and also the Carry. So very, very defensive starts coming out from both teams. I feel like it's going to be one of those games again where small kills and just high and neutral objectives.
Speaking of objectives, early pressure onto Zane, the Terrify, the CC too much to handle. First blood in 1 minute in. Avalon takes down the jungler for BTK.
Yeah, very aggressive start coming on from Avalon. You have Tarzan here going from the red to blue into the invade strat, and Zane, he just did not jungle fast enough, and Avalon, they have 3 members in Zane's jungle. They're completely denying all these things, but Chicken being a little bit annoying.
Yeah, he's trying to delay that farm, right? High IQ at its finest, but MOBA Zane falling that early, that's not something we traditionally see. Is that going to affect his early game farm rotation?
Most likely. You can see the level difference coming out. And look at the camps. Tarzan has 2 more extra green camps to farm on the bot side, but Zane, he is not even level 4. The turtle's coming up in 8 seconds. They have to give it up, and I'm going to say Avalon has a much better opening in this game right here.
Yeah, it looks like they may go in for that. We're looking at the Guinevere being in the jungle. Not something that I believe we've seen this entire NACT Fall season. I wonder how it'll play out. But speaking of things playing out, 2v1 on the top side.
Yeah, I feel like they're going to get this objective free, so BTK, they kind of have to try to find a way to get an advantage onto that gold lane side. But Avalon is still a team with some international experience, especially on that gold lane. Basic, he's going to be able to take this 2v1, no problem. You see Chicken kind of peeks down there, but chooses to give it up, and Zane in trouble in his jungle already.
Again, another invasion from Avalon, denying Mobazane his farm. The knock up the Violent Requiem, may be able to get the kill. Oh my goodness, Chicken with the flicker back and the Iron Hook. Zane takes down Tarzan, an amazing assist.
Yeah, but they're so low already on BTK's side. They have to disengage. Now, even though they got the shutdown on Tarzan, I feel like they've done their works. They're making sure that Zane cannot farm in the jungle. And this is something that we don't see quite often when it comes down to these utility jungles. They typically leave them alone. They try to make sure their gold lane can farm really well, but the strategy coming out from Avalon, the opening, it's too aggressive. The Kaja, the Valentina, these early game heroes, it's just too hard for BTK to deal with here.
Yeah, and you know, this is different than round one. We saw BTK take all the neutral objectives with ease, but this time around, not only were they able to deny the jungle from Mobazane, they were able to get a kill on him and take the first turtle. So far, a great start for them.
Yeah, 3 minutes in. The scoreboard is 2-1. You have about a 1K gold lead for the side of the Wolves, but top side, double knock up.
Yeah, Violent Requiem on to T, on to Mobazane. Demon takes down Zane. That is his second death so far in the last 4 minutes.
Yeah, and Tarzan is quite huge. He has all the kill participation, but Yato
is going to rush in on the Tarzan. Not able to get the final hit to take him down, but a very close call.
Yeah, no, Tarzan is a tanky boy. We see the Guinevere. You kind of build the magic, but typically people like to build the tank. It makes her kind of a utility jungle and has the opportunity to out-retry the opponent. She gets that jump, she pops them up, making sure that Zane cannot get a free retry. And Avalon right here already with another invade, just pushing Mobazane back and back and back here.
Yeah, not having the easiest time in farm. He's going to have to rely on his team to make up the difference. I mean, the invasion, yet again, maybe that was a game plan all along. Pick this unorthodox Guinevere and rush in, get the Violent Requiem on Zane, and rely on the team to draw the kill.
Yeah, and honestly, right here, BTK, it doesn't really seem like they're going to be able to contest on these objectives. You can see Avalon, they're very smart. They have only 3 players there, and they're pushing the bot side with the Kaja. The Divine Judgment is free along with the Flicker, so Cold World is just really looking for an opportunity to get an advantage onto the bot side. But Promise, chunk low.
Ooh, Petrify goes down. Last Insanity as well from T. Yato secures the kill on a Promise. Zane rushes in, able to steal the turtle with the Appraiser's Wrath and the Retribution over Tarzan.
Zane just completely negated his early game. All the pressure that Avalon had, all the perfect plays, just all went down the drain. BTK got that second objective, and hey, I was doubting him earlier. I didn't think he was going to be able to pop in, but they got that kill using Yato's rough ways, and are able to grab this objective. This pushes Mobazane into the lead, and they're going to slowly inch closer to get the lead on the gold too.
Hey, the crown weighs heavy on the king, right? Mobazane not really pressuring him at all. He's still focused. He's not going to let that stumble him in his tracks. Conceal play from Chicken, able to hit the Iron Hook, and Yato drawing the kill, takes down Demon in the mid lane.
Now, BTK's mid lane right here, they have the rough ways, but the pop-up.
Ooh, from the Violent Requiem, Chicken caught out of position. Cold World with the Ring of Order going in. Tarzan secures the kill, takes down the Roamer for BTK.
Avalon, they still have the gold lead. It's about maybe like a 500-600 gold difference, but Avalon, they kind of still have some of the experience lead. You can see Tarzan level 9 to level 8, so they still have that advantage. They're able to grab their first tower, so even with that Lord Steel, even with that turtle kill and a few kills going on to BTK's side, it still seems like Avalon still has the pedal to the gas.
You know, right now it's just a battle of the mages. 2-1-1 for Demon, 2-1-1 for Yato. Just having such a great performance today. 4-3 on the scoreboard. Avalon leading the way in terms of kills, and also able to take a turtle and a turret away from BTK.
And honestly, both teams are playing very, very objective focus. The kill scores are very, very low. It seems like both teams are trying to rotate around macro. They're trying to deny minions, pushing enemies back. They don't really care about the kills. They're just making sure that they can grab these neutral objectives without a 50-50, and I think that's a great plus, you know? It kind of means that we are lore dancing, we're turtle dancing the right way, we're being very, very objective focused, and even look at the pressure onto the top side. You see Chicken sneaking in, seeing if he could grab a hook.
Yeah, concealed play does get called in from Koro, wrapping around to this turtle. Violent Queen going down for the knockup on Mobazane. He is still able to hit the retribution to secure the turtle for BTK. Yato takes down Tarzan, a Praise's Wrath from Mobazane, but now hit with the knockup. The taunt, the penalty zone dropping down. Promise trying to provide that frontline presence, and they're gonna disengage.
Yeah, that's gonna be 2 turtles going to the side of BTK, and another hook.
Right, Chicken said, where are you going? Rough Waves going down from Demon, dealing some damage on Yato. T finds Basic and shuts him down. Demon is gonna find Yato. ISO able to claim a turret off screen. Chicken using the conceal play, able to escape the 3-man set from Avalon.
Yeah, but throughout that whole entire fight, ISO was able to take up that top tower. He neutralized the tower on the bot side that Avalon took earlier. And right now, the gold lead is close. It's a 5-5, 8 minutes in. It's anyone's game, Weezy.
Yeah, anyone's game as we are looking at the items pop up. Looking at the gold laners, right? 5,000 gold for ISO. When we switch over on to Basic, he is up. Not too much though, so I will say it hasn't really been such an impactful performance so far from the gold laners, but I feel like that can change in the blink of an eye with one of these engagements.
Yeah, but here's the thing. ISO finished 2 items. He's got the Corrosion, he got the Golden Staff. Basic is still working on that very expensive Blade of Despair. So it's gonna take some time before Avalon kind of scales into a very good position. And right now, BTK, they have X work, they have carry. That's a late game comp.
Yeah, speaking of late game, Violent Queen going in, Chicken falling, Basic getting the kill, gets a double, finds Yato. Avalon getting what they were looking for, and they also were able to take a turret on the bottom side, but BTK takes a turret of their own, so both teams even on the map.
Now, that's just kind of the COD strategy, but Tarzan poking a little bit onto the mid lane. They're able to defend this mid tower.
Ooh, may be able to defend it. Tarzan far behind enemy lines, just showcasing the mobility from the Guinevere.
Now, we have the Kaja and the Valentina at the mid side. It's still a very pick-oriented, but same thing with BTK. Both teams are looking for opportunities to use that flicker to get a pick, right? If Franco is able to get an iron hook onto any target, Carry's gonna be able to burst it down. And same thing with the side of Avalon. If they can get a hook coming in, Basic should be able to get a full torn apart memory and making sure that unit has to go back. So both teams kind of playing the same strategy, but Tarzan
is gonna rush in, Violent Recruit for the double knockup. Are still fighting it out. Who will be able to draw the kill and take this objective? Praise's Wrath goes down from Zane, connecting, hits Tarzan, it takes him out of there. You are looking at Promise trying to get away, but the Fire Stake missiles will catch him in his tracks. ISO get the kill. Yato finds Promise to respawn. Rough Waves on the way out. Demon able to sustain himself. 3 members falling for Avalon. BTK able to take control of the Lord Pit.
Man, Chicken on the sniper. He gets another hook coming in.
That's the caster's curse right there. He said Chicken, and there goes the Iron Hook for the connection. Mobazane able to claim the Lord for BTK. Cold World Immortality has been procced from T.
I mean, it might be a soft spot for me. I'm a roamer, so I can appreciate good roams. And when I see Chicken right here, he's an impactful player. He got the hook on Basic, on the marksman, and able to get that shutdown right then and there. They got the Lord, and now he's just hooking over and over. BTK, they look good. 3K gold lead 10 minutes in. The kill score doesn't really show the full story. And Mobazane on that bot side, even getting another objective for the Kings.
Yeah, it looked like they are going to try and sink these lanes and open up the map even more in their favor. But Avalon's still hanging in there, right? They had a good start in the beginning, but BTK was able to turn that back around as we are now embarking into the mid-game. It's still anybody's story. My fight, my moment, right?
And honestly, right here, Avalon, they have to get the hook.
Whoa, but the flicker in Divine Judgment connects. You are going to see the Lord burst down the inhibitor, and the base has been open for Avalon. The possible siege for the base crystal on the way. Penalty zone dropping down from Promise, but knocked airborne himself. T getting the airborne knockup as well. Immortality has been procced. Praise's Wrath from Zane, frontlining. ISO able to draw the kill, takes down Tarzan. Demon, Cold World, Promise left to defend against the full team of BTK as they pull their punches and move out of their base.
Yeah, BTK is going very aggressive. Yato has been hitting his rough ways. He's been making sure he gets onto the priority targets. If not killing them, making sure that they have to back, or the teammates of BTK can actually follow up. Now, ISO.
Ooh. serious damage over there with the Speedy Light Wheels, able to take the mid lane inhibitor as well, leaving only the bottom side. Avalon now put on full defense mode.
Yeah, and honestly, BTK, we talked about earlier how their draft was very early game. They made sure they got all the early game objectives, but now they have the carry and the export.
Chicken not missing these iron hooks. Bloody hunt for the suppression. You are going to see the Petrify go down. Mobazane able to take down Cold World. One member down for Avalon.
Avalon got to try and find a way to use the Divine Judgment. He has the Divine Judgment available, no flicker, but he should be able to grab up whoever the front line is and try to burst it out. Now, here's the thing. Avalon, they chose to go for the early game draft. The Brody pick came out. The Valentina also is not extremely burst heavy. So Avalon, even though they have the Divine Judgment, it's going to be kind of hard to get the pick.
Oh, there goes the CC though. Penalty zone on to Mobazane. Not going to phase him. Now rushing in for the counterplay. You are going to look at the rough waves. Chicken finding promise. Maybe able to get another Tarzan hit with the energy eruption. Appraiser's Wrath from Mobazane going down. Speedy Light Wheels connecting on a demon, but he does use his last insanity back to the base.
Yeah, the Lord is coming up in 18 seconds. It should be uncontested from the side of BTK. So let's talk about some of the strategies coming out for the side of Avalon. They have to get onto this carry. The carry has been shredding so hard, 2, 0, and 1. He's going to be doing such high damage, and he's just unable to be shut down. You have the Fredrin in the front. You also have the export, so it's quite hard. Maybe Avalon got to do a Hail Mary play just like that.
Yeah, there goes the Divine Judgment connecting. Chain CCT is not going to be. Wait a minute, does he get out of there? He baited all of that utility, but gets bursted down from Tarzan. Big play, 5-man knockup. Mobazane able to claim the objective. Yato is going to go ahead and take down Basic in the mid lane. ISO finding promise. Fight may not be over. The Terrify on ISO. The chase is still there. The Speed Light Wheel's connecting. One more hit, and they can take him down. Demon making his way back to the base. Cold World rushing in with the Ring of Order, trying to clear out BTK from closing this game out. They don't have the minions for the close.
Well, here's the thing. The death timer is only 16 seconds. I feel like by the Lord marching down, Basic should be up. So Avalon, they kind of have to try and defend right now. They have about 10 more seconds before that Charisma comes out.
Yato needs to get another knockup like he did before, but the Bloody Hunt going down. Cold World with the Immortality being procced. Serious damage. Praise Wrath from Mobazane. ISO getting the kill. Finds Cold World. Lord still intact. Doing damage onto the base. 25% HP. The Iron Hook connecting. Basic finding Yato. The base very low. Promise getting a kill, and down it goes. A clean sweep. BTK moving forward, shutting down Avalon and sending them to the loser's bracket.
Losers bracket indeed. They're going to be playing for that following match today. Now, BTK was able to get the win, 2-0 clean. The support bands, Dave, honestly, it's quite well. They got a certain specific strategy on this new patch, and I definitely think they are very, very strong contenders.
You know what? A lot of people were making fun of Zane at the beginning of the season. This guy only played tank. Why is he only playing tank? Where's the Granger? Where's the YSS? Now, see, this guy, this is why I respect Zane, because he has his own strategy, and he's doubling down. Not only is he not listening to the naysayers, he's really doubling down the strategy, right? Okay, not only am I going tank, my entire team is going tank. That's right. No, doesn't matter who you get, who you hook, or who you try to like engage on. It does not matter. You cannot kill them, or it's gonna take you a long time to kill them. And guess what's happening while you're doing all that? We're gonna turn around, find a good angle, just like what Chicken did in the last engage. She got 4 people knocked up, right? With a Petrified combo. That was insane, Wheezy.
Yeah, I definitely have to kind of harp in on the synergy between the mid lane and the roamer. Chicken and Yato, the Kadita, the Franco. It was unstoppable. Chicken opened up the match, and Yato closed it out.
Yeah, post-game stats coming up, 17-10 for the Kings, 14-minute match, so it's actually quite quick, right? We take a look at some of the stats coming out. ISO 5-1 and 2, Yato 5-4 and 11, doing work, and we also have Zane and T, which is picked up in the very first phase of drafts, 4-2 and 8 and 2-1 and 6. So honestly, BTK with this draft right here, they're able to get a lot of kills, not dying too much, and just making sure they take care of business here with Steve.
Yeah, look at that hook. I mean, that's pro diction, right? That's not prediction, that's pro level diction there. That's OP. I mean, look at this. Just with 2 tanks in the front, you have an export, you have a Fredrin. There's not going to be enough damage to kill them fast enough to make a significant difference in the landscape of the match. Here, they finally got an export, but at what cost, right? But at what cost? Everything's dive in. Look at Chicken. Jeez.
Yeah, Yato rushing in, able to get that rough waves as well. 4-man knockup, and then Chicken with the bloody hunt. We talked about the mage tank synergy, and there it is. Mobazane not able to take advantage of the early game, but no worries. He has his team to follow him.
Once again, BTK, they're taking all the objectives in. They have higher turret damage, and honestly, they are just doing so much work. 31% from Yato. That is a very high kill to participation. The Rich Riot goes to ISO. Yato on that highest damage dealing. And honestly, BTK showing all signs of life right here. Zane, Sandbag, Forgotten One, Yato. They're taking away all the awards here.
Yeah, you know, one other thing I have to mention. In the first series we see TOB versus A77, you can see that, you know, TOB was feeling the nerve a little bit, right? But then in this series, when we look at BloodThirstyKings, they were bloodthirsty coming on stage. They were not feeling nervous at all. Right? Since the beginning of the match, it's a clean game, really, really short, and second game, clean game, domination style. So BTK, I mean, they look pretty ready. Our casters, I think this time we have like, what, 3 people voting for BTK?
That's right. I mean, it's always interesting to see what UA votes for. I can't wait for that to pop up on the screen. But you know something interesting, it's not over yet, right? There is a loser's bracket, and up next we're going to be seeing an amazing series as well. We're going to see Area 77, we're going to see Avalon, both of them fighting it out after a clean sweep against TOB and BTK.
Absolutely, but before we get to the next series, guys, we have the MVP of the match. It is going to be Fried Chicken. That's right, let's take a look at the stats of the past series.
Chicken, man. We kind of had a little bit of doubts, but he definitely cleared it up. It seems like, you know, the growth that he came from the playoff, from the regular season all the way to playoffs, it all paid off. The Edith, the highest kill participation, making that impact, and also the Franco. It didn't do so well early, but getting a few hooks onto the main targets, onto the picks, he just completely made sure that Avalon did not have a chance. Chicken as this MVP of this series, I honestly think he deserves it here, Weezy.
Oh man, Chicken, what a guy. You see the progression of this character, right? From M4, oh actually from M3 all the way until now, but I gotta work with Chicken at M4. You see the progression. This guy step it up when he needs to step it up. And he's definitely pulling off some incredible engagements in this game. Shot caller for the team. It takes a special character, special leadership in order to shot call in the game, especially decisively, right? With BTK, now I want to listen to the voice comps to see exactly who's doing all these calls because it's really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, it's like really nothing Chicken can't do so far,
Yep.
right? Only a few weeks running in the roam position, and it's just been dominating. I got the pleasure of actually talking to Mobazane and asking him, hey, how do you feel about Chicken stepping into this roam position and Joy Boss kind of sitting out? And he said that he believes it actually took the team in a better direction. Not saying that Joy Boss wasn't a great answer, but it provided a different dynamic that the teams are not used to going against.
Absolutely. Hey, UA, we got something special to show on broadcast for the first time. What you're seeing here is a heat map for the entire game. You can see the concentrated area where Chicken's roaming for the first few minutes of the game. Tell me, what do you think about this heat map?
Honestly, Chicken, it kind of tells that, hey, he was very targeting towards onto that gold lane and into the objectives. He's making sure he's walking around, showing his presence, getting that flicker to come in through. So I feel like Chicken deserved this. But we talked about Chicken earlier. I do want to mention, he's one of the true multi-roles in North America. He went from a gold lane standing into an XP position when his team needs, and now back into the roam position where, you know, Joy Boss just had to sit out and Chicken coming in. That element of surprise, man, I cannot wait for the next few games, Weezy.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we're just getting started. That was only the first 2 series of today, and Chicken, again, surprising the world and getting that MVP for BTK.
Hey, you know what? You asked for it. The BTK vs TOB tonight. Latest match, so do not go anywhere. But first, guys, we got some special interview on the stage with our wonderful, stunning host, Liz. One more time. Let's go take a look.
All right, thank you, Dave. I mean, our casters must love Chicken. They went on so long building up to this moment, but right now on stage, we have the MVP of the last series. Chicken, how are you feeling?
I feel fine.
Oh, fine, it is indeed. You did amazing on that roam, and this is your 4th week so far playing on roam. You've been doing great, and Viv is saying if you win and go to M5, that's going to be the 3rd role you play in the World Series. How are you adjusting to the role?
Well, I used to main tank way back before I started competing, so the role isn't like completely new to me. So it wasn't really that hard to adjust.
And you're doing great. I mean, next NACT, maybe we'll see Chicken on the jungle. Who knows? This guy is a true legend. Now, the last series, obviously it was a sweep, it was a domination, but the second game, you guys had a little problem with the Guinevere there that was causing a little trouble in the early game. How do you feel about their draft?
They had a good invade, didn't really expect it. Well played to them, but I got picks on Franco, and that turned around the game.
So Chicken's like, you know, they got their pocket picks, but we don't care. We got the games in our pocket, and you know, Chicken is the cool guy on stage, but on the voice comms, he is indeed the shot caller, and you guys are gonna do great in the last series. Thank you so much for joining us in the cruise, and we'll see you in a bit. All right, everybody. Now, second giveaway with our wonderful live audience. Now, have my friends, once again, Angela and Dyrod joining us. So, which one of you is going to pick your lucky number? It's gonna be Angela? All right, Angela. So, what is your favorite number from 1 to 58?
24.
24, she already had that number in mind. 24, who will it be?
Number 24 will be Hoa.
Hoa?
Hoa.
Noah.
Oh, it's Noah?
Noah. Do we have a Noah in the audience? Noah, number 24. Why are you guys laughing? Tell me. Noah on the stage? Anyone? All right, we're gonna give it 5 more seconds. Noah, come on up on stage. Oh my goodness! Wow! Noah, do you play the game, Noah?
What?
Do you play this Mobile Legends?
No.
Also, so you're here with your family?
Yeah.
All right. Well, you are on a roll today, Noah. One lucky mystery box for you. You'll have all the things you need to start your journey in MLBB. Once again, thank you, our wonderful cosplayers. And for all of you audiences out there, next series, Avalon versus Area 77. So without further ado, let's take a short break, get your drinks ready, and we'll see you in a bit.
Could be huge, but it looks like could be another kill.
Yeah, praises wrapped onto Marcuti, ends his hopes.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment. Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our live stream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. BloodThirstyKings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its growth, evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history.
The upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara, wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT Fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%, good luck to all of you guys, especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Hi everyone, I'm Eterna. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene. And I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LLBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Nafel, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT Falls, all of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up guys, I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating, but they told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors, BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
Wow, what exhilarating series we had so far. And now we're coming to the third round of the day. AVL taking on A77. One team will have to wipe their tears, and sorry tears, actually, and just go home. They're still free to, they're welcome to come tomorrow. But let's take a look at of the brackets so far. You can see now the next game is going to be the loser round 1, best out of 3. Area77 taking on Avalon, and the winner will proceed to tomorrow. But don't go anywhere, because hold on tight. We have one great match tonight. TOB versus the BTK. Now this game, I wouldn't say it determines a lot of stuff, but it really is a testing ground for those teams, right? Because you can try out some new metas. We mentioned in the last game, if you watch carefully, BTK has some dive compositions that are running really smoothly. TOB, they like to play the supports. We've seen the Minnesota with Axia, right? We've seen different support Rome coming out. Guys, what do y'all think about the upcoming series? Who's packing?
I mean, I definitely think it's going to be up in the air. It could go any way. It's hard to tell at this point. I feel like there's a lot of, like, the Avalon, Area 77's 50-50, the TOB BTK's 50-50 to me, and both teams I feel like haven't even really showed all of their cards yet.
Yeah, one thing is for sure, I talked about that ride starting today, but unfortunately, that ride does end for one team here tonight. I'm not sure who it's going to be, but we're going to find out soon.
Yeah, and by the way, if you haven't noticed, I got new casters again, right? I mean,
magic.
Yeah, it is.
You've been pulling magic tricks all day.
Yeah, it is magic trick.
David
It's actually a magic show. This is not a tournament. This is a magic show. You're here, and you got your ticket worth. By the way, and guys, we have your playoff stats for the two teams. Area 77 for Avalon, their journey so far in Long Beach. Let's take a look at those stats.
Now, this time, it's a little bit closer, and this is what I mean when it's 50-50 with these two teams. One of the things outside of stats, Avalon just pulled some really clutch picks. The Guinevere, things like that. Is it going to be able to get them the win over Area 77? If we take a look at KDA real fast, though, the assists for Area 77 are insane. They've been working together as a unit. Their kills also a point ahead of Avalon, but their deaths also a point ahead of Avalon. What does that say to you, Private?
Well, for me, it's been a lot when it comes to a lot of these objectives. I feel like what I've seen here is that Area 77, a little faster to the queue when it comes to these objectives, able to get there first, be able to kind of push out enemies. Unfortunately, not enough when it came to TOB. But, we're going to see if that kind of continues against a team like Avalon, who has shown a lot of aggression.
Hey, to be honest, we've seen what Area 77 did in match 1 against TOB, right? Very first game. This team has what it takes. They have the momentum. I talked to Merciless, some of the players, Zero. They come in all happy. They're ready, and also they're focused in this game. Can they win? Guys, I think our production already have this match draft ready. Let's jump into the ban pick.
All right, so Avalon will be on the blue side. First pick, first ban for them. Now that we've seen, how teams are going to do, what they're going to do with the meta, etc., I think they're going to have a bit more of an idea of what they're going to want to ban. They're not going to be coming into this blind. Both teams got to see both teams play, right? So we know some of those clutch picks. We know DPR feels very comfortable on some tankier picks, right? We know that Avalon has a couple cards up their sleeves, things of that nature. So now that they've been able to get eyes on each other, does that change anything major?
Well, we do know, the obvious choice has been to kind of focus down on DPR. Get some of those picks down. They think, I want to say they kind of or maybe underestimate some of his pool a little bit. They feel if they can get some of those picks off, then they can be able to kind of challenge him.
It is quite interesting. Let's take a look. Area 77, it seems like they're thinking about it. It's really hard to ban DPR. You want to ban him, but this guy has shown us Fredrin. He's good with Retri in game 1, right? Obviously, Mart has been taken away, but he can play a lot of things. DPR used to be known as Poggy, and a lot of people didn't know this, but he was a carry player before. He knows how to play those assassins.
Yeah, definitely a lot of possibilities. Does look like we're going to be having a few tech issues, comms, having a little trouble on the side of Area 77. Possibly may end up being a redraft, so we're not seeing any picks come through immediately. We're going to figure out exactly soon. But this gives us time to kind of break this down a little bit more. And after watching the past game Private, after watching Area 77 face, we didn't really get to we haven't been doing predictions game by game. Any calls, any hot takes? Give me something.
I was almost glad we didn't mention predictions because
there's no escape.
Yeah, no as we come to the playoffs, like our predictions just go out the window, especially with the last one when it came to how Area 77 was able to show us off. Nothing is turning out as a lot of our predictions went. But here right now, I mean, this is where it all happens, where it has meaning. Area 77 has shown, and even like we said, I want to say, I mean, I dare say they had a little bit more impressive of a turnout against the Ohio Brothers than I saw with Avalon against BTK. Does that mean BTK was a little stronger in how they pounded down on Avalon? And then that you have kind of a wounded animal in Avalon as well, too. They're not looking for another loss that just happened fresh, so you know they're looking to turn things around.
Absolutely. Guys, before we get into the talk about more about the draft and the meta, we got news that, we actually solved our tech problems. We are going to restart the draft for the previous match, though. Thank you for your patience at home. Make sure to reward yourself, get yourself a little bit of water, a little bit of drink, a little bit of popcorn, stuff to eat. For live audience here, there are a lot of great food actually around this menu.
Dave, you don't get to dodge the question. Prediction.
Oh, yeah.
Avalon or Area 77?
We haven't really predict that much. But hey, I got something incredible for you. We got bio for Mark QT. Interesting news, Trex. What's going on?
All right, hometown Illinois' Mark QT, a.k.a. The Magician. Favorite character, Lancelot. Okay. Favorite skin, E-Girls. Me too, Mark QT, me too. Hobby outside of gaming, gym, and basketball. I like to see it. And Mark QT, man, has just showed up this season private.
Yeah, ultimately, I feel like Mark QT was that driving force that first spun that upset against the Knights of Fate. He was that strong, powered hammer that really nailed in the victory against Ooga Booga, against Powerless when it came to Knights of Fate, and really kind of swung things around in their favor. He's definitely somebody you want to watch out for. We saw in those games, a lot of focus goes into these gold lanes to make sure that they can kind of at least upset them, at least hold them down a bit, because if you let them go on their own mid-game, you're going to have a problem regardless of how that early game started.
And hey, we're looking at Mark QT on camera. It seems like this guy is, pretty calm, pretty collected. Most importantly, he's really handsome. That is right. I asked all the audience, not all the audience, a lot of the talents, the casters, just the community overall, who do you think is the best looking players in an NACT playoff?
You always have the best questions, Dave.
Yeah, I know. Mark is definitely one of them, on the top of the list. When a guy can turn a guy on, he's on to something.
All right.
Okay.
I like. All right, that's a vibe, bro. It's NACT, baby. We're in LA. You only get to live once, Dave. But I think other than his amazing looks, he also has some amazing talent. And you mentioned earlier, Private, comparing the Avalon versus BTK and then the Area 77 versus TOB. Mark QT was on fire against TOB. There were some plays in game one when he was on that Aerithal that were just clutch. Once again, just pulling out that inner magician, man, able to bob and weave through those team fights. Just the micro of him sometimes, and able to last down, knowing and testing his limits until he has 10 HP left, getting the kill and then still getting away. Those are the moments that earn him the nickname. Those are the moments that earn him the montage, right? And he's just been such a star, and I'm super excited to see how he grows more and more as Area 77 gets better and better.
Well, and the thing is that the team had a great draft for him. They had a lot of CC, a lot of tankiness to kind of make sure that he was allowed that time, allowed that space to be able to kind of come down there. I mean, not to take anything away from Mark QT, but when you add how great he is on the marksman with how well that Area 77 seems to have, I mean, this last month for Area 77, they have just jumped power levels as far as I've seen, and they've just become these great synergy and compositions that they show out.
I know we've been bragging about Mark QT. I just want to say that this is one of the marksman players that kind of give you the carry vibe. We know goal lane is obviously the carry, but a lot of times you don't really see goal lane shine because we give so much focus to the mid, jungle, support, rotation, synergy. With Mark QT, he carries, he shines in front of the team, and that's really different. It gave me Gina vibe, but Gina's not here today, so it's just Mark QT is one of those marksmen just built different gaming.
Yeah, and I feel like the rest of the team is now also kind of catching up to that. And that's what we kind of saw in Phase 3. Area 77 as a whole now are getting stronger. They're kind of finding that groove, and it felt like the last 2 seasons, they've been looking for that identity, right? They were kind of all over the place in spring season, picking a lot of kind of off-brandy picks, kind of still playing that. They didn't really want to completely adapt to meta. And then even the beginning of this season, they were having some hiccups. And now it feels like they're finally just like, okay, we got this. We know what we want to play. We know how we want to groove. They pulled out that crazy gold line flank. It's like they're coming into games more prepared, more as a unit, and it feels like, you know, they're finally back to being Area 77.
Yeah, to even touch on that, it felt like at the beginning of the season, they weren't as confident in the meta. So they went a little outside, they tried some certain things until they finally got to a point where they're like, yeah, you know what, we got this. We're gonna pick the meta, we're gonna go into it, and we're gonna come in with a successful plan. But I think we're about ready to start it up, Dave.
Hey, before we start it up, we got another player ready to show you some bios. That's right. Let's go ahead and pull up DPR, a little bit about him. Now, what about this player, Private?
DPR, hometown in Longmount. A favorite character is Carrie. Favorite skin, Carrie Starlight skin, of course, for the Carrie. And the hobby outside of a gaming emergency preparedness. That's interesting. Maybe a little bit of that, the shelters and having food and stuff stocked up.
Hey, guys. You know what? We've seen a bio, but how about meeting a real person, right? I think Liz is on stage behind the desk this time with the player. Let's send it over to the stage.
All right, Dave. So I am backstage right next to DPR. I get to see a little bit of what's going on stage as the players are preparing. And just when Weezy was mentioning Starlight skin for Carrie, why?
Just Carrie's my favorite character.
But there's like so many other skins.
No, that's the best skin, hands down. No other skin. Not even.
Well, Starlight is always the best, so purchase your Starlight boxes. Now, DPR, how are you feeling about this series? Give me a little bit of a trash talk against Avalon right now.
I ain't gonna really trash talk. This is good luck to both teams.
Well, being humble now, I like it. So, you think you're gonna win though? Take this series home?
Oh yeah, I wanna win, no matter what.
That's not good enough. You not want to win, you are going to win. Let's have it at the end.
Yeah. I don't know what to say.
Well, all right. I'm sure you guys are gonna do great. Now, Dave, it looks like the show is going to go on, so best of luck to both teams, and we're gonna find out how they're gonna do.
All right, that's some spicy interview right there from our host, lovely host, Liz, with DPR. This is a pretty humble guy. Now, I want to tell you a story. We're picking up DPR from the airport. This is actually his first time flying from home, right?
Okay.
Now, this interesting thing is he lost his luggage, right? The airline just like didn't give it to him. They actually ended up shipping the luggage to him. But he was totally cool about it. I would have panicked.
Oh, we know, Dave.
I lost my luggage. This guy was like, yo, I think I lost my luggage, but it's all good.
It's all good.
It's all good.
I'm wearing 2 pairs of boxers. It's good, man. We'll make it. We'll survive. Honestly, like, DPR, whether he wins or loses right now, he just won my heart. He definitely just won my heart. Been a Poggy fan for a long time, and it was awesome to get to meet all of Area 77 in person this time. I think one of the best parts of this event so far has definitely been the fact that there's 4 teams now meeting 10 plus new players that have been a part of the community for so long, learning all the personalities. The players have been having a blast together. Everyone's been hanging out. It's definitely it's made this whole experience that much better.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of crazy is just how, I want to say, humble that DPR is, especially being somebody who got the first Savage in NACT. So, I mean, there's a person out there when it comes to the personality, but then when it comes to sitting down, getting in the game, he's all business.
Yo, guys, you know what's all about business? Taking a break. That is right. You know, this is your time to recollect yourself because a spicy game is about to take place. Now, we're going to be back in a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. It's time to like, subscribe, and share the stream with your friends. See you soon.
Could be huge, but it looks like could be another kill.
Yeah, Praisers wrap onto Marcuti ends his hopes.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment. Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our Livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. BloodThirstyKings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its growth, evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history.
The upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara, wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT Fall Season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%, good luck to all of you guys, and especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Right. Hi everyone, I'm Eterna. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene. And I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Nafel, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that
shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT falls. All of you guys will do good because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up, guys? I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors. BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
All right, welcome back to 2023 NACT Fall Season Playoff. You can see on the stage right now, big shout out to the production crew, our incredible team, are helping our players solving the problems, getting it solved as quickly as possible as we're jumping to the next game. We cannot wait. Gentlemen, what are we looking for?
What are we looking for?
Yeah.
Oh, we're looking for dubs. I don't know who yet, but we're looking for dubs. I'm looking for 3 games. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for intense matches. I'm looking for hype. I'm looking for the essence and soul of NACT.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, W's in indeed. And yeah, it would be nice to get that 3rd game. I mean, we know both of these teams, nobody wants to go home early. It's Saturday. It's a 2-day event. Nobody wants to be the first one out. And here is where it's going to matter. And that's exactly why we're taking our time, making sure that everything is perfect. There's an even playing field for both teams.
That's right. Now, Private and I are sitting with our wonderful Trex, who happen to be a freestyle rapper.
Oh, no.
When I was asking this question, I knew it was coming. You give him a small question, to give you a paragraph, an essay.
Oh, it's draft time, Dave.
It's like a chat GPT, but let's take a look at the draft. Why don't we go ahead and see? We're back to the draft. Let's see what the team got in store for us.
All right, it's Avalon up against Area 77. Still game 1, and Avalon still holds the blue side. First pick, first ban, Private.
Yeah, a little bit of nervousness there from Trex.
I was worried.
By the draft here. But like we were talking about before, it's definitely a new meta right now. I want to say Area 77. I don't remember even too many of the roam bans there. I want to see how well, some of these specific bans come out for both teams. We have seen DPR focused on before. I'm wondering if maybe Zero might be something that they're going to want to focus on as well, as he has proved pretty lethal in that mid lane.
Yeah, but like, what do you even focus on for Zero? We saw him pull a Gushin last time, and he did pretty well with it. So it's like, yeah, you could, but he's always like, honestly, you're gonna ban meta heroes, and he's just gonna, he's like, I wasn't even planning to pick those. Those weren't even in my choices, you know. So it's definitely something. I'm wondering again, maybe Mark Cutie, maybe take out that Airthel, maybe DPR, which we already have the Martis ban. Maybe go into Basha or the Fredrin next possibly, but Avalon does have first pick, so if those are options for them, they could pick them up. Matilda, as we've seen, TLB Rocket, we know it's a solid pick, but still it feels like a lot of teams, like so far we've seen different drafts throughout all the games we've seen so far, so I still think a lot of teams are like we don't know exactly what those clutch picks could be.
Right, Novara being banned away, there's still quite a bit of characters available, right? We seen all of a sudden shift. PDK banned all 3 support, Rafaela, Matilda, as well as I think it was Angela, right? 3 characters, 2 games in a row. But now we've seen this match, there's almost no support bans, right? Yeah, Kaj is kind of like a support. Yeah. Novara is more of a mage. Other than that, it's like a complete shift of playstyle.
Yeah, there's still Angela on the field. We saw how well that did. Still a lot of options there. So, I mean, it could definitely go any way. And watching how Avalon played last games, I feel like it's hard to even guess what they might pull out here.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing. I mean, we've seen Area 77 have adjusted a little bit. First series, we saw a little bit more of a tanky, fighter-centric composition from them, even without kind of that support of an Angela or from a Matilda. Still rolling around with that tanky and fighter type of composition. First game, a little bit more success. I want to say second game, maybe their number was found in it. So maybe they change it up, or maybe we're going to kind of focus down on that again here.
Right, Valentina being banned away. I was just saying that, you know, this team likes to take Valentina first pick. You know, what is about Valentina all of a sudden this character is the first ban, first pick again? Like, there was a period of time when it's almost felt like, you know, it's a roller coaster, up and down, right? Like current stock market.
I feel like even when she wasn't getting banned though throughout the season, she was still getting picked here and there. Like she's still very high. She's like top 3 in our percentages right now. I checked statistics not too long ago. She's definitely like top 3, top 5 as pick ban ratio. She's almost always on. It just felt like there was more prominent bans of other heroes at the time, right? Now, I want to say something real quick. You know, we've been all like lovey-dovey. Everyone's been happy for the past day. But this game, the tension just feels a little bit different. I can feel the rumble in the crowd, like that slight bass sound right now. Because the fact is someone's done after this.
Yeah, and that's the unfortunate part, is that someone is done. But that makes this game even more important. That's why you know that both of these teams are going to be putting even more into it. Still have that Matilda out there. And and we're not even going to go for it. They're going to go for Fredrin first here. Big. I mean, he has just been a very successful pick for a lot of teams. Ever since coming into the meta, has just been so solid. And even now, with a lot of the support roles that we have out there, a lot of the CC, he's just a complete package when it comes to sustain and durability.
Trax, you mentioned that they're going to be done on stage, but their off-stage journey will just start whoever loses this match. Because they got a whole day to watch a tournament tomorrow. Plus, on top of the fact, they gotta, you know, enjoy a fun day with the community. You know, interact with. We got a huge event tomorrow. Make sure to come here and join the meetup. But guys, let's come back to this draft. Matilda and Terzilla being taken out. This is a really heavy dive right now.
I don't even understand how Terizzle's doing as much damage as he's been doing. I thought he got a nerf, but it feels like he's doing more damage now. Like, not only here in NA, he's just become such a prominent pick, even since the last nerf. And, I mean, he's just whomping people. Now, the Fredrin pick was solid, but we saw last game, Akai is back, baby. Woo. And Area 77 can definitely lock that in, and the heavy spin helps deal with that Fredrin so well. And now about the Matilda, with Zero being so flexible, do we think it's mid, or do we think it's roam?
That's kind of the good thing about when it comes to having a person like Zero on your team, is there's just so many picks that you never know where it's going to go, how it's going to be executed, and especially with how gifted Zero can be mechanically to deal with all of these. He'll use things in mid that you never thought would be successful, and he can use them in that way, especially when it comes to a lot of those ones that have the great movement speed, so that he can get to these side lanes, get those pickoffs, and to help to set the early tone for the team.
Only when you have Zero on your team do you need to discuss about, you know, the position of Matilda.
Hey man, I've seen crazy things with this hero recently.
True. This character can really do a lot of things. Right now I've seen Matilda just with one ult and a skill 1 to just kill somebody. You're like, what? Is this a support still? It doesn't seem realistic, but hey, I love the Franco pick coming out from Avalon, because one thing about Matilda is you can save a lot of frontline tank characters, you know, with the skill 2, with the dash, especially now with the buff on the skill 2, with the extended range, the duration. Guys, with Franco, nothing matters. You know, once I got the iron hook, well, that's not iron hook, the ultimate onto you, the suppression, you're not going anywhere, right? You cannot take the skill 2 from Matilda. You're going down. But obviously Avalon needs some damage. So far, it seems like they're kind of missing that.
But I will say that Ares, like, Area 77 has some answers to the Bloody Hunt, right? Like with Merciless, with that penalty zone. Because whenever the Bloody Hunt happens, everyone wants to kind of like crowd around it. Like, all right, let's go in and kill this person.
Right.
So you have like, they have some response. They have Merciless with the penalty zone. Also, even Matilda Airlines, that ultimate now gives a knock-up onto people. So if they all get grouped up at any point and they catch them with that, it is a great counter play. So yes, the Franco is deadly, but I mean, both teams definitely have answers to each other currently.
Yeah, and it does matter on how the spacing of some of those ultimates come out. You land an early hook, it really does depend on who you get. If you get the roam of the other team, if you get one of the tanky players of it, it might not be as useful as if you maybe had grabbed Mark Cutie on the carry, or maybe had grabbed Matilda and been able to lock her down. And that's where it's going to really come in here. It's going to be the patience of the players when these engagements come out. When does that Bloody Hunt come out? When does that Circling Eagle come out? And how is it used to be successful?
Oh man, are we seeing a full engage relying on Merciless with the Terizla right now from A77? Right, the only character so far that can engage, because now what we're looking at is probably a mid laner, or maybe you're right, Mathilda might just be the mid laner, might just be Zero's position this game, because they need another one who can go up front, or it's going to be the Lancelot who gets that vision, thanks to the mobility, thanks to now on top of it you have a skill 2 from Mathilda. They have a lot of mobility right now from Area 77, and on top of it, you have a carry who skills your late game that can kill someone like Esmeralda and Fredrin in a second.
So if Zero picks something, I was going to say like the Faramis, or even something like supporting mid, this composition is almost identical to what TOB beat them with game 1, right? The Lancelot, the carry, the Terizla, the Matilda, and now we can just put another supporter mid, and that's where the meta's like heading right now. It's 2 supports mid. You don't even need that super bulky tank all the time. Like, yes, it's still viable having a bulky roamer, but it's not completely needed. Movement speed is crucial right now, and you can get CC from your EXP laners. You can get CC from some of those supports. So the possibilities are just kind of endless right now, and I wouldn't frown upon Area 77 if they went for something a bit squishier as this last pick.
And you know what? I'm glad you brought that up, because I was just going to say, I mean, double support is what they got beat with. Why not adjust and... Oh! So it is going to be that Harley mid with the Roam Matilda. Still, I mean, not what we expect. It just, and that's what we get. That's the value you get out of some of these drafts, is like, man, it's never what you expect, but I mean, a very valuable pick there for Area 77.
So we got Mark Cutie the Magician and Zero the actual Magician on Harley right now. Deadly Magic in the Land of Dawn right here. And he is literally the only player that has picked this up throughout NACT, I'm pretty sure. But he has actually done pretty well with it. Like, last time, were me and you casting that game? Maybe it was me and Yue, I don't remember, but I was talking about, like, I thought it was a cheese pick, and I was thinking, it was Hoon who picked it up, and Hoon made it look very, very viable. Like, it could be used.
It makes sense in this draft because they tried to get rid of Faramis' ultimate, because Faramis counter carries so badly, right? I mean, carry tried to do damage to a single target. Faramis, all of a sudden, carry, do you wait there to get, dunked on? But we will find out in this game, the elimination round between Avalon and Area 77.
That's right, this is the lower bracket, so this is going to set the tone. This is one of the games that you really want to capture, especially that early lead, that early victory in.
All right, this game is playing for keeps. All the marbles on the line right now. And like I said, not a whole lot of smiles this time around. Both teams looking very serious. They know what's on the cost. And even if they're not aiming for gold, nobody wants to be dubbed 4th place here. Now, Area 77, like I said, they have so much movement, and they did opt to go for that squishier mid. They decide to go for this Harley. Now, I know that Dave mentioned the Netherrealm and being able to deal with this. I don't know if that's exactly going to be the target. I think the main thing is, let's get basic. Let's try to get Demon when he's alone and see if we can bait out the Netherrealm early on.
Yeah, and then that's going to be the play here. Jules Cootie actually doing a pretty decent job when it comes to vision, latching on to where the jungler is, where the roam is, making sure that he's getting that vision out there. But without him at mid lane, Demon is able to kind of body Zero, who's going to have to return home.
Yeah, I think Area 77 needs to take a little bit slow in the laning phase. Avalon, on the other hand, this is a great time to maybe push the objective. You know that you kind of went out a little bit in the mid lane. You know that you have the CC. You have ways to slow down Jules, and Jules Jules in trouble, gonna be able to get away from that one, but still, even with 0, also very squishy, not the most insane wave clear. Now, all that area,
Yeah, big hook does come out. 0 able to get out of harm's way. Tarzan actually having a very successful time pressing into the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, at this point with 0 on this Harley, it will be a good way to dodge some of these hooks, to dodge some of these engages, and it's where it could actually end up being clutch. Cold World gonna harass DPR's jungle there, but Turtle is up now.
Yeah, we can see it down comes the, comes out, and then Promise comes into the side. DPR gonna have to get out, but is not fast enough. Takes that early kill and is down, and that's gonna be a free Turtle for Avalon. Oh, another kill there comes out. So 1-1 right now, but Turtle goes over to Avalon.
Yeah, Merciless able to pick up Demon there, so a mid laner for the jungler. Good trade for the side of Avalon in my book, and DPR is going to be a little behind. He had some great retries last time up against TOB, but with him slowly falling behind, if Tarzan can get the level advantage, it could be crucial on the second, third Turtle here. Area 77, who do they still have up though? They got Mark Cutie. I'm excited to see how Mark Cutie does against Basic. He is a level behind right now. Basic getting a little bit of an advantage, but that's kind of expected when you're going up against Beatrix. The range is there, and when you're on that carry, you kind of have to slow play your lane.
Yeah, Jules Cutie might be biting off a little more than she could chew. That's exactly what I meant, because Coldwell comes in, puts the suppression on, but Jules Cutie able to dash out of harm's way. Just kidding, Tarzan comes in, able to finish the job, picks up that kill, and they make their escape.
You know, with the Bloody Hunt, with the taunt from Tarzan, there's just a lot of things to slow down that heavy movement that Area 77 is trying to bring. And Jules Cutie now knows, all right, I gotta be a bit more careful. Maybe I can't get in their face as much as I thought I could. 0, hitting level 4 a little bit late, now at level 5, I think we need to see something from that, because if you don't start capitalizing on that deadly magical, if you don't start trying to hone down onto Basic or someone else, it just feels like a wasted pick.
Yeah, and right now 2-1 in favor of Avalon, who seem to be having a decent time in the jungle, pressing their advantage. We haven't really seen too many big grouped ganks when it comes into these side lanes. So it's really going to come down to a lot of these objectives when teams are forced to kind of meet each other. Actually, a lot of damage comes onto Mark Cutie, taken down to a little less than half health. Basic just dominating the lane, taking advantage of that not great early from carry. DPR able to dash his way to safety. Promise really giving it to him.
Promise has just done an amazing job overall on the Esmeralda. Even last game, he's definitely showing up left and right. And Merciless picks up this Drizzler, which he also did great on the Esmeralda in his game. So I'm just like, it's definitely back and forth. It's 2-1 right now, but a little bit of engage.
Yeah, penalty zone followed up by, Tarzan able to get the turtle regardless of what was going on. And we do have some ults all as well. Damage coming down, Appraiser's Wrath. Jules Cutie able to use that circling eagle to get out of harm's way.
Yeah, now Area 77 kind of on the back ropes here. Avalon has taken a 2K gold lead. They're holding this. They're now going to start invading, taking away, chipping away at Area 7 more and more. And if they continue to get this lead, if this starts to scale more and more, with the composition that Area 77 brought, it's not going to look good for them. When you have something like the Harley, you need to start getting those kills in. When you have something like Mark Cutie, who luckily hasn't taken any deaths, it takes some time to scale to that.
Yeah, and I was about to say, it's very like, DPR swooping in, does find an escape as well, but Mark Cutie, luckily, not taking any deaths. So there still is an answer as you move into the mid and late game. Fortunately, Basic has been dominating that late. They really do know where their power spikes are and where they can take advantage. 3 members up here, locking on to Cobra, who's going to go ahead, use that flicker to get out. A little bit of a pull onto Jules. And just a little bit left of health there, is able to get himself out.
Yeah, so DPR just locks in the War Axe. I feel like his damage has been lacking a little bit, but against something like a Fredrin, that is expected. Against something like Cold World on this Franco, like, what are you even really dashing to? And even if you get to Demon, he has the Nether Realm. I continue to say it, Area 77 needs to focus in on the Basic, because that's their only real target right now if they want to try to come out of this hole.
Yeah, and a little bit of a patient start, but that gold right now not favoring Area 77's patience. Oh my god, all that damage, and DPR taking off the board again. 3-1 in favor of Avalon, and that's what I was saying. Unless they can make a play here, we do have a circling eagle, and is able to cancel it in a time at the mid lane.
Yeah, DPR gets caught off there, taken out. Now he's got 2 deaths under his belt, and this is what I was worried about. He's 2 levels behind Tarzan now, and already at a disadvantage in composition overall. I feel like it's going to be even tougher now to deal with these neutral objectives and try to steal something away from Tarzan. We saw him in previous games pick up more of the utility jungle, this time picking up the Lance a lot. It just doesn't seem to be as good in his hands right now.
Yeah, and that's kind of, especially when it just comes down to on paper. If you're have to, we do have a falling star moon. And again, Promise just honing in on DPR, zoning him out, making sure that he is not a part of these fights, not a part when they're trying to take some of these objectives. Tarzan against 2, Jules Cutie thinks the wiser of it, and now at the tower from the flank. Promise comes in. This is just that gold lead being shown up. They're able to dive into these towers without hesitation.
Yeah, I mean, and at this point, Area 77 continues to get backed into a hole. They have 1 kill on the board right now.
DPR gets locked down, and Basic puts the finishing touches on him.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like you have this Matilda. You need to start using it to get your heroes in and out of these bad situations. Let's take a look at the items, at some of this gold. Mark Cutie sitting at 4,800, and take a look at Basic.
Wow.
He's got almost a 2.6k gold lead. I mean, he's literally already locked in BOD, one of the most expensive items in the game. I mean, and Mark Cutie is so far behind. Even though he doesn't have a death, it still feels like it's going to be a long time till he can make a dent in anybody.
Yeah, I mean, the two most valuable items, I want to say, that Malefic Roar and the BOD. So now even armor is going to have a lackadaisical effect when you're trying to build against it. And that's just when it comes to the gold lead. The gold lead might not even seem too crazy. Well, actually, it's starting to get up there. Now we're at about an 8K gold lead at the 8-minute mark. Right now, a very dominating performance by Avalon.
And it just goes to show Avalon's overall rotations, right? Ooh, wait a second.
Yeah, big pop-out comes in there, and caught with a hook is Merciless, who's able to flicker out. Demon goes ahead, puts the boots to Jules Cutie, and Promise takes down Merciless. You see Mark Cutie, look how fast he was bursted down, even with the speedy light wheel activated.
Yeah, there's just no answer right now. They fall too far behind, and those plays would have looked good if the gold was even, but it's just not enough right now. And Avalon trying to close out early.
Yeah, DPR comes in there with that Thorned Rose, but I mean, this one seems academic. Oh, just a lonely minion in there. So, I mean, they're not able to close it just yet, but Area 77, this one seems starting to slip further and further out of their hands.
Yeah, this is starting to look a little rough. 10K gold lead, almost creeping into 11K. And as we've said so many times, when you fall this far behind, it doesn't matter how good your play is, you're just not going to be able to make it. And here's the thing about Area 77 is they don't have any huge setters. They don't have anything that can really give them 2 or 3 seconds to just unload damage. Nothing to stop any members of Avalon in their tracks so that Mark Cutie can just unload. Promise should be able to get away from this pretty easily. He's got sprint, and that on the Esmeralda just makes her even harder to kill.
Yeah, and this is kind of where we're at with the match, is that even with a lot of their players lying in wait, you definitely now need to wait for Avalon to make a mistake. They've been pretty precise thus far in the opening 10 minutes of this game, and I mean, you have a non-luminous Lord coming in. I'm sure Area 77 should be able to stop this Lord, but they're going to lose some powers there. Oh, a lot of damage breaks onto 0, and you can see Tarzan still with the CC, laying it on the Merciless, who's going to be able to escape. DPR comes in, but pays for it with his life. Oh, as I said, they were going to be able to defend. This might be a wrap, as that is going to be all game 1, going to a very dominating performance in Avalon.
Ooh. GG's, well played. Avalon coming in clean. I mean, they got their groove, man. It took them 2 games up against BTK, but they definitely came in with their groove and just outshined and outperformed Area 77 in many aspects. Honestly, in my opinion, from the draft even into the game, Area 77 tried something a little bit cheeky, but I think they need to get back to the basics if they want to try to reverse sweep this.
Yeah, I think we were talking about it before that Area 77 not as confident with the meta, used to go with things a little bit outside of it, and now here, I mean, a Lance into a tanky roam isn't always the best choice because that tanky roam is going to be able to hang around those objectives more. And with Lance, you're going to have to really be picky and choosy how you come in, get that retreat, get that escape. There's a lot of boxes that need to be checked for it to be successful.
You know what I noticed is the Franco pick. Right? I said in the beginning of the draft, and it's so impactful. He was able to flicker all, and I was surprised Cold is able to pull off such a great Franco that last game. You know, the engage is really, really decisive, and it's on point, getting Mathilda, getting some key characters, and that just helped them snowball the game.
I mean, it's hard. I mean, yes, the Franco is amazing, and it's hard to like pick out a singular player because literally none of them died except for Demon once. They just, overall as a team, I feel like rotations in general, and one of the things pointed out is it wasn't like a high kill game. They just out-rotated, they outmaneuvered, they started taking away enemy jungle, and with that, they were able to just scale more and more and more. It's not like they were scaling that gold lead through pure kills. The ending score was only 9-1. That's only 10 kills overall, and that's nothing crazy.
What you saw there was a clinic, just basically a tutorial of how to play, how to make those kills last, use those kills, transition them into objectives, transition them into towers, transition them ultimately into a push into the core.
Oh, look at Tarzan excited. I want to see that type of stuff more and more from Team Avalon, right? Because they got what it takes. They got all-star players. For those people who do not know this player, they're literally some of the best in North America can offer, right? Now assembling into one team, that's something about Basic that he can do. Usually assemble the best players into one team. And obviously that's exactly what Avalon have. But I want to point out also for Area 77, this team, the draft, they're missing lockdown. They're missing suppression. You saw it just now on the bottom lane where they were camping the Esmeralda, but there was nothing to keep him there for the damage to really run through. All the shield, the HP, and also the sprint. So, you know, he just got away.
Yeah, I mean, and with that, with like the big difference between the TOB draft and their draft is TOB had that Fermis 2 games ago, and that gave those squishies in the mid side a little bit of sustainability. But watching the difference between this, that one hero picking up a Harley instead, you just don't have that movement with him. And yes, you have the flicker, but you're just a prime target, man. And that is the thing that I think really ultimately shows the difference. Like, it's not like it's unviable to not have lockdown, but you have to really think it through, and you have to have the mechanics too. Right. Because if you get caught off at any point, you're done so, you know? And you don't have a way to catch them off, so you really have to have those micro movements throughout laning phase to the end.
Yeah, and when you come with those outside-the-box picks, I mean, you really are banking on a great early game to kind of get you that lead, to get them afraid of it. Unfortunately, they didn't take off when they wanted to, and that kind of spelled disaster for the rest. Right now, we're going to be moving into the draft. Very familiar bands out already. We do have that DPR-focused Marta span and the Valentina taken off for Area 77. Area 77 now on the blue side is going to have that first pick. We're going to see where they focus. Not as successful, though, with that Matilda pick, and I kind of wanted to see it utilized a little bit better than we saw from that first game.
The thing about last game, about Area 77 that I noticed is like, yeah, we're talking about lack of, you know, quad control, locking people down, but at the same time, it's like an off-sync draft. You know, you have someone who's looking to dive, the full comp is looking to dive, but then you have carry, right, who's more of like a play towards me, play front to back, play the peeling strategies, like a conflict of interest, right? One person's yelling out, yo, protect me, let me kill their tanks, let me kill Esmeralda. But at the same time, the rest of the team's like, but we have to dive into their backline. So you just have your carry stay in the back, completely unprotected, and you just lose the game like that. Now let's see if Area 77 can adjust their draft and pick something that Zero can work with at the same time that has the overall synergy to the entire comp.
And I mean, now Avalon does have they're going to have a last band here, and I'm wondering, does DPR this time pick up the Fredder? And if Avalon leaves it open, I think it'd be a solid upfront pick. I hate to say it, but I don't want to see him in the Lancelot again. I don't want to see him on an Assassin, man. Just keep it simple. And because it worked so well before. And you can even see Avalon, like, they respect it. They know what DPR is good on. They know what they don't want to play against. They're banning out the Basha. They're banning out the Martys, because those are things that he's been running well. That's when he's winning retries. And yes, he had a Prime and Glory, but there goes the Fredrin. Akai Sky's still open though, and Mobazane just showed that it is very viable. I've been seeing players overseas. It is viable. It is back. The Panda is back, welcomed into the land of Dawn, and I think it's something that could be picked up here.
Yeah, it's either that or, you know, and we still have the Franco out there. He was a bit of a nuisance when it came to Area 77. Cold World did a great job getting the vision, getting in there to get a lot of those bloody hunts locked in on Area 77, but it does look like we're going to go ahead and steal away that Esmeralda. Area 77 going to focus on that. An interesting first pickup for that, about to be answered by Avalon.
Yeah, I like Indo landed down too, to be honest. With the Akai, I think Akai actually worked really well against Fredrin. You know, we were talking about before, because you can push Fredrin away. And he can't really continue to keep on CCing you. The thing about Fredrin is this character has too much CC back to back to back. Being one of the meta's favorite, guess what counters it? Akai does it really, really well, right? You just push it away, you can't really skills at all, and you can't really use your retry at the same time. What do the old school, what Akai team comp does, you know? And let's take a look. Of course, Team Avalon's gonna take it out. This is against Esmeralda.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like Area 77 maybe should have picked it up first, but Avalon's like, fine, with Fredrin gone, with Basha gone, with Martis gone, we're just gonna pick this up. And like, what does Area 77 have to answer with it? Like, they can't really pick up an assassin. It's just gonna get bullied by that. So it's definitely a tough position, and now they pick up the Wrath as well. A lot more movement speed, possible heal, make that heavy spin, move around, get different angles even quicker. But Area 77, all right, fine. You want to go support? You want a healer? We got a little girl of our own.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how it goes. I do favor, I want to say, Avalon's draft right now when it comes to those objective focus. You can put that heavy spin, lock up the other jungler against the wall while you have enough time to kind of just chill, get that retry, and then go ahead and dash yourself to safety. And then the Kadita pick up there, so punishing, especially when it comes to these fights, especially when it comes to grouping up or even just standing around. It's kind of got that same, I want to say, style that Franco is. If you linger in one position too long, he's going to punish you with the hook. Just the same way that Kadita can punish you with that petrify, with that pop-up, and then into the rough waves.
Hey, this is like a racing game now. You know, on one side we have Angela with Arathel. I mean, that's going to run really, really fast, right?
Yeah.
That's going to run super fast, like a Ferrari. But the other side, we got a Lambo ball, right? We got Rafaela plus Akai. That's going to be a super fast, speedy ball that you can catch, and he's immune to quad control. It's like playing, what's a roulette, right? Just bouncing around.
Fast boy.
Yeah, whatever that game is called, right? But hey, this is also a race to stay. Remember, the team that loses today is gone.
But I forgot about that.
Yeah, it's gone for good. Yeah, that's right. You know, they're going home, probably eating like sorry tacos. In the hotel room.
I had some of those the other night.
Sorry
It's a long flight. Yeah, sorry. It's like sad tacos.
Oh.
You know, like sad tacos. That's what he means.
Sorry tacos.
I'll
Sorry
translate.
tacos.
Sad tacos.
And they're
Sorry
delicious nonetheless, but you know, but it's pretty sad.
depressing.
Pretty depressing. Meanwhile, let's take a look at Avalon's draft. They're gonna go ahead and ban Valir and Paquito. What is about that? What is that draft?
I mean, all right, so the Valir would help out against the Akai. It's like probably one of the only heroes, honestly, that can push the heavy spin back, right? I don't think there's anyone else that can actually like push the heavy spin away. So that's a solid answer. Like, I never even put that together. He's literally the only hero I think that can get heavy spin away from your team. So I think it's a good ban. I think it's a good possibility. It's like, all right, let's open up our bases. Let's make sure we're safe here. Let's make sure there's not something. That way, our Panda can just wreak havoc in the Lord and Turtle Pit. In Area 77, I think at this point it's like, we're still thinking, like, what do we pick in the jungle right now? It's definitely going to be tough. Marksman also getting banned out from the side of Area 77, but Avalon doesn't care. Basic's just going to pick up the Briatrix once again, which he did so wonderfully on last game.
Yeah, for me right now, I think the damage or the burst in the early game is going to be a real issue for Area 77 right now, unless these next two picks are going to prove something I want to say cataclysmic here. Avalon, I do like the balance of their draft. You've got the heavy spin, you've got the tankiness, you've got the burst from Kadita, the updated speed from Rafaela, along with the sustainment, and it looks like we're going to go with a tanky boy, and then Old Faithful in Gushin for the 4-0.
Whoa, that's some speedy lockdown right there, Trex. Walk us through those picks.
I actually have been wondering if we're going to see the Barats. There's been whispers in the community, you know. There's been some talks thinking, is this something that's going to come back? You know, we've known it. It's been around. It's been a pocket pick here and there ever since it kind of fell off the meta. But I think now that he picks this could be a possible answer. He gets immune to CC when he tries to use the ultimate. So there are some answers there. 0 on the Gushin, though. It looked good, and it also looked bad at the same time against TOB. So I still need some hope.
Oh man, it's gonna be hard, right? You have a Raphael that can get away from that Gushin dagger really, really fast with the speed, and you cannot be slowed down anymore, so Angela wouldn't help. But guys, again, this is the elimination stage, currently to the match point of Avalon. If they take home this game, it's GGWP 4, Area 77. We will find out who will stay. Are we gonna go to a game 3? Casters, take it away.
Basically, we are awarding 4th place here. That's what's happening here for this game. And we're going to see, I mean, Barats is going to be a very interesting pick here, especially if he's going to be able to get slowed down versus Cold World and the speed up that he's going to be able to give his team.
All right, Area 77 digging deep right now, right? They didn't have a whole lot of options. They don't have a whole lot of answers. And honestly, this could have been the best one they had because, like I said, I don't think an assassin was it in the jungle. They need something that can at least hang out in the Lord's Pit. And at this point, even if Barats gets pushed around a little bit, it should still survive. Now, ooh, 0.
Yeah, so much aggression in the early game. Big pop-up already. 0 goes down, and Promise taken out there 1-1, and we're still fighting here. Cold World and Demon in a little trouble. Merciless putting on the damage, but none the warier. 1-1 apiece here.
And I think that's really solid, right? Because, like, honestly, even trading 0 there, Merciless could have a bad matchup up against Dairoth, right? But getting that kill against Dairoth early on immediately gives Merciless a little bit of a possible edge. Yes, Merciless still needs to be careful, doesn't want to get hit by that ultimate. It's just too much burst damage to handle. But at this point, it definitely helps. It alleviates some of the pressure. Gonna almost hit level 4 before Promise even hits level 3.
Yeah, DPR, almost got that gold minion stolen from him. Is going to go ahead and rotate. 0 coming up here onto the side. Demon hiding, and doesn't look like we're going to have too much of an engagement here just yet.
Yeah, so let's take a look at both compositions. For a late game, I mean, we saw how well Basic did on the Beatrix. It's hard to count him out in the late game. But Marcutie we've also seen, and there's a bit more movement there. There's a little bit of possibility. So I think Area 77, once again, that's kind of the plan. But this time, they're not just trying to stop Basic. They have to worry about Demon as well. So there's a lot more kill pressure on the side of Avalon, I feel.
Yeah, as we're talking about it, Merciless walks into 3 members, is able to zone out Cold World. We're still working on this turtle, slow playing it a bit. A stun lands on the Promise. Heavy spin is out, maybe a little early, is eaten up, and down goes Cold World. Merciless with the kill there. Merciless actually in trouble now. Demon finds a kill onto him. Tarzan picks up the early objective, and Promise finds a kill onto DPR. Avalon, a super successful fight for them.
Yeah, I feel like Area 77 did the best they could there with the heroes they have and just weren't able to pull it off. 0 on this Gushin. I feel like in the laning phase, it just can't do a whole lot. And if he risks it to go in, if he doesn't get the Petrify onto Cold World, he's immediately going to get knocked up. He's immediately going to get bursted down. So he has to be very careful about that. And until we get into like the 6, 7, 8 minute, we're not even going to see a huge amount of damage from him overall. To whereas Demon, I mean, you have, when you see that Kadita literally at level 4, you are taking people down with you.
Yeah, and we've already seen it, man. It's from the opening seconds of the game, the pop-up there. That's just the amount of damage that she comes stock with. And maybe it kind of comes into play with how they draft for some of these games. We talked about it before. Area 77 does favor that late game. But what is a late game if your early game is suffering?
Yeah, now taking a look at the gold lane, Basic and Marcutie, both deathless, but neither team's really focusing up there too much. Avalon is kind of controlling the side of the map, but it's more in just of the turtle coming in just about 40 seconds. Demon keeping good vision, and overall it feels like Avalon is kind of controlling the pace here. They always kind of have vision, they always know where DPR is because either... Oh, wait a second.
Oh, yeah. Marcutie comes in. Heartsguard lands onto him. Unfortunately, Basic, too quick on the draw, is able to get himself away. 20 seconds for the next turtle.
Oh, look at Tarzan and Demon, man. The positioning of Avalon, the patience of Avalon right now.
Ooh. Oh, and just as you said that, Marcuti gets caught. Heavy spin is out, but Marcuti, oh, actually take a look at the damage he's able to do. Marcuti, thankfully, Zero finds a kill onto Promise, and Avalon giving chase to the next two. DPR from the back does find a push onto Demon. The rest, Tarzan and World running back to the turtle, looking for a reset. Basic coming in here. Big stun lands on the DPR. Ultimate down, and that is a jungler down for Area 77. That's going to be a good turtle for Avalon.
Just when the fight starts to swing towards Area 77 a little bit, it felt like they kind of had it. They lose DPR right before the objective. Tarzan still able to take it. Now, Merciless and Marcuti probably doing the best on both sides of the team. Merciless solo, even able to get that kill on a Promise alone. I feel like I want to see him rotate more. I feel like they're going to start needing him in these fights if Area 77 doesn't want to fall too far behind. They're already almost at a 2K deficit, and if Merciless doesn't start getting involved and just gets stuck down there in the bottom lane, it's going to spell trouble for Area 77.
Yeah, pretty dominating performance there by Avalon's XP laner. Merciless having some issues, and this is the problem when you, ooh, big rough waves comes out. Zero taken out by the burn damage.
I don't know if this was it, Private. I don't know if the Gushin pick was it. Possibly the last game. Marcuti still trying to carry though, but goes down. Avalon on the uphill rise right now.
Yeah, we've talked about some of these picks. There's a meta for a reason, and if your performance, especially in the early game, you can't get that little bit of a surprise advantage. Avalon obviously learning from their mistakes when it comes to these types of drafts from the online sort. Here at the live stage, they are ready to play, and they have a plan.
Yeah, now Area 77 are starting to move around a bit more as a unit. DPR 0 sticking together. I think it's something that's needed. Taking a look at the items real fast. Basic doesn't have as much. I know it's still 1,300 gold lead. He's got the BOD. He's going to be working into possible Malefic Roar soon. To whereas all Marcuti has is the Haas Claws, and there's not a whole lot of damage from that. He has to get the Berserkers in. He has to start building some more crit before he can even pack a punch. On the side of the junglers, also, DPR is so far behind, 1,000 gold behind. Tarzan level 10, DPR level 8. It feels like for the past 2 games, he's always been a step behind.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just the value you get. A BOD when it comes to a Hazclaw in comparison. Hazclaw will give you that little bit more of sustain, but the BOD, especially if you can get it at around the same time, you're just dishing out so much damage that it doesn't even matter how much sustain you have. With that said, Area 77, Marcuti doing a good job, still able to macro up, gets a tower for his team, but that's going to be the first one out of the, I want to say, 4 towers that Avalon has, and another objective.
Another objective. That's the 3rd turtle going inside of Avalon, 3 for 3. Not only that, but it looks very reminiscent of the last game of right around this point, we start taking your jungle. We start scaling our gold lead even more. We don't have to kill you a bunch. We just have to control the map, take objectives, take your objectives, control waves, and slowly and surely, we're just going to move down your lanes closer and closer to your base.
Yeah, and right now it's kind of a very remnant of the last game where even if you catch them, you're starting to group in, you're starting to get locked into your base. You're not able to leave out too much. Great positioning. You can see there's always, no matter where DPR is, no matter where the rest of Area 77 is, there is Avalon members there getting the vision, making sure that they are going to be able to counteract and refuse at jungle that farming ability to Area 77.
Yeah, so with Area 77 backed up against the wall right now, what are the answers? Zero's taking Dude Death, so he can get another item. Maybe he gets onto someone to the backside, but once again, it feels like Basic is the target, and the way he moves with his team, the way the Promise, Cold World, and then the movement speed from this Rafaela works all together, it's so hard to catch on to anyone, and Area 77 has a decent lineup, but they don't have the speed definitely to catch up with them. They don't have a way around, and it's just so reminiscent to the same issues they faced last game.
Well, and it's just a surgical approach. I mean, it was just so smooth. That last tower, Tarzan swoops in, in with the heavy spin. He's not really trying to get a kill. He's not trying to do much, but create space so that Avalon can get that tower, and then they back up again. And they're just surgically going in, getting one, backing out, going in, getting one, backing out. It's a low kill game, but man, the macro is on a top for Avalon.
Yeah, and I feel like Area 77 wants fights. Like, that's where they thrive. Like, they like, let's do this. Let's go. Let's throw fisticuffs and see who comes out on top. Whereas an Avalon, I think, knows that, right? They kind of got their number, and it's like, we're not going to fight you. We're just going to beat you at macro. We're just going to control towers. We're going to take them. We're going to control your buffs. And as long as we don't have to clash you to win, like, we don't have to clash you every minute to get this, but as long as we get picks like that every couple minutes, it's a dub in our book.
Ooh, Merciless actually sidesteps their Abyssal Strike from Promise, and still taking out even with the Hearts Guard. And that is unfortunate. DPR with the flame. Jules Cutie gets too close. Nom noms for DPR. Is going to throw him against the wall. And Promise, not long for this world. A good little setup there. A little bait from Area 77, but ultimately doesn't really change the course of the game just yet.
Yeah, DPR needed that one. Area 77 needed that one. They need to try to slow Avalon down a bit more. Avalon still just being surgical, like you said, taking another tower. Lord's going to be up in a little bit. They don't need to do too much, and as long as they keep picking, Area 77 can't get to the backside. Mark Cutie getting a little bit of poke. He's only taken one death. He's taken the least behind Jules Cutie of death. So I got to imagine earlier when we saw his items, he did have the Berserkers. There might start being a bit more of a punch from him, but it's still going to be a while.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's really not much they can do. Merciless and DPR, the rest of Area 77 trying to farm up as much as they can, waiting for a little bit of a mistake, but like we said, there's not much to do when the enemy is refusing any type of engagements. They're just going to push in, take down these towers. Lord coming in at top right now. It's not a Luminous Lord, so it's not going to have that charge. It's not going to be able to put on a ton of damage onto the tower, but you have Avalon with almost a 10k gold lead. Heavy spin into the back to push out the rest of the team. Towers down to about 10%, and Area 77 able to defend the top tower at least. A little pressure from the mid as they go ahead, sweep out the minions. Now switching back up and forth. I just love Avalon right now. Just switch the mid, switch the top, switch the mid. Just getting these things, checking the boxes to take down this tower. And right now, Area 77 is just getting this noose tied around their necks, tighter and tighter by Avalon, who's just working a very slow and steady game.
Yeah, the oppression is real in the land of Dawn right now, but Avalon might finally be going for the cutthroat.
Yeah, you do. They're going to go ahead. They want to make something happen. Tarzan finds the tower, and a lot of damage comes out. Zero taken down again. Heartsguard is on top of Mark Cutie, trying to put on the damage. Tarzan leaps in, does miss the charge. In comes Promise, looking for the Abyssal Strike. Is going to be able to flicker out of the Daytona's welcome from DPR, and this is just, they're not able to find that rhythm that they need. So slippery is Avalon right now. Merciless comes in with the falling Star Moon, a little bit of a push. A DPR not able to capitalize on it just yet, and minions, there's not a tower left, and we have an exposed core.
I can hear Area 77 on the comms right now. Just a little bit longer, guys, just a little bit longer. Just defend a little bit longer, and they are kiting so well. They are defending these pushes very well. They now know, okay, we actually don't want to force a fight. Let's just try to defend. We need a little bit more time. Wait for this next Lord. We're now about 9,000 gold lead behind, but Mark Cutie still hasn't taken a death. The deaths are still low. They did just get a little bit of a gold boost from those waves that they were able to clear from Avalon shoving them down their throat, essentially. But 5 seconds until Lord, no inhibitors. I feel like this could be a Lord that even though they're behind, you gotta go for it.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. It might not even work out for them. They might get wiped, but at this point, you need to do something, because a stalemating at your base is not gonna be able to win you this game. You see Colwell comes in there. Merciless takes a lot of damage down to 10%. He has a bunch of seal. Demon gonna go ahead, use that rough waves to get away, but they're still working on the Lord. DPR trying to close the distance on their half health on that Lord. Tarzan still at full health. The rest of the team here looking for some good positioning. In comes the heavy spin. DPR gets chomped up for the Daytona's welcome. Down to 10%. DPR not in a great position. Tarzan picks off DPR, but DPR gets the turtle, but they need to escape. They need to not be punished for it. Mark Cutie finds the kill onto basic. DPR getting honed down by Tarzan, but Jules Cutie there to cut off the escape of Tarzan. Slowing him down. Stun comes out. Promise coming up from the side as well. Mark Cutie, good distance. He doesn't realize Promise is out there. This might be it. Promise locked on to Mark Cutie, takes him out. In comes the dash from Tarzan, and Jules Cutie is down as well. That is 3 players down. They got the Lord, but at what cost?
Hero up in 3 seconds. It's not quite over yet. Lord going up the top side. It would have been much better if it went down the mid, but you get what you get, and that is that. You still have DPR up. He's able to get back to base here, heal up. Minions come out. I don't think Avalon can end this just yet. I don't think they're going to go for it. They're going to go back, try to clear this Lord. And Area 77 just bought themselves a bit of time. Promise, though, able to wait out and turn that around, because if he didn't get that kill into Mark Cutie, this could have possibly really tipped back into the hands of Area 77.
Yeah, and that's just kind of showing the composure, and that's what happens when you have such a commanding lead from these guys. I mean, they have narrowed it down to about a 6K gold lead, so it's not as bad. Yeah, a 6K gold lead. It's not as bad as it could have been for Area 77, but this does say they do have signs of life, especially when they go and they have those organized. They want to make something happen, and they force that in. It's just they have to have the right time for it.
Yeah, and Mark Cutie is now locked in Wind of Nature, which is going to be really helpful. He's locked in Berserker's Fury. He's got the Haas Claws. Now we're going to start seeing that punch come. DPR just gets in the Blade Armor as well. Going to be able to help with basic a little bit. Going to be able to repel some of that damage. Going to also add some bulkiness, because one of his problems that it looks like he's been having in the Lord Pit is he's just taking too much damage. And yes, the Barats was a solid pick. We saw it in the last pit. Even when the heavy spin is going on, he can get the num-nums, he can get the Daytona's Welcome and stall that out, and it's one of the only answers, but they had such a rough start in the laning phase in the first 5 minutes that they fell behind too much. But if they can buy some more time, we're looking at least an even game here. The only one that really needs to come online is Zero, because right now 1, 5, and 3 we're seeing nothing from him, but you know who we're seeing a lot from? Demon. 3, 0, and 6. Definitely one of the stars of Avalon right now.
Yeah, 5 to 12 right now, and they've kind of started closing in that gold gap. It's only about, I want to say, a 4K gold lead. So even though they don't have the advantage, still able to use that early, I want to say, deaths they were able to cause onto Avalon and go ahead and farm up. Tarzan knows, he knows his strength right now. He's like, I know you guys are there, but there's nothing you're going to be able to do that I'm not going to be able to escape from. He has the heavy spin. He has no fear right now, and DPR, unfortunately, doesn't have the stacks that you usually want with a Barats there.
All right, but Lord is now up. This could be the one to decide the whole series or just this game. Promise going to hang out up in the top side, and that's something the Merciless is going to have to continue to go. But look at them. They might be trying to go for something a little cheeky here, something bad. Area 77 doesn't have vision on them, and if they're able to take out Merciless and all of Area 77 is on the other side, this could either be bad for either team. I will say that.
Yeah, Merciless is going to be forced to try to make something happen if his team engages here at the Lord Pit, but he has to know the rest of the team is nowhere on the map, and you have a Dairoth. That's kind of almost the wrong person, because the Dairoth is going to push him back anyway. Merciless doesn't want any bit of that fight in the first place, so he's not going to be kind of pressing on there, but you can see he's doing a great job moving up forward fast and quick, down to about half health right now at this Lord. Tarzan slow playing it, DPR. Bites onto the bait right now. Good positioning for Area 77. On the side, 3 members. It's just Tarzan. This is going to be all on DPR if he can get it. And alone at the base right now is Merciless going against Promise. Yeah, good. A flank right now. They're going to go in. Promise activates that flicker to get himself out of harm's way. But now Avalon in a good position to go ahead, flank onto DPR.
Amen.
He's trying to get away. Down is the Lord to about 10%. DPR not in a position. Promise takes him out. And this Lord goes to Tarzan. Heavy spin is out. Basic takes down Zero. 2 down for Area 77 right now. 5 members. Basic actually taking a decent amount of damage. Mark Cutie in trouble, trying to get himself to safety. Good job by Jules Cutie, who takes a chunk from Basic, and that sniper shot, Falling Star Moon, used to escape. The rest of Avalon pushing in. Big pop-up lands. This could spell the end for Area 77. Merciless getting jumped on by 5 members. It is only Mark Cutie alone. Out come the hellos. I think Mark Cutie knows what's up here. 5 members. He knows he doesn't have a chance, and Avalon have eliminated Area 77.
GG's, well played. A lot of us doubted Avalon. After phase 3, they had a slightly rough run, but they took that dust off their shoulders. They came in, took a loss, but in the losers bracket, they've taken their first dub in the playoffs. They're gonna move forward and play on tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, an intense game for Avalon, who just, I mean, that loss that they took, I mean, and I was actually kind of wondering, you just got done with a loss, you get right back on stage to face another opponent, but Avalon showed that, man, that loss kind of pumped them up, they were ready, and they weren't willing to take another one from Area 77.
I mean, and they came in very just clean that game, to whereas Area 77 almost went the opposite way. And maybe it was the draft, maybe Avalon got in their heads. Even with that second game, banning out the Fredrin, the Basha, and the Martis, and then because they win, I feel like the real death sentence, putting Merciless on the Esmeralda immediately instead of picking up the Akai, it shows how just sometimes that one pick can be so troublesome, how just making that one small chess move in the draft can change can tip the scales in so many ways.
Not just that, but when you take away something that he is so good on and you try to use it against him, you're talking about somebody, if he's good on that hero, he knows what counters it. He knows how to deal against it in the lane, and he showed it in there. Usually Dairoth doesn't shine when it comes to those team fights, but when you get such a commanding lead on Dairoth, it doesn't even matter of his squishiness because the rest of the team there was there to provide that support for him in a very dominating performance by Avalon.
Man, what incredible performance, like you said, Private, by Avalon. Area 77, they put out some creative draft. Unfortunately, it did not work out for them. Let's take a look at the post-game stats. You know, both games, I would say second game is a lot more aggressive, a lot more death, a lot more kills than the first game, but nonetheless, it's still more of a macro rotation type of playstyle coming out from Avalon.
Yeah, I mean, Private said it the whole time, just surgical, very clean and dealing with Area 77 here. Game 1, I would say Basic was our player to keep our eyes on, but this time, Demon and Tarzan going deathless, just moving around as a unit, and Demon's positioning was so clean, along with Tarzan's as well, but they wouldn't have been able to do that without Cold World, without Raph able to get that movement around. The whole team just as a unit, it felt different than what we've been seeing from them. It feels like maybe taking that loss, maybe being here, maybe finally getting through this, has really put them online. Now, what we're looking at here, a replay from the last game, and this was when Area 77 almost kind of took an advantage. They get the Lord, Mark Cutie gets a couple kills, but then walks right back into Promise and is taken out, and right before DPRs tries to steal that last Lord of Game 2, they're able to finish him off, and that secures Tarzan the red tree.
Yeah, just such interesting positioning for them. We saw basically the whole of the team, except for the jungler who was going ahead fighting the Lord, able to put the flank onto Area 77, but here we have the post-game stats.
Whoa, everything is going to Avalon right now, right? Sandbag carry, Rich Guy, Basic popped off that game. 35% total damage dealt, I think. That's a lot of damage right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely been a monster, and even we saw it last game. He's definitely cleaned up, and on Beatrix isn't something we've been seeing all the time, but it just goes to show, because they were banning the Prody, they were banning this and that, but Basic's been around a little while, and though sometimes he has some rough games, he can still pull a Beatrix out of his pocket, he can still pull this out of his pocket, and do very, very well with it. And it just goes to show right there, able to get a clean sweep, not just a dub, but a clean sweep against Area 77.
Yeah, that is as smooth as you would like to have your lower bracket match up to as well. I mean, if it would have gone, I know we both wanted to see it go out to the 3 games, but if you're the team, I mean, there's no better way to get that victory when it comes to the lower bracket.
You know, speaking of Basic, I think our wonderful host Liz have him on the stage ready for a post-game interview for that incredible performance. Actually, let's take a look at the stats first before we go onto the stage.
All right, game number 1, 2-0-5, and that's what I'm talking about, 40,000 damage. They cleaned that one up quick, but game 2, that was game 1. Game 2, he only takes 2 deaths, but still 85, doubling his damage and putting out an even greater gold amount. And this is the same hero. This is they were banning other marksmen thinking that was going to be the problem, but obviously Basic had a solution for it. It's like, listen, Beatrix is just as good. What are you talking about, guys?
Yeah, I mean, the team able to get that early advantage, so he was able to get those BODs, which usually can set marksmen behind, because BOD is a lot of money there, a lot of gold that has to be bought out there. But when your team is so ahead and you're able to kind of outget items from the enemy marksman despite getting the more expensive items out of it and the damage that comes along with it, I mean, just great play style and great great strategy when it comes into it and just aided his team through it.
Right, before we actually show you the heat map of the MVP for this match, I want to give a shout out to Area 77 still. They did a phenomenal job. The journey all the way here, especially the upset in the regular season, and making it all the way to LA. And I gotta say, even after a loss, it seems like everybody's in a good spirit. So look forward to see them in the venue tomorrow supporting their favorite team. Now, with that being said, I'm gonna quickly show you the heat map of the MVP in the past game. Now, this is a heat map throughout the entire game. You can see that basics mostly hang out
everywhere.
Yeah, like everywhere.
But orange buffs, those orange buffs are crucial. Whether it's our orange buff or your orange buff, I'm hanging out there and I'm taking it.
Yeah, and I was just about to say, I mean, a lot of that heat coming from the enemy's side of the jungle there. So, I mean, and that's just what you get when you have such a firm lead. And then not Area 77, but Avalon able to take that lead and force their way into the jungle to go ahead and secure those buffs for Basic to allow him to be that successful.
Now, we know the MVP is Basic. We know he was all over the map taking everybody's buff, everybody's red buff especially. We got a special interview ready for you with our wonderful host Liz. Let's go ahead and take it to the stage.
All right, everybody, we have Mr. Steal Your Buff, the MVP of the last series, on the stage. Basic, how you feeling?
Feeling good. We were nervous in the first game against BTK, but we bounced back. They gave us momentum when after that loss, we kind of woke up, and then so when we faced A77, we were not that nervous anymore.
Because it was very fast, right? Speaking of bouncing back, that was a 5-minute break after a defeat against BTK, and you guys quickly came back right around the corner and then took a sweep against Area 77. That was impressive. Now, a lot of the heroes you guys picked today with that Rafaela and the Akai, is that a pocket pick that you guys have been practicing in the back?
Oh, we saw them first picking Esme, so we were like, we were thinking what good tank can we like take. They said Angela, but I was like, I think Angela's bad because Esme is just gonna take the shield off. So we said Rafaela, and I think Rafaela is good right now since support meta is buff. So I think she was really effective for our team. Especially we got like Akai, Beatrix, something like that.
For sure, that mobility is key. And you guys had some pretty surprising drafts like Dyrod, as well as we have a Basic bobblehead in the audience right now. But we also had the Guinevere in the first game. So a lot of things are pulling out in your pocket, and it's really shocking us. And you, as the marksman, is always their ground in the back. You're just farming, you're getting your money in. And then who is your favorite marksman? Because Beatrix, you did amazing. Who's your favorite marksman right now? Come into the next games.
Probably Brody. Brody is my favorite marksman.
Brody, are we gonna be seeing more Brody tomorrow?
Let's see. I don't know.
All right, thank you, Beatrix. You're gonna do great tomorrow, and we'll see you then. All right, guys, last series of the day is on its way. We have our teams ready behind us, but first, let's have our cosplayers joining us on stage. We have the Dairoth in celebration of that wonderful Dairoth game. Just now, KOF skin, our cosplayers here. So, you know the drill. What is going to be your favorite number?
37.
37. 37 is the lucky winner. 37, who will that be? Zabbies? Zabbies. Do we have a Zabbies in the audience? Number 37. Check your wristband to see if you're that lucky winner to take home this box. Anyone Zabbies? Anyone in the back? We're gonna go one more time. All right, so I guess 37 isn't your lucky number today. So what will it be?
32.
Okay, 32. Let's see. The luck is back in the hands of the audience. 32. Who is the third number? 32. Jericho? Jericho. Number 32. Oh, do we have it in the back? All right, come up on stage. Number 32, Jericho. We have him rolling in onto stage for our last mystery box for the lovely audience. We have our exclusive merch coming from Mobile Legends to give our lovely audiences. Thank you guys. This will be the last giveaway today, but we have much more coming tomorrow. So without further ado, I believe the next series will be ready. So I'm going to toss it back first, the caster set, to see what is going on.
Wow, I want to see what's in the mystery box. It seemed like the viewer was ready. He was excited. I think his friends were more excited than him, though. When I was looking at his friends, they were cheering louder than him. He was like, oh, crap, I got it.
Yeah, I definitely want to see what's in that mystery box as well. But hey, today's been pretty eventful so far, right? We got to see Area 77 and Avalon fight it out. Another sweep. It's been 3 sweeps today. We do have 2 days of this, though, so it's only going to get more intense. And up next, we have a match that I know everybody's waiting to see.
Absolutely, guys. Coming up, it's the TheOhioBrothers versus BloodThirstyKings, the game you waited for. Obviously, it's a Task Run. It's going to be exciting. Who will show us the ultimate meta tonight? Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this short break.
Could be huge, but it looks like could be another kill.
Yeah, Razor's Wrath onto Marcuti ends his hopes.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment. Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. BloodThirstyKings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its growth, evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history.
The upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara, wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT Fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%, good luck to all of you guys, especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Hi everyone, I'm Eterna. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene, and I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LLBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's TheOhioBrothers, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT Falls, all of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up, guys? I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors. BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
All right, as Bloodthirsty King and TOB are gearing up for the very last series tonight. You're now watching the 2023 North America Challenger Tournament Fall Season Playoff. That is right, the last series of the night. On the desk with me again is our wonderful Steph Weezy and Yue. How you guys doing tonight?
Man, it's been insane today, right? 3 series so far, and all of them have been sweeps. Now we've got TOB, we've got BTK. Hey, I personally want to see this go all the way.
No, it's a really big sneak peek for the Grand Finals event that's going to be happening tomorrow. Today's only going to be a best-of-3 series, but tomorrow we got a best-of-5 and 7, so it's going to be a really good show.
Hey, like I said, it's a testing ground, right? We're going to see some new meta, but obviously, let's take a look off the bracket so you get a clear picture in your head of exactly what's ahead of us. Now, right off the bat is going to be the match on the winner bracket, the semifinal best-of-3, the TheOhioBrothers versus BloodThirstyKings. That's coming at you at lightning speed. And now tomorrow in the morning, actually in the afternoon at 1 o'clock, we're going to have, 1 o'clock local time, PT, we're going to have Avalon versus the loser of today's match. Right? I mean, everybody got one more chance. Who's going to make it to the grand final? And obviously, you have the grand final, which is tomorrow, best out of 7, guys.
That's
right.
we're
back to the OG style.
Best out of 7, and I really want to see where this goes. TOB, BTK, we always say it's like the God flips a coin, and you never know which way it's going to land, and so far, they both have had phenomenal performances in the NACT Fall season. TOB almost undefeated, and BTK right behind them, sitting in second place.
And it's kind of like the biggest story of North America. You got the two big titans clashing, and we get a sneak peek, and I think, you know, that's going to be absolutely amazing.
It's like going to school. It's like a midterms, you know? every now and then, you get tested for how well you've been doing, how well you've been learning or progressing, right? Every so often, we see TOB versus BTK going against each other, you know, every stage. And guys, we talk about the last stage of the entire tournament. The first game of the last series tonight has now begun with the draft. Let's take a look of what's on the stage.
That's right, TOB wasting no time, taking out that Fredrin, taking out that Akai. Looks like they're focusing on MobiZane's hero pool.
Yeah, but here's the thing. BTK, we saw them go for a lot of supports ban, but the respect comes out when they're meeting the Ohio brothers. The fanny comes out, especially for best player, but on the opposite end, they're choosing to ban out all the utility jungles. I wouldn't even be surprised if you see a Boxia ban just to focus a lot of these, you know, specific bans onto MobiZane.
Absolutely. Oh, Valentina being banned out. You know, Valentina was the first pick twice in a row, right? In the first series of the day when TOB was playing. Now they're banning it away. Now we mentioned how Valentina is so detrimental in the current meta. You just don't even know why. Yeah, you kind of understand, but at the same time, the players they've been playing, they've been training, they got a first-hand experience on why this character is so deadly. Why do you think that is?
Well, I would definitely say with the Valentina, having the ability to use any ultimate against the enemy team sometimes could be overwhelming. But you know, something interesting with what I'm seeing so far, at least with these bans, is there's still all the supports on the table.
Yeah, with all the supports on the table though, it makes something like a Matilda first pick not so viable because there's a lot of counter plays. There's the Raph, there's the Estes, they could just kind of out heal, and there's also the Angela available. So I don't think this draft is going to be prioritized towards, you know, the supports, but I'd rather think with 2 mage bans being on the board and 3 jungle and assassins, the Martis might be something that we're going to see really, really early.
Yeah, well, I was about to say Fredrin, but then I forgot Fredrin was the first ban, right? From TOB. They actually banned Comfort. I like that, respect it. Nobody actually banned Fredrin away from Zane for a long time. And now coming on the stage, this is serious. We're going to take that away. We're going to ensure they don't have it. And now obviously, today we've seen how TOB play. They kind of adapted to the meta. They have a lot of different synergy they're trying. Where BTK, they're heavy dive. Oh, here we go. Here, heavy dive one more time. They still have the Boxia. And on the other side, Yue, just like you mentioned, Matilda being one of the support, got taken out.
Yeah, even Yue mentioning the Boxia was definitely a good call. Not being banned out, and MobiZane making the most out of the situation. I mean, even in the NACT Fall season, he had such a great performance on it. So it could be a little bit of a problem for the Ohio brothers, but they found some answers themselves, picking up that Matilda.
I feel like the response here should have been maybe like a Raphael, but they still have another pick on the side of BTK. Now, I forgot, hey, Chicken, he likes to play these set roamers, these fighter, these EXP roams. So with the Edith still being available, I feel like BloodThirstyKings, they might look to opt to go for that. Now we see the Novaria. It has been a great pick. I'm not sure if we've seen it today, but definitely the range that comes with that hero, it is unbelievable, and the cooldown's so short.
You know what? I think this might be a Franco game from the side of BTK, because we've seen how successful this character can be going against a high mobility support like Matilda. Matilda can give vision. Even if he gets stunned up by someone like Boxia, he can then just jump away. Not only jumping away, he's taking away a teammate with him, right? Which is going to be problematic if you play Edis. Yeah, you can knock people up, but what about Matilda just, you know, takes their teammate away, save them? So let's go ahead and take some suppression to make sure, yeah, even if you jump, that person's not going anywhere. We can.
And then also that export being slotted in, the Ohio brothers picking up 2 picks of their own. You have that Terizla, and you also have the Irithel.
Now, the Irithel pick, we've seen it quite often in this tournament already. I would say, especially with the Bruno nerf and a lot of like the Claude nerf also, it makes Irithel shine even more. And with the Hasclaw change to make her go into that really crit heavy build, it makes Irithel stand out so much more. And Terizla being popped out, he has a lot of AoE CC with the penalty zone, but the response coming in with the X-Borg, I think that might be a perfect counterplay here.
Yep, BloodThirstyKing here, once again, full dive comp. You're gonna have X-Sport diving in with Boxia, Novaria scouting the vision to give them the best target, give them the best choice. So So overall, so far from side of BTK, they've definitely done their homework. They have figured out their own comfort zone, their comfort draft, and I feel like, you know, before this game, I was talking to some of the players off stage. They were saying this is probably BTK's roster at its prime. You know, I think we talked about how Joybaj is really good roam player, but right now with Chicken on the roam, I feel like it added another flavor. Somehow it's working out extremely well for BTK.
Yeah, and we've just been seeing Chicken unravel and showing his showcase of flexibility with all the picks so far. He had a great performance on the Edith, and I'm wondering which way this is going to go now. Edith is still on the table, or does he pull something else out? You know, we haven't seen the roam slotted in for BTK yet, but what I'm seeing so far from TOB, sustainability, frontline presence, and also damage provided by the Irithyll. When I'm looking at BTK, I see frontline presence as well, but we still have yet to see the gold lane. Yeah,
and the Edith pick comes out for BTK. Chicken has been on, you know, on this pick, and he's been doing so well, but with the Lancelot and the Marches being banned out, OhioBrothers opt to go for the Ling. The Ling was nerfed a few patches ago and has continued to be nerfed. Now, with this draft coming out, it's definitely OhioBrothers style here.
Wow, the high mobility assassin style from TOB. Early game was Lilia to lock in with Milthilda's help, but at the same time, they don't really have a heavy lockdown, right? They have kind of a Terizala's, you know, ultimate. That's pretty much it. But what other quad control do we see? It's Engage coming out from Mathilda, but then you can't really lock people down. Meanwhile, from BTK, it's heavy dive, heavy CC, and then Yue, do you want to be my financial manager? I think you're right on the money on every pick so far, right? We got Edith, Boxia, Mathilda. What else are you right on? Like pretty much everything else.
I mean, I honestly think Irithyll and the Lilia buff is quite nice. The Novaria pick has been quite well, and wow, the Bruno pick comes out. It's one of those nerfed heroes, but at the same time, it still does work. It pushes towers, it punishes towers, and it gets a lot of gold crabs really easy.
Yeah, but the thing with Bruno is he's going to have to fight up close and personal, right? And you have that Lilia. You also are going up against Zia, who we've known to be one of the few marksmen that can pretty much outshine anybody in his lane. So ISO, if anybody can give him a run for money, it's definitely him.
See, the thing about Bruno is that, like, Irithyll's a lane bully, right, with a skill 1-2 kind of harassment with an auto attack. But with Bruno, he's also a lane bully, right? After you use the skill 1-2 from Irithyll, Bruno is going to keep on using the enhanced auto attack to, you know, shred down your health. So this is a great draft from both sides to their playstyle, and really I want to see which strategy come off on top at end, because that will keep a lot of hint going to tomorrow's matches. You know, a lot of people are looking at best out of 7. That's where the money is at. That's what a game match is at. But guys, this is the last series of the night, the testing ground between TOB versus BTK. The draft has now finished. Which draft do you like better, Weezy?
Oh, this is a tough one. You know why? Because not only did best player get something that he's comfortable on, but so did Mobazane. So I see some high contending in the jungle from both of them. I like Hoon on this Lilia as well. We'll be able to burst down the beefier composition, especially if Zane tries to rush in. It could be a problem. Super Shark, we've seen him time and time again be one of the few roamers who kind of keeps Zane on his toes, but he's not running a traditional set tank like you mentioned. He's running a support, so he won't really have the easiest time denying Zane, but he can still provide that vision.
Yeah, but Super Shark, before the Matilda nerfs came in, he was running this hero back-to-back. I believe during MP days, this is his hero, so this is something that we really have to be careful. Now, BTK, they have a lot of early game damage. Dave talked about, you know, the Bruno bully. They also have the Novaria long range. And that's quite hard there.
So without further ado, guys, let's quickly jump into game 1 between TOB and BTK.
That's right, final series of the day on the way. On the blue side, best player revving up to get that buff. Mobazane on the other side, BTK and TOB. Final best of 3 in the playoffs and final series of today.
Now, I'm quite excited here. Both teams actually have a really nice draft. A lot of physical and a lot of magic coming from both sides, but Super Shark already being a little bit annoying, and it's going to be quite hard here.
Yeah, you're already looking at Shark in the jungle, harassing Zane, providing that vision, but he does have high mobility, especially running that Boxia.
Yeah, right here, let's take a look at some of the emblems. A lot of mobilities coming out throughout both of these teams. Now, they definitely have the Wilderness Blessing, right? You know, the emblems look a little bit wrong, but the Wilderness Blessing gives a lot of these heroes like 8% movement speed when they're in the jungle or the river, so everyone's really fast.
Speaking of fast, early engagement inside of the jungle. Best player very low. able to get out of there, using Super Shark to his advantage for the dash. But Chicken, he's not letting him go. Look, he may be able to catch him in the bush, but no, the recall was just too fast.
Yeah, and a little bit of advantage going for the side of BTK. The goal leave is still pretty close, but right here, both teams, they're kind of looking to go forward on this side, kind of just farming out. You see best player right here trying to get onto that level 4, and so is Mobazane. So both of them farming up their jungles and getting ready for the next objective.
Yeah, waiting for the next objective. Not to mention, both of these teams are fresh off of a sweep. Area 77 taken down by TOB. BTK taking down Avalon 2-0, so they definitely have the momentum boost they're looking for, but it's going to be a battle of execution. And I will say with these two teams, they make barely any mistakes.
Yeah, fireworks coming out from both teams, but OhioBrothers, they've been traditionally doing really, really well in a lot of these lower brackets. They've done well in the preseason, leading on to the regular season, and now, you know, we're going to be facing kind of a little bit of a sneak peek. So this is going to be a very good game right here, a little bit of a turtle dance.
Yeah, turtle dance on the way. Who will be able to get the first objective? Already looking good for Mobazane in position for Retribution. T with the last Insanity flicker in onto Shark. Zane will be able to claim that turtle. T will be able to get the kill, find Shark. BTK eyes on the prize, but now T may be punished on the counterplay. Milo rushing in, secures the kill, shuts him down. You are going to see a Tips of Blades from best player. Put him Fried Chicken on a trampoline, but got a trampoline of his own. The immobilization too much to handle. Down goes best player.
Wow, we don't really see a lot of these roamers being able to catch up onto these assassins, but right there, Chicken was able to use that flicker, hits best player, and picks up that kill. BTK, they got the very first objective. They're up in gold right now. They're definitely going to kind of snowball ahead, especially with the Boxia pick where it's so objective focus.
Yeah, definitely objective focus, and if anybody can execute it, it's definitely Mobazane. Able to get that first neutral objective, which will give his team the slightest advantage when it comes to XP.
Yeah, but now take a look at some of like the macro plays coming out from BTK. They're putting Chicken onto this gold lane, making it visibly clear, right? Giving ISO a leeway to kind of fast clear and go back to the base. So definitely putting some pressure, but best player right here already going for a little bit of an invade, and we don't see that often when it goes against Boxia.
And now the 1v2 matchup. Last Insanity from T. Astro Echo from afar. T need to get out of there. The Finch boys dive in from best player. Tips of Blades dropping down for the knockup. Milo securing the kill with execution strike, and Chicken will fall. Best player takes him down.
Man, you could definitely see the Matilda plays coming out. He did die early on, but he was able to get a 2-man knockup along with best player picking up T right there. A 2-for-0 trade for the side of OhioBrothers.
And now Mobazane invading on the purple buff. Has Shark, has Hoon by his side. You are going to see Shark taken down by Mobazane. Hoon dealing some damage, but also Zane able to sustain himself and gets out of there. He was able to, no, it looks like Yato got the purple buff.
Yeah, Yato did get the purple buff, but hey, that is going to be a buff towards the side of BTK. Denied, but Zia getting bullied by ISO right there. The Bruno matchup, it just seems so well when it goes against the Rithel.
That's right, Worldy at its finest, hitting Zia, connecting. You are going to see Chicken with the Primal Wrap trying to deal some additional damage. A little slight miscalculation, and Super Shark for the punish.
It is a small mistake, but a lot of utilities have been used. Super Shark did use that ultimate, so it gave a free turtle to BTK. For me, you know, a shield along with all the teammates right there, I feel like it's a win for BTK there.
Yeah, definitely a win, but it's going to take a lot more than that to take down the OhioBrothers. Both of these teams, powerhouses in North America. The #1 versus the #2. Never know which way it's going to go.
Yeah, and 5 minutes in, the gold lead is still really close for both of these teams, so we can't really say BTK has the advantage or OhioBrothers. But if we take a look at some of their comps right now, Ling has the ability to split push, but we also got Boxia rolling around, so they're going to be able to kind of just counter out that.
Yeah, and speaking of actions on the way, you're looking at a 2v2 matchup. ISO dealing some damage, kind of having an easier time against Zia in the gold lane. Yato joining the party alongside Huna. Here comes Mobazane. Man, some early engagement. We may be in hands of a high kill game.
Yeah, definitely, and the blue buff little dance right here. Best player trying his hardest, doesn't hit the retreat, and the Falling Eagle goes in, but it definitely looks like TOB looking to disengage here. BTK able to pick up that buff and kind of just bullying their way around this assassin pick.
Yeah, now on the top side, some slight engagement on the way. Chicken with the flicker in, not able to connect on the knockup, but they got what they came for, putting some pressure in that lane, but they weren't able to take the turret.
Yeah, that's a flicker coming out from Chicken, trying to catch the second skill coming out from Matilda, but Zia was able to kind of just get away there on the Riddle. Now, we kind of see that Zia's having a hard time up there, so this switch coming out from OhioBrothers, I feel like it's really, really nice.
Yeah, and looking at BTK, putting a lot of pressure on the top side. Down goes the turret. They're definitely focusing on the gold lane, and that may be a way for them to have the advantage.
Yeah, advantage indeed. You see a little bit of gold lead on the a little bit of a gold lead on the side of BTK, but honestly, both teams are just trying to deny some of these buffs.
Ooh, speaking of buffs, Astro Echo on the way, the knockup. Hoon taken down to about 50% HP. Does have the black shoes, is going to use that to regain some of that health, but BTK, they do have map control right now. They were able to take the first turret and 2 turtles on their side.
Yeah, but Chicken, he's not having the cleanest game anymore. The Circling Eagle
is going to go down. Mobazane getting the wind of it, possibly. Very low, 25% HP. Tips of Blades dropping down, but Hoon will secure the kill. Last Insanity from T. Maybe able to get a double. Fried Chicken gets Milo. He gets a double of his own. 5-5 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it was a 2-for-1 trade advantage for the side of BTK. The gold lead is still really, really close. 7 minutes in. I believe this is one of the closest games that we have so far. Now, ISO, this Arythel versus Bruno matchup, he's doing so well. This last pick, Bruno, definitely in the favor of BTK.
Yeah, right now, ISO on fire. Able to get 2 turrets so far, which means he is going to have the advantage over Zia, especially when it comes to the gold. And speaking of the economy, the battle on the turtle pit on the way, BTK already pulling the aggro.
And I think it's smart, right? You have a utility jungle coming out from BTK. Of course, they're going to be trying to get the objectives. Assassins, they want to farm up, they want to push into that late game, and best players doing exactly that. And I feel like even with this strategy of just giving up the objectives, as long as OhioBrothers can take some sort of advantage on the opposite side of map, they're going to be okay.
Yeah, speaking of okay, a little bit of a conceal play from Chicken. Thought he had an opportunity for a kill, but was denied by TOB. And speaking of TOB, putting some presence in the mid lane, even though they're down turrets, down turtles, it's one of the things that doesn't really bother them. They're one of the only teams that I can say, when the odds are not in their favor, they still pull through.
And I feel like BTK's draft is so smart here. They put the X-Borg against Terizla, winning matchup here. Mobazane, Cheese Wheel, rolling onto the top side.
It's Milo, penalty zone for the double set, and flickers away to safety.
And take a look at bot. You got Chicken hiding in the bush. His flicker is on and available. So the first scene that when they see Zia, the flicker is going to be popping. He's going to try to knock him up.
Ooh, speaking of knockups, Shark checking the bush, finds Chicken, finds ISO. Both of them knocked airborne. Zia taking some massive hits. Does fall. Chicken picking up the kill with the Primal Wrath. Gets a double. Finds Super Shark. Mr. Worldwide in the building. Best player finds ISO. You're going to see Chicken with the triple. Takes down best player.
That gives BTK a 3K gold lead on this game right here. 9 minutes in, they're able to grab up the marksman on the bot side. A 3-for-1 trade for the side of BTK, looking to push the mid side.
Yeah, trying to siege that turret. We know how important this objective is. If they can claim that, it'll open up the map even more in BTK's favor, but TOB there for the denial. Hoon with the glooms, dealing some damage. Chicken very low, is able to get out of there. No, Milo with the shutdown, and now a possible punish. Rushes in, Shark able to get a set onto T, but not able to draw the kill.
Yeah, and Zane right there zoning his teammates off. They did end up losing Chicken, but they got like a slight push onto the mid side, but the counterplay coming out from TOB, the Lilia, it seems like it's doing quite the good work. Lilia recently received a buff where his second skill gets a 50% cooldown reset if you land on an opponent. So with this new buff, Lilia is going to be both good in the early and into the late game stage.
Yeah, but speaking of stages, a turret has been claimed, this time for TOB on the bottom side. That will be their first turret of the day. 7-8 so far. We've officially hit the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, and we go on to the mid game right here. A lot of these items are going to be built for both of these players. I believe Zia definitely has 2 to 3 items, Berserkers into Hasclaws. You see the Lightning Truncheon being built up by Yato, and it feels like they're ready for a small Lord Dance Tango.
Yeah, and looking at best player, just focusing on the objectives, he snuck in and took down that mid lane turret, which means they do have map advantage for TOB. You are looking at BTK though, trying to get onto this Lord, zoning out TOB from even pushing through the mid lane.
Yeah, but they're looking to target Milo. Milo is kind of low, but whoa! The Lord is already at 25%. They do end up disengaging the Lord, but I think BTK has the advantage right now. They're looking to see if they could get this Lord here.
Yeah, Mobazane in position for Retribution. Winter Truncheon. Oh no, you are going to see ISO go ahead and pick up and negate that damage when the Nature best player is going to get the Lord for his team, and now they have to get out of there alive. BTK trying to put on some hits. Chicken very low. Shark draws the kill, and BTK disengages.
Yeah, BTK was unable to grab up that objective. Even though they were the ones starting, it just seemed like best player had the better retry in that situation. When we talk about the retry situation, always assassins, they're gonna have the advantage in terms of last hitting. But when it comes to a lot of these neutral objectives, kind of soaking up a little bit of damage, making sure they're in position, you have to give it to the objective focus.
Speaking of positions, TOB for the siege onto the tier 2 turret is able to claim that. Zia taking it down. Mobazane finds one, shuts down Hoon. Can they get another? Milo getting punished, hit with the Worldy. You are looking at T with the fire missiles, dealing some damage as well, and TOB will pull their punches.
Yeah, the Lord is going to be marching down onto the mid side. You have best player going across the map on this Ling, and that's kind of the advantage of having these really mobile assassins. He's always been famous for the Fanny. Now he's coming back with the Ling. He's definitely pulling BTK apart, not letting them group up into this death ball, where I feel like Mobazane, their strategy is to kind of group up, making sure that they could win these 5v5 fight, getting the picks that they can. But unfortunately, Ohio Brothers, their strategy is just a little bit better so far.
Yeah, so far in the early game, it looked like it would be more in BTK's favor, but with TOB, best player, able to take that mid lane. It just shows you how impactful of a turret that is. It opens up the map in their favor, and it kind of keeps BTK on their side of the jungle. It's a close kill game. It's 8-9 so far. Definitely textbook and what you expect from North America's top 2 teams.
Yeah, and right here, BTK, they're kind of looking to get some vision. I feel like Chicken is slightly out of position right here. He's looking for the pick, but gets the ultimate. Ooh. That's going to be a utility wasted, but ooh, Chicken
is taking some hits, very low. Heavy crossbow going out. Milo finds the kill, takes down Chicken. One player down for BTK. Mobazane very low as well. Best player dealing some damage. Will go ahead and step away, but you are still looking at Hoon and Zia willing to take that fight. Shark sustaining the team. Looks like BTK will have to push back. Turrets are dropping. The inhibitor has fallen on the top side for BTK.
Yeah, the mobility coming out from the Ohio Brothers just a little bit too much to handle. Yeah, best player going on to the boss side, getting that free tower, and you got a 4-man siege coming out on the mid side. BTK looking to find an opportunity to kind of slow the game, and I feel like the Novaria pick, this is where it's gonna shine. You're able to grab up some of the items. 13 minutes in, you definitely have a lot of damage. Clear these waves, slow it down, make sure you get these team fights, and ooh, items coming up. You do see the Clock of Destiny onto the Lightning. He's going to be able to clear these waves fast, and that's exactly what BTK needs to get back into this game.
Yeah, and right now you are looking at Zia again, having an easy time in the gold lane, out farming ISO, something that we're kind of used to him doing against majority of the teams in North America. Definitely been a problem and shows that he has that international experience. But speaking of experience, Lord is going to spawn in. This is the enhanced version. We're now 14 minutes in, trickling into that late game, but it's TOB's advantage.
Yeah, TOB, if you just take a look at the map, they have majority of the river. BTK kind of peeking out here, trying to see what TOB is doing. But once again, TOB has the Ling. They don't have to commit. They could always look to split push, and they could go for the opposite side, but it seems like TOB, they want to get this objective.
Yeah, and right now you're not looking at ISO being a part of that plan, so that will make it a little bit easier for TOB to take this objective uncontested, especially not having that marksman there. And that just shows you the power of the split push, right? When the minions are forced in on the opposite side of the Lord, you really can't take that fight because you got to defend your inhibitors.
And we did get to see the new item, the Flask of Oasis, being picked up by Super Shark here. And you know, that item is quite beautiful. As long as you put a little bit of utility, a shield, or some healing onto your teammates, they're gonna gain a shield if they're below 35%. But the counterplay from Mobazane, he has the Boxia, that's an anti-heal effect. You know, maybe they're gonna be able to negate some of that shield and healing.
Speaking of negating, they are going to have to watch out. Luminous Lord is pushing on the top side, and you're looking at TOB starting to sink these lanes. We know they're one of the few teams who can go in for the early finish with the flawless execution, but BTK definitely won't make it easy. Mobazane, Chicken, Yato, T, ISO in position for defense.
Now, here's the real question. Can BTK protect this clear?
Oh, big penalty zone drops down, but wait a minute, fight on the way. Heavy crossbow going in. The Lord making his way to the base. Crystal, best player, is going to find Yato. Zane goes back to the base to regain some HP. ISO dealing some serious damage, is going to be able to burst down the Lord. Super Shark does fall in the process. Yato as well. T, Immortality has been proc. Milo needing to get out of there as well as Zia, as they were very low, but BTK able to push them back from closing it out.
It's a 1-for-1 trade, but the towers, the inner inhibitors from BTK, it's exposed. That means they don't really have that late game insurance anymore. These lanes, these side lanes are going to be pushing, and the side lane towers are worth a lot more than the mid lane. Because honestly, you kind of just Lord dance the Lord, the minion's going to push by itself. So right here, OhioBrothers, they have the full advantage in BTK. They got to make sure they find the pick, the Drizzler. 4, 1, and 4. Best player, 3, 2, and 5. They got to find the shutdowns here.
Yeah, needing to find the shutdowns. And speaking of shutdowns, Zane hit with the knock-up, and Hoon takes down Fried Chicken. Tips the blade, dropping down ISO very low. Milo will secure the kill. That is 2 members falling for BTK in the mid lane.
Yeah, and those are really, really tough members.
Oh, Yato from afar takes down Zia.
And that is a priority target right there. That's exactly what BTK needs to get back into the game. They got to try to find a way to get onto the backside, and Yato does exactly that with the Novaria. And that's why that pick is so good, especially in the meta nowadays. You could just kind of shoot that first skill, and he can make sure that he can get the vision necessary here.
And that makes it very effective. Taking down Zia opens up the opportunity for BTK to buy some time, play to the late game, and possibly turn this around. You take down the marksman, it limits their push potential to close it out.
Yeah, but look at the position from OhioBrothers right now. They're completely dominating the whole entire map. BTK, they're kind of stuck in their base. They even have a 5-man here, but they're not even trying to check for the red buff. They're kind of giving it to TOB, making sure, hey, you guys can take all these buffs. We're just going to defend the waves. When the Lord comes up, we're going to try to go for a little death ball push. It might not happen, but they want to just prolong this game.
And this is where the split push potential comes out, especially with the Ling on your side. Best player will be able to go to the opposing lanes, clear out those minions, and possibly take the neutral objectives. But you do have mobility on the side of BTK, but they are lacking in terms of defense. Only down to their inhibitor left, but they are still going in for the denial. Look at Mobazane, already still in position for the objective.
And BTK chooses to go for a split push strategy. They're putting 4-man down near the Lord, and they're putting the expert to push that far side. So it's a disadvantage for the side of BTK, but OhioBrothers, they're not biting. They're not going to just take this Lord 50-50. They're making sure that they can make this Lord happen here in ISO. Top side pushing in a little bit. You see that Charizla? Ooh, T.
Serious chase on the best player, buying some time, and he is very low, but he does have the tips of blades for the invulnerability to possibly get it. But Yato, wait a minute, he takes the Lord. Battle on the way. BTK claiming the neutral objective, but now needing to get out of there. Did they just turn this around? Best player very low. Zia takes down ISO. Members are dropping left and right, but the neutral objective goes to BTK.
Yeah, BTK does take the neutral objective, but Chicken is the one that does fall right here. BTK, with the Lord marching down, they're down 2 of the members, and Zia, even looking to punish T a little bit, chooses to disengage. Now, I don't know if this is going to be worth it, as this at least prolongs the game, but they have to be able to defend against this 3-man siege here at mid side.
Yeah, I don't even think TOB is worried about the Lord. They have Zia, they can close it out, they have the numbers. Super Shark does find Yato. Mobazane very low. Zia will get that kill. On top of that, rushing into T by himself. Milo with the penalty zone in the mid lane inhibitor turret. Last Insanity as a means of escape. Back to the base he goes for some regen.
That's a 4-for-0 trade for the side of BTK, and they're going to just march straight into the base.
TOB trying to close it out, trying to secure game 1, but BTK for the denial. ISO and T still in position against the full 5-man team of the OhioBrothers. Chicken now joining the party. Here comes the Edith we were looking for. A knockup possibly on the way, and TOB withdraws.
Yeah, but that's just not going to be enough. The Lord is pushing down onto the bot side, so at least they get a small saving grace, but without the towers being down, BTK is just going to have a disadvantage throughout the whole entire game. They already have to deal with the Ling split push. Now they have to deal with 3 lanes pushing against them. It's going to be very, very hard. But once again, we saw the Novaria do big. He was able to hit that Zia earlier and completely shut down that push. So if Yato gets a couple more hits here, you might see the game turn.
Yeah, but you can't count out BTK so far, right? It's almost 20 minutes in, so it's really going to boil down to split pushing and 5v5 engagements. And here goes the engagements we were talking about. Mobazane at about 45% HP, but Chicken will fall. Best player getting the kill, which means TOB has the numbers pushing through the mid lane. They may try and close this out.
And TOB is kind of baiting Chicken out of his little death ball. He's making sure that Chicken is separated away from the members of BTK, so it's going to be really hard to get Chicken back in, and you can already see there's 8 deaths there. Chicken kind of is getting picked off right here. He has to make sure he's next to some of the priority damages from BTK, because they're the ones that are actually going to be killing, not Chicken.
Double digits for the gold and everybody at full build. It's definitely going to boil down to who can get there first. We're looking at best player, right? We talked about him running the lane. This is a chance for him to split push and open up these lanes and also possibly rotate around and take these neutral objectives with that Tempest of Blades. But BTK, this is now a 50-50, right? First, it looked like it was going to be TOB, but now with the 20-minute mark, the respawn timers are way too high for anybody that falls.
Yeah, 20 minutes is honestly anyone's game here. With the Lord coming up, though, TOB still is going to have the advantage. Now, one thing that I'm more interested about, why is there no too much immortalities being played? Is immortality an item that we're not trying to go for? Because it's late game. You need that insurance. You need to be able to just kind of die and come back alive.
And speaking of dying, Milo caught out of position on the 4-man set from BTK. He's able to get out of there. Zia will be able to claim that Lord, a distraction working in the Ohio Brothers' favor.
And take a look at the spells. The Ohio Brothers, they didn't trade anything. They still have all the purifies, the sprints, the flickers. So does BTK, but BTK has to use those to kind of defend it off. They have to make sure they don't get picked off here. Mobazane kind of looking to go forward, but it seems like no one's biting. BTK looking to defend. They have the Novaria and Xborg, two of the fastest wave clearing heroes in the game.
Yeah, but this time, TOB is the one that has the Lord marching down to the base crystal. Before we saw BTK claim that a little bit of saving grace, but now TOB has the slightest advantage to be able to end this. Can the Bloodthirsty Kings stop this push and turn this around?
Yes, they can. I hope they can. They're going to try to defend this Lord right here. Zane is honestly trying to get some damage dealt.
Yeah, here comes the damage Lord marching into the base. BTK trying to hold him off. Tips Blade dropping down. Chicken very low. Needs to get out of there. Ooh. The Lord making his way into the base. Look at the crystal. That is all she wrote for game number 1. TOB takes down BTK.
Right here, BTK was unable to defend against the Deers, the TOB right here. They kind of had a clean early game leading on to this mid game and just kind of snowballed ahead. TOB kind of too much to handle. The Ling that came out, it was nerfed, and you know, the mobility coming out, we felt like the Boxia should have been able to negate the rotations coming out, but the Ling, it just seemed like it was too good. We saw best player able to get that mid tower really early, grab up some of the neutral objective, did lose some of the Lords, but Ohio Brothers, especially with Zia, he was just popping off. The Rithel, it was too much to handle in the late game, but early game, it still seemed like BTK still had some advantages.
Yeah, definitely having the slightest advantage, and now they are 1 up in this best of 3, which is going to put them at match point. They could possibly send BTK to the loser's bracket, but hey, it's still anybody's game. That was a 20-minute match.
For sure. What a game for the Ohio Brothers. BTK definitely pulled out a great fight. In the beginning, it seemed like they had an advantage. What was the turning point now looking at the stats?
Yeah, it was quite close. We're talking about a 17-11 game for the side of TOB. 22 minutes in, so, you know, it was quite close. It was quite 50-50. And honestly, BTK was there at almost every single objective. I would even say they had a small advantage, but I felt like Chicken, he was kind of singled out by the pack and TOB, and I would say that's thanks to TOB. It's not that Chicken was playing bad. TOB just played so well, they baited Chicken into a spot where he had to be singled out. He was soaking up damage, and there was no Bruno, there was no Boxia, there was no Navaria there.
Yeah, as we are looking at a replay from the first game today, Fried Chicken getting that double, takes down Shark, just showing he's ready to step into the wrong position. Best player getting a kill of his own, though, did find ISO, but Chicken with that triple. And now as we look at the possible siege for that turret, amazing penalty zone set from Milo on 2T. You are looking at best player taking down Yato and the Lord, making his way into that base crystal. You know, it was back and forth, right? That was 15 minutes. That was over a 20-minute game. Right when you thought it was going to end, BTK was able to hold them off. Here we are, 22-minute mark. This is where the game ender was. BTK trying to hold TOB from closing out this game, but it was too late, and that was all she wrote. Look at the hype from TOB.
Yeah, look at Mielo jumping up the sea. Very excited. I gotta say the winning strategy from the Ohio Brother here is really mobility, right? Kiting. One word, kiting. They were kiting so much. Everybody on their team, except for the frontline Mielo, who's tank and soaking up a lot of damage, everybody can move around. And then they dodged the dive from Chicken. Look at this. You have Sandbag being Zane. He goes in, take a lot of damage, or Chicken goes in, take a lot of damage. But they can't really find anything solid because there's so much mobility from the entire side of OhioBrothers. Remember the last engage when they're catching Milo? Right? He was there trying to jump away, and then Shark jumps in with a skill too. He was out of there.
And it's honestly the insurance that comes out from OhioBrothers' draft. They have the black shoes to kind of negate a lot of the damages. They have the Matilda to kind of just dash around. So honestly, they just had so much insurance. If one player was out of position, Matilda comes in to save. If Lilia was out of position, you could just use the black shoes and just kind of leave away. So honestly, the draft coming out from TOB, it just kind of seemed a little bit better. And especially with the team fights coming out, the picks that are coming out too. And also, best player on the Ling, you're giving him confidence now in a meta that's dominated by utility junglers. That's scary.
Yeah, and on the other side of the table, BTK, right? They did have some things that worked in their favor. The early game looked very promising. I honestly thought they would have been the ones who were able to close that one out. But TOB, their resolve, right? When their backs are against the wall, that's when they really shine. Able to take the neutral objectives toward that mid to late and close that out.
Like I said, I want to go back to the kiting thing, right? Because it's just so important. They find the way to crack the code for BTK. BTK is full dive. And yet, what they did, I was mentioning BTK should have got Franco because with Matilda, you can't really lock anyone down. You needed some kind of suppression, either Kaja or Franco, which one you feel comfortable. But at the same time, we know Chick can actually play a really scary Franco. That's why I was thinking, oh, maybe that's a good character. But it turned out, look, with Edith engaged, they couldn't lock him down.
Well, here's the thing, Dave. Yeah. Franco got banned out.
Oh.
Franco got banned on the second phase. He was kind of locked onto the Edith, and he talked about the kiting. Chicken was just singled out from that kiting. Again, he was lost from the pack. He was unable to kind of close out, and it kind of felt like Chicken was trying to do it all. He was trying to kill best player multiple times and just ended up not succeeding. He got him maybe once or twice, but that was not enough to kind of push forward the game.
Yeah, not able to push forward, and now moving forward into the draft, BTK TOB, game number 2. This is game point. TOB, if they close this out, they will be able to move on forward and send BTK to the loser's bracket. Now, looking at the ban so far, best player, a little bit of a target ban right there. The Fanny taken off the table alongside that Valentina and the Angela.
Weezy, I want to, add on top of the point that you just said, the winner will move on to the grand finalists tomorrow. They're a grand finalist tomorrow, right? But the loser, they actually... You might think, oh, they have another chance tomorrow, but they're actually under a lot of pressure because they will have to play a game, and then right after that, right after a short break, they have to play again, and it's going to be best out of 7, right? So you really want to put yourself in an advantageous situation to give yourself the most amount of resources you need for your player to relax and mentally be prepared for the grand final of the day.
So it makes this game for BTK even more pressure to win. They have to make sure that they could get this game right here because honestly, tomorrow, if they have to face the same exact team, they gotta find a strategy here. And the strategy coming out, the bans are still similar to what happened in game 1, but the Roam, the Kaja comes out, and that is definitely a fried chicken hero here, Weezy.
Yeah, and it's a target, right? They are not able to ban out the Ling. There's just so much meta on the table that they have to allow it to walk. But hey, if you let it walk, we'll have an answer, and that's where the Kaja kind of shines. Not only for the jungler best player, but it also shines to be able to go into that goal lane and get some early pickoffs.
Right, with Kaja, the best thing about it is everywhere you go, you got a guaranteed lockdown. There's no Purify or there's no Mathilda skill 2 in the world that can save you. Now, on top of the fact that Mathilda's banned this game, you can see right now with Lancelot, with Terizla, even though you have high mobility or a tanky character, you have to think twice before you jump in, just because of the Kaja pick, right? Because that character changes everything. If you have the full, especially late game, when you have everybody fully decked out with item, with have full burst damage, Kaja 1 ult can just change the entire landscape of the game.
But here I feel OhioBrothers, they kind of picked the Lancelot a little bit too early. I feel like Martis can be some hero that can kind of negate some of that Divine Judgment, but also Lancelot has a lot of iframes. You're able to kind of negate the Divine Judgment if you time it perfectly. They got the Terizla, which had a lot of success last game, and it doesn't feel like BTK is opting to go for the Exborg. They decided to go for a double single target mid lane here. The Kadita and the Kaja, and we've seen this combination work wonders.
Yeah, speaking of wonders, BTK already off to a great start, right? Yato securing that Kadita, which means they have group CC. The problem with the Kaja is he's only single target, so you need somebody else on the team to be able to make up for that, and that is what the Kadita will provide. So overall, I'm liking where this draft is going for them. When I'm looking at TOB though, I'm right there with you, UA. The Lancelot may be a little too early, but I'm assuming they have a plan behind it.
Absolutely. You know, you have a Terzla in the front that can tank up. We'll talk about that. And also, he's probably going to be given the primary job to get vision. And Lancelot is probably not going to be the person, even though we know that how scary, how mobile best player can be on the Lancelot. But in this case, if you jump in, Kaja can Divine Judgment, and there's nowhere for you to go unless you iframe it, which is like really hard to do. You know, like we're talking about Divine Judgment, which is a skill like if you miss the iframe, you're dead with Kadita.
Of course, and honestly, Hoon picks up his Lilia. He had an amazing game coming out from game one. He had the highest damage dealt as the only magic damage coming out from OhioBrothers. So coming out with this Lilia pick once again, especially with the buffs, you could take Purify, you have the black shoes, the insurance is there, dealing against these single target damages here.
Yeah, but there is a counter on the table, and that is Chicken running the Kaza, right? I mean, yes, he has a Purify, but he can't Purify the Divine Judgment, and the black shoes won't matter if he grabs him for that set and his team, you know, provides that kill for that assist. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from both sides of the table, but something we haven't seen so far is the marksmans.
That's right. And to be honest, at this point, I think that BTK, we're talking about last game, they are missing the suppression, right? They played the full dive comp. This comp, again, is full dive, but with a little bit more synergy. You guys mentioned it perfectly, Kaja, Kadita, great combo, right? This combo is a death combo, 100% kill rate, doesn't matter whoever they get. Now, if you get a squishy character like the backline, but again, I think TOB, the best thing about their whole performance this playoff is execution. You mentioned the word surgical, I think that's private. That's exactly what this game, what TOB is. They're really careful with the positioning. You saw last game, we mentioned one word, kiting. I think they're about to do the same this game, which is getting vision with Mielo and everybody else looking for the Kaja position and trying to avoid a Divine Judgment on the wrong target.
Now, there's still a lot of marksmen on the table right here. I feel like OhioBrothers, they're going to look to take the Rithel, which had a lot of success in previous games. Now, BTK, on the other hand, I don't think they're going to look for the Rithel. The Rithel is one of the best marksmen, but with the Kaja Divine Judgment, maybe they want a burst, an early game hero. The Brody has done wonders here. The Bruno actually did quite well here too. So there's a lot of these marksmen on the board, and no, they decided to go for a late game hero. So the OhioBrothers, they definitely need to find a set, maybe with the Franco available. The Bloody Hunt might come out.
Yeah, it could be a possible answer, but with that carry, one thing that it could be a slight problem is it lacks mobility, right? It's going to force Zia to do one or two things. He can run the Flicker to be able to get out of a tricky situation, or he can run the Purify and hope to not be knocked up from Yato. Either way, it will be an easier chance for BTK to be able to dive into that gold lane. And speaking of gold lanes, ISO showing his cards is going to pick up that Irithel.
I like the Irithel a lot, right? So far, Irithel has a high burst damage and also a lot of mobility. You know, you can take two choices. You can take a Purify to get away from Terizla's ultimate. Either way, you're gonna have mobility with your ult and run really, really fast with a new item. The Dragon Spear that allows you to run really, really fast with your ultimate, the Ferrari. So, Khalid, the first time on a playoff. Again, full dive comp, full engage comp. I think now this game is a matter of who takes more Purify.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, BTK, they maybe should have picked up the X-Book to deal with the Terzla. That's kind of the natural counter that we have right here, but it's not going to be good against the carry or the Lilia. You're just going to get zoned out. You're going to get kited, but the Khalid, that's a wild element. He should be able to lane bully against Milo relatively early. The little sand slash, little 3-slash, he should be able to deal a lot of damage and kind of push for the early game. But what I'm worried about is the lack of CC, the lack of mobility towards that late game. If you get hit, if you get kited, if you get set by this Kufra, you're a sitting duck.
The Kufra, an excellent answer. I was about to say, there's no knockup on the OhioBrothers, so I'm like, Khalid definitely could profit, but Super Shark's not going to allow that to happen, right? He's going to pick up that Kufra and provide the knockup that TOB is going to need to shut down T in the XP lane.
Hey, don't forget that Khalid ultimate interaction with the Flicker that was updated a few patches ago. Now it's really easy now for Khalid to lock down to the backline. And this, I mean, again, BDK's full dive comp, so I think they're going to target Zia, they're going to target Hood, especially with Kaja. It doesn't matter who they target, that person's most likely dead if they combo it properly along with Kadita. We have 0 seconds on the clock. It's match point for the OhioBrothers. If they win this, they go into the grand final. Tomorrow waiting for their second opponent. BDK, can they take us to a game 3? Can they make the game more exciting? Ladies and gentlemen, we shall find out. It's time to share the stream with your friends. We're walking to game 2.
And game 2, we are going to start out right here. It's going to be an exciting match. You see Mobazane down at the red side and best player starting from the blue. So we're going to be able to see an early clash near the 1 minute and 40-second mark right here. It's going to be quite tough because both teams, they're going to look to jungle fast. You have the Lancelot. You're able to take away right now, but ooh, this time Chicken is the one that's putting a little bit of pressure on the Retribution.
Yeah, best player forced to use that Retribution will be able to claim that purple buff in his advantage. Now, this is match point. If TOB claims victory right here, they will knock BTK down to the loser's bracket. As Dave mentioned, it will provide a little bit of pressure onto BTK as they won't have too many saving graces, and TOB will have that assurance that they will be a grand finalist.
Now, I kind of want to talk about something interesting. Chicken was able to use that flicker to get out of harm's way, but a lot of people, they're trying to use the first emblem, even on the marksman. They're going for a little bit of a defensive route. They're trying to make sure that they can get onto that late game, not take a lot of harass onto the boss side because they're quite independent.
Ooh, knock up on ISO. Zia on the chase, already trying to get the early kill. Mobazane kiting around, trying to deny them from taking down his ADC.
And I was talking about a red to blue red to blue buff start from Mobazane, but he chooses to opt for the opposite path. He's not trying to engage fully, and I believe that's smart. Assassin's gonna do a lot of damage, but the utility jungles, they want to farm up. They want to make sure that they could be full health and go into that objective. But top side, best player.
Rushing in onto T, dealing some damage. Thorn Rose goes out, hitting Chicken as well. But there goes that quicksand to be able to regain majority of that HP. And without Milo having a knockup outside of the penalty zone, it will give T a little bit of an easier time.
And that's got to be quite annoying for Milo right there. T can just kind of just regain his health after every 15 seconds, and that's going to be pretty hard. But the turtle is already going down.
Yeah, Turtle at about 25% HP, best player in position, but Zane, faster at the Retribution, claims it for the Bloodthirsty Kings. You are going to go ahead and see that Quicksand go in and the Sandstorm. T is going to get a kill, finds best player. The suppression from the Divine Judgment. Yato gets a double, takes down Super Sharp.
And Dave here projecting the future, had that TikTok play coming out from the Khalid. Able to hit 2 people and get the set coming out from Kadita. So the Wombo combo is coming out from BTK. The synergy, it's really, really showing right here, Weezy. And that's what it's going to take for BTK to get this game and try to go for game 3.
Yeah, they're definitely putting on that pressure, right? They know they need this victory to have a little bit more insurance as a grand finalist, as this is what this is, a battle for a position in the grand finals. Right now, BTK up 3-1 at the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, 3 minutes in. This is kind of where some of the items, some item paths are going to be showing. Now, best player playing that Lancelot. He's usually going to go for a little bit of offensive build, but chooses to go for kind of a Curse Helmet, Molten Essence route. Mobazane also opting to go for that, so 2 utility jungles coming out. On the other hand, we see some steel lake plates coming out from the marksman, making sure that they kind of get into that late game spot. Now here's the thing, BTK, they have to kind of look for the utility side and small engage.
Yeah, small engage over there onto Mobazane. You know, it's funny seeing Chicken going up against Shark in the roam position. You wonder who was going to be able to kind of pull it off a little earlier and create that advantage the team is looking for. And there goes the advantage from Shark, wasting no time. Best player rushing in, gets the kill, finds ISO. Heavy focus in the gold lane for the TheOhioBrothers.
Yeah, Shark's just a little bit too fast on the rotation. He's not really getting seen around the map quite often. Chicken, a little bit late onto the bot side, ended up getting ISO killed right there. That's a pick off, a marksman off the board right there. That is going to be a very huge advantage from BTK because Rithel, gotta have a lot of items here.
Ooh, and speaking of things, Divine Judgment goes in. Yato gets a kill onto Hoon. Assist provided over there by Chicken. Super Shark very low. Hit with the Ring of Order on his way out at about 25% HP.
Yeah, and even with that pick off onto that mid side, DTK is still leading quite ahead. But here's the thing, Arithel, he needs a lot of time to scale. They have the damage, the physical damage coming out from Khalid here, but at the same time, they need Arithel to go into the late game. Best player struggling a little bit, trying to get his camp.
Ooh, Mobazane able to claim that turtle, now possibly gonna join the fight. No, he is gonna turn around. Chicken on the 1v3. Yato over there may be able to help, but no, Milo will find the kill. That is now 4-3 on the scoreboard. But we were mentioning kills, right? With, on the bottom side, gold lane Zia picking up that assist and ISO falling, it is going to give him a little bit of that slight advantage, right? You mentioned Zia is one of those few marksmen that pretty much majority of the time wins his lane, and with that gold difference, may be able to give him that advantage. But now, wait, Milo turning the tables, being a lane bully against T.
Yeah, but T got that heal coming out again. Already half health, he should be able to defend this tower. Yato at a whopping 3-0-0.
You are going to see the Sandstorm and the Petrify, the knock up the Rough Waves. Yato, high IQ play in the turret, able to draw the kill, and now the battle on the way on the bottom side. Shark very low, Mobazane as well, trying to get out of there. Best player right on his back, doesn't connect with the Thorn Rose. You are going to see Mobazane be able to sustain the damage.
Yeah, Mobazane kind of was being a little bit tanky boy. He soaked up a lot of damage, enough for the members of BTK to kind of collapse around, and TOB chooses to disengage. That's going to be quite the best decision that they're looking for. 5 minutes in, 2K goal lead, 5-3 is going to be the scoreboard. TOB caught in the backside of the situation.
You are going to see Mobazane hit with that Tyrant's Revenge, and also, speaking of the scoreboard, 2 turtles for BTK and 1 turret, which means they have the map advantage. TOB kind of falling behind so far in the objectives. Keep in mind, this is match point. TOB 1 win away from being a grand finalist, but BTK may be able to take this to a game 3. If any team can do it, it's definitely them. I mean, it's kind of looking like a repeat of the Las Vegas finals.
Ooh, the repeat of the Las Vegas final. That was a best of 7 series, and man, no one slept that night. Everyone was just looking at that match. But here, BTK, they're still looking to hold on to their lead. We saw this in the last game, and they just weren't able to push ahead. And we actually saw it in the A77 game. Ohio Brothers, they have this weak early game, and they continue to kind of fall back early on, but the late game, it just feels like their team fight strategy, their IQ is just so good.
But wait a minute, numbers in TOB's favor. ISO by himself. Zane is going to get the turtle. Hoon will find ISO, though. That's the trade that the Ohio Brothers were looking for. You take the turtle, we take your marksman.
And Milo here, getting a little bit low. T looking to kind of close out the gap, but he does end up missing that first skill. I don't think he's going to be able to shut Milo down. TOB, ooh, actually, he grabs up that kill right there.
Yeah, and the turret on the bottom side falls. TOB able to claim that, which means now both sides are even in turrets.
And if we talk about the late game, the roam, honestly, Kaja does well at picking. He can use that flicker off cooldown along with the Divine Judgment, making sure that they can pick one off. But Super Shark on this Kufra, he's seen this matchup before. He always looks at these Kaja, and he picked that Kufra specifically to counter out that chicken. And honestly, he's doing a great job so far, getting a small siege on the top side, and both teams, low kill score.
Yeah, definitely a low kill score. But something funny is Chicken and Shark both even on KDAs, right? 0-1 and 4. ISO will be able to claim that turret on the bottom side, which will give BTK the map advantage.
Yeah, but here's the difference though. The side of BTK, they have a 4-0 Kadita. That's gonna be hard. Zia gets hit.
Yeah, you are gonna see the battle on the way. Sandstorm going in from T, not gonna connect. Ring of order from Chicken. Zia, Shark, and Hoon fighting it against T. You're gonna see Yato getting a kill, finds Zia. Do they pull their punches? Hoon does shut down T, so that's gonna be one member falling for both sides.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but Zia is the one that falls for in turn of T. That's gonna be an advantage towards BTK, but 8 minutes in, it feels like the gold lead is getting closer and closer, and this is kind of where we need BTK to step on the pedal. They need to be able to take over the jungle. They need to be aggressive and get these picks, especially with Fried Chicken. He has the flicker, so he needs to find a play, especially with ISO, and get a pick off.
Yeah, it just shows you how even both of these teams are right now, right? 2 turrets down, map pretty much a stalemate. It's going to be a battle of who could take that mid lane turret. And speaking of battles, the Thorn Rose, the execution over there from best player to negate the damage from Mobazane. That shows you what the Lancelot can provide.
Man, he's clean, but the
huge Siren's Rage, triple knockup. Hoon finds Yato, killing spree activated. Mobazane does fall. Hoon gets a double, showing you the new buffed Lilia gets a triple kill. What is going on? Shuts down ISO.
And look at Yato and Hoon's KDA. They're both the same once again, 5-1-1. So both of these teams are actually quite focused onto the mid side and the roam. So honestly, it depends on the marksmen. And ISO sitting at a 0-3-0, he's not going to be doing that much damage.
Ooh, speaking of damage, Divine Judgment and the Sandstorm combination to shut down Hoon. A little bit of revenge for that triple kill that we seen, that TikTok play a minute ago. And now T trying to go ahead and clear this mid lane. Does not want to open up the map anymore in TOB's favor. But speaking of favor, best player able to claim the Lord and a set on the chicken on Mobazane. But wait a minute, the Rough Waves goes in. The Ocean's Oddity from Yato. ISO finding Zia, takes down the ADC for the Ohio Brothers. Shark by himself may not be able to escape. T finds Milo off screen. ISO gets a kill as well. That is going to be 3 members falling for the Ohio Brothers. A full 5-man team of BTK still standing.
Yeah, Ohio Brother led with the Shark ultimate, hits 2 players onto the wall, and then Milo jumps in with the penalty zone. But here's the thing, BloodThirstyKings, they fought on that objective, and that is one of the rules. You don't fight after you get an objective, so it's a very big mistake coming out from TOB. They have to make sure they play a little bit more disciplined. Zia, it didn't even feel like he wanted to fight, and his teammates went in, he just had to send it, and he had Yato on him the whole entire time.
Yeah, now you got to ask the question, where does BTK go from here, right? Their backs are against the wall right now. They need this victory to be able to have a secured spot as a grand finalist. If not, we're going to be seeing them fight out tomorrow to try and claim a spot up against Avalon. Now, looking at what we're seeing so far, mid lane turret has been pushed in. BTK needs to be able to take the one from TOB to open up the map, and that looks like that may be their next focus.
Yeah, TOB has a small advantage in the jungle, about 500 gold difference. He built up that War Axe into the Thunderbelt, so best player, he's looking quite sharp. But when you talk about both the marksmen, they're actually even in gold. So BTK, they still have a good chance at this, but TOB really pushing the jungle right now. They're getting a lot of pressure. And look at the map. You have Yato on the bot side, kind of just sneaking there, and TOB pushing on the far side with 4 members.
Yeah, it's definitely a game of patience so far. 11 minutes in, moving to the mid game. Zia does find his turret. Yato takes down Milo. You are going to see turrets dropping, though, on the bottom side as BTK opens up the map.
Yeah, it's hard to defend against that Kadita. Recently, they did have a change where her single target damage was slightly lowered, but they added, the AoE aspect onto her ult. Back then, basically, if there's multiple members that get hits from the ult, the damage goes down. But now with the new change, the Kadita, the rough ways, it's able to kind of just do the maximum damage, even with multiple members. And I feel like Yato right here, definitely getting 2 to 3 man sets each time. He's eating up that new update.
Yeah, definitely eating up the new update. And my question now is, where is the Khalid going to be impactful? The later this goes, the more burst damage is going to target him, and he may not be able to sustain himself with the quicksand. I think this is one of the downfalls of running the Khalid, especially when the map's opened up. You're going to be going up against Shark, who does have the bouncing ball for some knockups. And speaking of Shark, there goes the set. Wait a minute, Caster's Curse on the way. Best player takes him down. T does fall. ISO finds Zia. That is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. But wait a minute, ISO getting the kill, finds best player, gets the double. 2 members falling for the Ohio Brothers. Now pushing into the mid lane.
That was a good set coming out from Shark right there. He was able to pick up T, which was sitting at a 4, 1, and 6. Now with T down, you had Chicken flicker into Zia right there, and with the Purify, he wasn't able to negate some of that damage, and then you had ISO coming in, so BTK having the perfect plan right there, getting onto the priority targets. Fried Chicken definitely grabbing up the right one, letting BTK have this objective for free.
Yeah, Mobazane wasting no time. Definitely will take that Lord in their advantage. Holy Crystal being picked up for some additional magic power from Yato. 14-9 so far. BTK leading in terms of kills, but they still have yet to find a way to open up the mid lane.
It's only a 2K goal lead at 13-minute, Weezy. And that doesn't really speak the whole entire story. They have the Lord marching down onto the far side, so they could try to group up either with the Lord or against the Lord. They could send 3 to 4 members onto the top side. Maybe they could try and get onto this mid tower, but again, 13-minute Lord. This guy, it's not going to be doing too much. He may smack the tower once, but man, look at the clear from TOB. They're just on point with this defense so far.
And this is BTK's chance to open up this map, right? Luminous Lord on the bottom side, sinking the lanes. This will create the advantage, but Zia finds Yato all by himself. Didn't really have anybody to help kind of fight that battle, and that will be 1 member down for the BloodThirstyKings. A little bit of a slight miscalculation, and they had the Lord advantage. You are going to see best player hit with the Divine Judgment, and ISO with the heavy crossbow to shut him down. That is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Battle in the mid lane on the way, while the Lord on the bottom side still pushes through. You are going to go ahead and see Zia for the denial.
Yeah, Zia, Hoon was able to kind of just clear the waves with the black shoes, with the bombs right there, and that's kind of the power of Lilia. Right now, they changed her first skill, the little bomb skill. They have to cool down at max level, so pretty much every single time you toss that orb out, you're going to get majority of it back, and you can see the lane clear. Even with the 13-minute Lord, Weezy, they're able to defend mid quite well, and they even got that Kadita pick off, so TOB, they're looking quite sharp right now.
Yeah, just slight miscalculation. Yato getting picked off kind of gave him a hard time to really capitalize on that Luminous Lord, but it looks like they still have a game plan. They were able to open up that mid lane and shut down that turret.
Yeah, 3K gold lead for the side of BTK. Still anyone's game. 15 minutes in. We got a lot of the items being built up. I could believe Carry does have the full trinity of DHS, Golden Staff into that Corrosion. And also, he has the Wind Talker, so that's gonna negate a lot of damage coming out from T. But what I'm scared of is gonna be Kadita. Kadita and Kaja, they have the Divine Judgment into the rough ways. That's gonna be a death sentence for Zia.
Yeah, and right now, still a battle of the mid laners. Yato sitting at 6, 2, and 5. Highest kills for the Bloodthirsty King. On the other side of the table, highest kills goes to Hoon. 5, 2, and 2 on this Lilia. We mentioned how much of an impactful force he can be, especially with that pick with Lilia having the recent buff in the meta.
Yeah, the conceal play pops out, looking for Milo.
Oh, able to catch him with the Divine Judgment. The suppression, too much to handle. ISO with the monster kill takes down Milo, but are they done? Will they still push through? You are seeing TOB clear that bottom side, but look at the HP on that turret. It is hanging on by a hair.
And I thought BTK was kind of sneaking in to get some of that pokes right there, but Milo does end up falling right there. That's going to be a trade, but a lot of spells have been used. The Flicker, the Conceal, Divine Judgment, they're not going to be able to have that for this next objective. So BTK looking to slow down the pace a little bit. Zia does pop the Speedy Light Wheels. That's another utility used kind of for nothing here.
Yeah, and this is kind of looking familiar, looking similar to last game, going to the late game. But this question is, can BTK close this one out and take us to a game 3? Or will we see TOB push forward as the first named grand finalist for the NACT Fall season? Now with the Lord on the way, the knock-up, you are looking at the Lord at about 50% HP and Mobazane in position for the Retribution. Same with Best Player.
Now these Lord dances, I'm not sure. The Lord is so low, so they're definitely gonna look for full engage.
Big Divine Judgment on the Best Player, has to use the Phantom Execution. Shark finds Yato. Lord still intact at about a quarter of HP. Fried Chicken and Mortality. Frog T takes down Best Player. No Retribution for the TheOhioBrothers. Hoon takes down Chicken. Mobazane with the Retribution for BTK. Super Shark finds Mobazane for the response. Hoon takes down T. ISO by himself against the 4-man team of the TheOhioBrothers. Can they close this out? They do have about 20 seconds before any members spawn back. For BTK, ISO left to defend. There goes the conceal play.
Yeah, it's a 4-for-1 trade. The Lord does go to the side of BTK, but 4-man is awake for the TheOhioBrothers. ISO is the only one left to defend, and there's a lot of minions still. He needs to wait for Yato. There's a cannon right up there, and the Lord, thankfully, marching down onto the mid side, becoming the saving grace for BTK.
Very close call, but Shark rushing in for the set, the stun, the penalty zone. Hoon finds Yato. Wait a second, there are no minions though. Do they get out of this? Do they still fight? Milo shuts down ISO. Huge play, finds the marksman for BTK. An airborne knockup on the Chicken. Ring of Order goes out. Sandstorm going in from T. Chicken finds Z. Zia T finds Super Shark. Look at the base crystal, 1%. TOB officially named the first grand finalist, taking down BTK and sending them to the loser's bracket.
A complete clean sweep for the side of the Deers. A 2-for-0. For these brothers right here. They kind of took the game by surprise. Both games, they struggled a little bit early on. It kind of shows a small tad of weakness, but they were able to close it out with a lot of the strategies. Thankful to Shark, thankful to Hoon, clearing these waves, having that synergies over. Honestly, they're making sure that they're having the strategies to be able to take this whole event and go to M5.
It's textbook, right? Both of these teams, great performances so far. Honestly, you never really knew which way it would go. It's just a slight mistake, and they can just go so far with it. But TOB on fire. They've been dominating the entire NACT Fall season. There's a reason why they're sitting at the #1 position.
Yeah, and honestly, at the #1 position, they're kind of looking to make sure that they can stay in that position. Last time, we did see TOB fall to BTK in the Grand Final Series. This time around, I feel like they have the firepower behind. They have literally one of the best of each of the roles on their roster. They're looking to push ahead. They're looking to make that judgment into M5.
That is a different TOB, right? A different TOB. Everything turned on one team fight at the Lord. Just like that, snap of a finger, it changed, right? It seemed like BTK had what it takes to finally find their playstyle, but then one team fight when BTK was so focused onto the Lord, the same thing they did in many other games before, TOB took the opportunity, go for the kills, go for the team fight first, then find advantage. I don't know if you guys noticed, but also we're talking about iframe UA. There was an iframe there from Best Player. He iframed the ultimate from Conjur's Divine Judgment. It was insane.
Yeah, and he's building tanks, so even if he did not iframe it, he should be able to soak up a little bit of damage. But the post-game stats coming up, it is going to be a 16-20 advantage for the side of OhioBrothers. They're able to take this game 17 minutes in. Now, Milo did take a lot of deaths right here, but honestly, Hoon is definitely going to be the MVP, along with Shark. This mid lane duo, 8-2, 5-2, 3, and 12. That's definitely a power combination.
Right, a little bit of a blast from the past. Triple set over there by Shark onto the wall. Hoon taking down Yato. Killing spree activated. Lots of aggression in today's series. Hoon finding Mobazane, but this was back and forth, right? There goes that triple.
Oh, there it is.
The battle on the Lord Pay. Penalties on dropping down. Shark finding Yato. Lots of TikTok plays right there. High execution from both of these teams as T takes down best player, takes down the jungle for TOB, opening up the opportunity for Zane to take this Lord without a retribution for TOB.
Yeah, and honestly, BTK, they did grab up some of these objectives, but TOB, they just had the firepower behind. Their marksman, Zia, was almost always alive when they're getting these objectives, and they played so extremely disciplined. That's kind of the style of TOB. They play clean, they have the discipline, and they're making sure that they can get all these kills. Post-game stats?
Let's take a look. Rich Guy, Sandbag, and Forgotten One all goes to BTK. What a game. They almost took it home. They almost took us to game 3, but unfortunately just missing it by a hair. Using your word, Weezy, that was incredible. You saw the very last team fight, right? That's when Zane was just laser focused onto the Lord. And then TOB was like, I'm going for your backline, right? I'm going for ISO, I'm going for your mage, I'm going for Yato. And that worked out super well for them. They took the team fight and took the game.
Yeah, they definitely went for the quick finish, trying to close it out. There was a chance where BTK almost turned it around, but then they were able to find the marksman and shut him down. And then you just seen TOB stampede through for the finish, which means, hey, that was match point, right? That is our final series for today. And TOB, the first grand finalist of the NACT Fall season.
And they get to go on into the best of 7 series. They're going to be sitting tight, watching all the teams that are going to be complete. Next, we're definitely going to have Avalon versus BTK right here. That's going to be an exciting match tomorrow, so make sure to tune in right there. You know, we've seen so many of these great teams, so many great players, so.
Hey, every single series, though, I want to give some shout out to BTK. It seems like they're getting closer and closer to that sweet dub, right? Just a little bit. If that team fight, if they just back out a little bit and help the team to do the team fight first, it would be a different outcome, to be honest. But guys, speaking of the last match, let's reveal the MVP of the series of today. It's gonna be Mr. Hoon. Now, let's take a look at the stats of Hoon in the past series.
Yeah, looking at Hoon, Mr. MVP. Both of the games on Lilia, KDA wasn't the highest over there for game number 1, but game number 2 definitely shined a lot more. 8 kills, 2 deaths, 5 assists.
And honestly, it has to be the damage dealt. We don't get to see it here, but he was doing 31% on game 1 and about like a 25-28% on game 2. Talk about the KDA, these assists definitely counts. That's almost a 15-2 KDA on game 1. You got a 13-2. So this man is playing clean, and he's the leader of TOB. So he's definitely pushing ahead, making sure that his level is up to his standards so his teammates can just follow in.
Absolutely. I think you hit a nail on the head right there. Even though the game 1, he was 2-2-13. There wasn't a lot of kills, but there was a lot of damage, right? Over 100K. It's like probably the most damage to goal ratio was in the game. Let's take a look at Hemap. Most of the game, he's just hanging out towards mid. That shows you they drag the fight to where they're good, right? Which is the mid-roam jungle rotation. And let's take a look at Hemap.
Yeah, a true mid laner. I guess that's what we call that, right? That's all he needed to do. Stay in the mid lane and you get the MVP. That was a 17-minute, 43-second game. Honestly, every time TOB and BTK go against each other, it's always an exciting match and a long one at that.
Hey, we talk a lot about our MVP, Hoon. How about let's throw it to Liz to actually interview our MVP to see what he was thinking in the past series.
So we are on the stage with Hoon, our first grand finalist of tomorrow's games. Hoon finally landing on MVP this season.
Was that a question?
Well, I mean, throughout the season, we had Zia shining a lot as well as Shark, but finally, Hoon at the grand finals, you did so much damage on that Lilia. You guys did crazy well in this game. So how are you feeling right now? 100%?
Still 99, because there's a game tomorrow. But yeah, it feels great to play Action Mage instead of Angela Fredrin that I've been rocking with lately. But yeah, it feels really good.
And you pulled out an Angela this morning. Were you practicing the e-girl tricks in the back of the pocket, or is that something that's coming on the way?
Yeah, we've been practicing it. Whenever I make mistake, they just put me on Fredrin sometimes.
So they put you in the penalty zone when you're making a mistake. Now, for tomorrow's games, are you excited? Because you guys took the series like swiftly. You dominated. It was a clean sweep, 2-0. So tomorrow is going to be the grand final. 7 games. Are you prepared?
Yeah, really prepared. Actually, very excited. I wish we just play right now. You know.
And I mean, you're gonna need all the rest you can get. But Hoon just told us that he is buffing up for that 100%, and he got 99% out of the way today. So tomorrow, that 1% is gonna come. Thank you, Hoon, for joining us today, and may the best of luck come to you guys tomorrow.
G4.
G4. All right, thank you, Hoon. Now, let's bring it back to our wonderful casters, Yue and Weezy, to give us their final thoughts after that exhilarating match.
Yeah, right here, OhioBrothers able to take that victory. Moving on to the grand finals of best of 7. That's going to be the match later for tomorrow. Now, losers round 2, BTK versus Avalon, the best of 3 series. That's going to be up ahead for us, Weezy. We're going to have that game tomorrow, and man, it's definitely going to be an exciting to fight for that 2nd place.
I'm just looking at all those 2s on the board. Nothing but sweeps today, and I'm a man that likes to see it go all the way, so hopefully tomorrow we can go the extra mile. A best of 3, a best of 7. Now, BTK and Avalon, that's definitely going to be explosive, but whoever wins that, like you mentioned, will be able to be the grand finalists to go up against the OhioBrothers in that best of 7. So that's it for me and UUA, but let's go ahead and see what Dave has for us.
All right, back to the stage again with Magic. Dave is back on the stage. That was a great interview, by the way, Liz. I was just talking about it. But hey, I think who mentioned G4?
G4.
I mean, that is a hint for tomorrow, because tomorrow is the grand final day, and we have some special guests for the biggest, greatest MLBB event in North America yet. That is right. So make sure, if you're in the LA, Long Beach area, get your Lyft, get your Uber, get your car. I don't care what it takes. Come to the offline event. It's going to be exciting.
Definitely. I mean, G4 Gosu reunion, because you guys already know Gosu General, the OG of NA, will be joining us tomorrow for a special series with all of you guys, interacting with all of the heartfelt fans. And tomorrow we might see a Gosu reunion. So G4 for sure.
Hey, 2 great series on top of that, right? We have the loser bracket grand final. Who will go to the grand final? It's going to be an upset? Or are we going to see a TOB BGK grand final BO7 again? Well, either way, it's going to be exciting. And on top of that, the meetup event tomorrow is going to be the biggest yet in North America as well, okay? We got a band, we got cosplayers, we got Boxia rolling in, right?
Well, yeah, and we also have, I mean, a sexy Layla coming in tomorrow.
Yeah, you don't want to miss that. A lot of giveaway as well right here, exclusive merch for you. So do not be shy. Make sure to join us tomorrow right here in Founder Studio, Long Beach.
Absolutely, Dave. I am thrilled for tomorrow's series. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I just can't wait.
Yeah, I cannot wait as well, guys. Leave a comment down below right now. What's your favorite moments for today? We cannot wait for your comments, for your sharing the entire live stream with your friend. Let them know what happened today right here in the stage. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Mazur up.
Mazur up.